And there we go. Welcome everyone to something a little bit different. It's been a while since I've used this scene now, hasn't it? Everything seems to be somewhat in order, a bit of snapping here and there. Nothing too serious, I would say. Yes, indeed. Now just let me see, how did this work again? All of these need to be hidden. They're not part of what should be happening right about now. Okay. Alright, now let's see to actually having the stream on. How did I do this last time? I think I did like this. No, not like that. Okay, like this. No. How did I do this last time? There we go. Now I'll just have to... Well, I'll take this over here. That's how you want to play it. And this, yeah, we don't need it to be that big. There we go. Okay, and I think we're missing something though. Well, we are definitely missing my badge of honor, quote unquote. Okay. Wait, was this? No, that's something else. Where was it? I feel like I'm definitely missing something, but I just don't have it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh yeah, I'm missing you, chat. Where did chat go? No, that's not chat. Not gonna touch that again. Do I just not have chat here? What's wrong with me? Chat, get in here. It is an order. I'd even say a necessity. Only issue being, where are you? No. Oh no, it's actually start. It's actually starting and I'm not even done fixing stuff. God, why? Ah, there we go. Now where? There we go. Actually, wait. Up. Pay no attention to the moving void. It did not move. That's an illusion. Oh dear God. Please. Chat. Okay, fixed. I managed to fix everything just as it started. Hello there, Rob. Wait, wait. Okay, I think I can take away my badge. My badge is no longer needed.
We now have a brand new stage that we're on.
Do tell me if the
Stage that we
sound
made
is
for this
okay.
team. Not us personally, an amazing team.
I mean,
or maybe it was us.
maybe
I
it
don't
was
know.
us.
We don't know.
We're pretty strong.
Should
We
be
don't
fine
know.
now.
But we are excited to have this. We had ambitions, of doing a couple things, maybe having some staff here, but
Now it's
we
okay.
didn't.
Excellent.
So
Also,
this is
welcome,
us,
Zilius.
The AV crew, our event crew, and everyone in Twitch chat. So welcome to the.
I don't believe last year we
Tennocon
did this
2022.
together, didn't
We're
we?
here, and we're kicking things off. Now, before we get really started into things, I just wanted to remind everyone that, we've been making this game for so long. Our team is made up of people from all over the world, many of which who come from Ukraine, which, as you know, has an ongoing humanitarian crisis. So we just wanted to kick things off with an opportunity for the community to help out. If you do exclamation mark.
They have the plushies.
In chat, in Twitch chat, you can find.
It does now
yourself
notice
if
the
you feel like
plushies.
giving something towards one
They're
of the
adorable.
causes there to help.
Except the one in the middle of the screen. That's
But just a moment
I know what it's based on. The thing in game is not adorable. The thing in game is a nightmare.
And many of them are affected by this humanitarian crisis. So starting off to share that little note, and then we also will go right into another bit of donation information.
Yes, so 7th year doing Tennocon, and we have been fortunate
Damn, it's been
enough
7
to,
years.
support a charity each year, one that is close to our heart. Obviously, there's a lot of people at DE, and a lot of people are affected by a lot of different things. And this year, I'm so grateful to say that we are supporting Inspire. And they have sent over just a little video to tell you guys kind of what they're about, and also just to say hi. So let's check it out.
Welcome to Tennocon 2022. My name is Sienna Vautour, and I'm the Communications and Marketing Coordinator here at Inspire.
Okay, while
This is
they're
such an
doing
exciting
this little
partnership,
thing,
and we know that it'll ignite
just check that
creativity
something is
and
working. Yes.
passion for digital learning
So as you can see here,
across Canada.
if you have your
Inspire
account
is an
linked
Indigenous
and you're watching the
national
main
charity
stream,
that invests in the
which I probably
education
should be
of
putting in
First
chat, give me a
Nations,
second.
Inuit, and Métis people by providing bursaries, scholarships, and programming. For Indigenous
This is what you
people,
want to
funding
watch
is
to
one of
actually
the
get the
biggest
drops.
barriers to completing their
Not my
post-secondary
stream.
education.
As much as I
Building Brighter Futures
would like it,
is our
that's
scholarship
the
and
one you
bursaries
need.
program.
Why
We
is it
supply
sent to Twitch?
qualified applicants with funding to help
Hold
with
on.
school-related costs. Rivers to Success is free programming we offer to every Indigenous student, whether they receive funding
Let me try
from
that
Inspire
again.
or not. No matter where they are in their educational journey,
Rest in
Rivers
chat,
to
are you
Success
okay?
will support students along
Okay,
the
now
way
it's sent
with
to both.
access to Indigenous resources, mentors, and career guidance. When people give to Inspire, they know that their generosity is getting directly to students. We are encouraged to see how the resilience,
A noble cause, I
ingenuity,
would say.
and strength of Indigenous students have enabled them to succeed despite the many obstacles placed in their way. Thank you again for helping us fulfill this important mission. Have a great event, and if you want to learn more, please visit inspire.ca.
Okay,
Thank you,
short and to
Sienna,
the
and
point.
everyone over
I'm
at
fine with this.
Inspire for sending that video. If you would like to donate to Inspire, you can do exclamation point donate in Twitch chat. I know they would love it. We would love it. And thank you so much for helping us help them.
Yeah, we'll be announcing our donation during Tenno Live, which is the end of Tennocon today. But we have a whole bunch of stuff to get through. Great stuff. The best stuff you'll ever watch, I'm sure. Or your money back. It's free.
It's free.
It's free. But yeah, we have
Yes,
a great
the
show for you
game
today.
and the stream are
Partially
both free.
pre-recorded, partially live. This part is live if you can't tell because it's going so perfectly. No
flawless.
nerves, no nothing.
Okay, there-
Everything
Great.
is going
So
we're
welcome to
very
Tennocon.
excited, and,
Sounds of the
the
system
road
panel.
is
That's
going
always
to
been an
the
interesting one.
lights for those that want
Hey,
to see the
Red!
panel, that's right after
Welcome.
this. We're going to be going into a pre-recorded panel that goes the sounds, the system. Marcus is hosting it this year with George. Eric
Even
is
so, I
hosting it.
do
It'll
appreciate you
give
dropping by. Thank you.
behind-the-scenes looks of
I do hope
everything.
you enjoy your stay, as short as it might be.
New War, Angel Zerman, and you're going to get your first sneak peek of
We are currently watching
soundtrack. I
Tennocon,
couldn't even say the word. I
I
was like, wait, can I
which
even
is
say it?
the
Of course I
Warframe
can say it.
event.
We've been typing it only because we're still
Oh.
working remotely. So saying
Secrets.
Duviri out loud is that's how you pronounce it, by the way.
Duviri. And then
Do not
The
flip.
developer
Then after
Q&A
the sad
are
panel,
is
we go
probably where
into
the
a
big
live
bombs
segment.
will
So we
drop.
brought back
If I'm
to
being
the
honest.
stage this ambiance with myself. I am hosting, and I'm going to
That
be
and the
joined by
keynote,
incredible
possibly.
Pablo, Kaz, and Matt, and we're going to dive into a whole bunch of questions that were curated from previous dev streams. I've creeped some Twitters, stuff like that, grabbed some questions, and there will be an opportunity near the end of that segment for live chat questions. So if you have anything brewing,
What is live chat saying right now?
what is live chat? I see emotes, which I always love.
I got some goldfish. Someone has snacks.
Oh,
That's good.
yeah, tell us your
That's good.
snack.
Exclamation mark Tenno live.
I love it.
Oh, we got a lot of Clem.
Of course.
Spoiler alert.
Of course, Clem.
Kind of.
There are
Clem.
There are
Krakata.
some spoilers.
Clem.
I mean, if you haven't played the New War, heavy spoilers. Will be, some teases. We're going to tease a little bit of what you can expect for Tenno Live, maybe. But each of the panels is going to kind of take a look back at the New War, because that's kind of the last obvious thing you saw from Tenno Live last year was the New War. So we're going to dive back into that a little bit, talk about sound.
Yes,
talk
please
about
do dive
mocap,
into that a
some
little
really
bit,
awesome
because there were a lot
concept
of
art.
questions
We're gonna talk
unanswered.
about, Duviri, of course. Teasers for that, getting excited for that, because that is also in the art panel as well.
Yes, this is a pre-recorded panel, and it takes you through a lot of the art deep dives, some never-before-seen reveals with our art team, things we've been working on.
Okay.
This pre-recorded panel will delight you right after the live Q&A, and it's going to be great. It has Danielle hosting it, Jeff, Carey, and Eric are on it, and maybe a special guest.
Maybe a special guest. You want to watch, beginning to end, as one would. And then after that is the Community Art Show, and this is hosted by Helen and Skyers. I'm so excited for this. This is where, our hundreds of submissions from fan art all over the world came in and, selected a few, and we're going to show them all off. We're also going to show dojos. We've integrated the dojo segment.
I didn't
into it, so
realize
we're
it,
really celebrating
but there's someone who has
in-game
started
art
drawing
that
and
these
making
are
art and
incredible
whatnot.
dojos, and then
I might be
outside
more
art,
interested in
digital
that
art,
than
cosplay,
I've been in
props.
past
Sorry, I hit
years.
the mic.
It's fine, play it up. It's cool.
Everything's
Cosplay,
fine.
dojo.
It's going to be really exciting, so definitely don't miss that. And then the big one.
Tenno Live 2022, this is our keynote finale to Tennocon. This is where we're going to have just so I don't know if we're going to be able to fit it all in an hour, but we're going to try. So
Okay.
we have a lot to cover. This is where you're going to learn all
So the
about
keynote is the
Warframe. We're
big
gonna have,
one.
Myself, Megan.
Each year they have had a big
organization.
one,
Scott
just a
Steve,
absolute
Jeff Sheldon
bomb
will be up
dropping
here
on the
stage. We'll be
community
talking
that just
Warframe. So if you're sitting
explodes
waiting for the biggest news of the day
everywhere.
and our live show, that'll be tonight, but there's so much to lead up to it that you don't want to miss. And maybe, you want
For example, in past years,
get some free stuff.
I think one of the
So
biggest
if
bombs they
all of these
dropped,
panels
at
sound
first
great
it
to
was
you,
the open world,
tune in and enjoy.
and
But
then
if you want
it
a little
was
something
the,
to
whatchamacallit,
find yourself bringing home a cosmetic or
it was the space combat.
This could be yours. But Megan, tell me how did
Like, out of
Yeah,
nowhere,
just for
boom,
simply
you have
watching
space
things.
combat.
You're linked up. If you've been receiving drops, for our dev streams, prime times, or streams this year, you do not need to relink. You are good to go. But we have some really awesome drops. So this is the Veracruz War Fan, and then also the Rinalis Sugatra. You can see it attached to it. That's going to be the Tennocon drop. So it's
Now,
active
normally
right
I'm not a
now
fan of the
until-
Sugato as the attachment to
I
the
can look at
weapons,
chat
but
and
that
see
actually
if
looks
posting
good.
drops progress.
drops. Can I get a drops Yale yeah in chat?
Can we get a drops in chat?
Can I get a drops in chat? I see
It actually
a bunch of
looks,
yeses.
uh,
Oh, you,
what's the
sweet.
word I'm
Okay,
looking
that's
for?
good news. This is called
Um,
live. I don't
slick.
know. It's called something.
live
but
QA. So yes, this is going to be the drop
It's
for the
not,
day. Just for
not
watching for 30
intrusive to the
minutes.
design
And
of
then
the weapon.
Tenno Live switches over, and you're going to get yourself a Titania Prime for watching Tenno Live for 30 minutes. And if
Oh,
doesn't entice you enough, live in game right now in the market. for
that
one
I think
credit,
that was on me.
Single credit. One single credit is the Stranger's Hood. We revealed this.
This is something
yes,
I
in the
want.
Games Fest video.
This I'm probably
Teasing about
most
this,
excited
and
about.
we decided
This
to,
and the
you know what?
weapon, drop-wise.
Self-serve. Why don't you
Although I
just
think this
walk
is
on over to the
actually
market
in-game
and get it
available.
yourself? So on all platforms right now, it started at 12:30. It's going to be live for 48 hours, so there's a
We
little...
can get
What am I
it.
saying?
We
They
can
just
get
said
it. I can
it's
go back.
available for
40
one
hours,
credit.
but
It's
otherwise-
in-game.
No, I'm just kidding. For 48 hours, it's going to be in the market.
Yeah,
it is a
they just
operator
confirmed it.
Drifter cosmetic. If you haven't completed the New War or Second Dream and you don't know who those people are, perhaps, you will still have it in your inventory until you complete those quests, at which then you can...
Also, you can just
Not going
get it
anywhere.
even if you
They're
haven't
dormant,
passed that point in
waiting
game.
for
That's
the
good.
graceful touch of the
Because I do have a few
Think
friends who
we're
have
playing
started
Wouldn't it be
recently
nice?
playing the
You're
game.
right.
We're built
you.
different.
And I do want
Wouldn't it be
to...
nice to have a custom...
I do want them to get
PC?
the stuff.
I would love that.
I would love that.
Oh, we have a giveaway.
we have a giveaway!
Yeah. Oh, yes. I thought you
Even
were
if they
offering
haven't
something.
gotten that far.
Our friends at WeGame have made this Warframe themed PC that we'll be giving away to our first lucky winner of the day.
The Twitch picker has all the power. They are going to send this to us and then we'll ship it to you, so it might take a hot minute to get to you, but we are just going to run the Twitch picker and a lucky Twitch winner is going to win a Wii game PC.
And here is where we get the ultimate test, the competitive nature of whose eyes are better,
Are my
Megan or
contacts
Rebecca.
strong
Who
enough?
has the better eye prescription? Oh, good lord.
I think
have
I see
mercy.
it.
I see a J.
J. Oh no.
Just to Chucky.
Charlie?
Checky. Just to Checky. You have won. I am cheating. Dean is in my ear.
Sabotage!
No, that is the winner. Just to Checky. You have
May-
won this
Rebecca is sus, vote her out.
Complicated giveaway because you can't just tell us your Warframe alias. We actually need to know where you live.
Of course.
But don't just tell anyone. Just DM our Warframe Twitch channel that you're walking on right. Watching? Are you walking?
Yes, we are walking on the official Warframe channel. They said it, not me.
That you just won.
I guess I could zoom in.
Oh, I
Just
guess
too
we-
checky.
just-
Yeah,
we can look at our
you were right,
phones.
though.
Well,
you
like
had
I
Dean.
said, I had
You
Dean in
had
my
Dean.
ear. I mean, well, let's stand on the
Congratulations to you. We do have more giveaways later on during 10 Live. There might be some physical
That was
stuff.
our warm-up one.
That was warm up.
That was a test.
I
We
give
did
it a
lot.
7 out of 10.
I would say that's like a 7 out of 10 test, but nevertheless.
7 out of 10. We
a
have much
winner-
more in store.
The winner would probably say 10 out of 10 test.
They got 10 out of 10.
Yeah, but anyway, so that was our first giveaway. The test went well. We have lots to do.
Lots to do.
We want to see how chat's doing though more than
Yeah, let's check in with chat. Chat, what are your snacks? Where are you watching from?
we
I'm always
wanted-
so curious.
Yeah, we want to see what people are excited for today. We haven't streamed in a while. At least we haven't streamed together in a while. So
Actually,
we're
what
just trying
is
to get
their
back into
chat
the swing of
saying?
things
Hold
and,
on, I'm
you know,
actually a
see
little
what
bit
chat has to
curious.
say.
Mhm.
People are watching from France.
Oh,
Living in-
bonjour.
Yeah, if you do get the
There we
Drift
go.
or the Stranger's Hood, rather, put it on, share a screenshot with us. We'd be curious to see your fashion.
Okay, this is actually perfect
with it.
because we can have
Fashion
all
frame,
of the
because
chats.
That would be
Inaccurate.
technically incorrect, which would be quite embarrassing. Turkey, Portugal,
Michigan.
Michigan. I'm close
right
to
around the
it.
corner.
Yeah. I don't see the Twitch drops. Refresh. Check
Yeah.
all the
Oh,
settings.
that's Oni Stropy. I know you. Yeah, just refresh. Woo! Just refresh. You should see it. Click your little icon in the top right, and you should see some drop progress.
Greetings from Poland. Dzień dobry.
Oh, dzień dobry.
Let's see.
I just
got
realized I
chips in Poland?
should. There was something I should have done.
Australia?
Brazil.
Hmm.
Very nice.
Oh, Germany.
Maybe I'll do it
Where
later.
else is everyone watching from?
South America. Ontario. Love Ontario. Boston.
Washington. Oh man, in the Bronx.
The Bronx.
That's-
Popping from the Bronx.
all right, what are people most excited for? Let's see what's going on in chat. Hello from India. Hello, Chile. I think I'm from
That's a
the
good question.
Philippines. You're
What
the
are
only one.
people most excited for?
Oh, what's this? Oh, from France, from England, Sweden.
Everyone, all over the place.
Horse, all capitals.
Oh,
Mm.
is that glue gun?
Yeah, that's good.
Speaking of horse, 10 Alive. We're gonna have a live Duviri.
We are bringing a horse on this stage.
We're bringing a horse.
The
It's-
hardest part
wait.
of building the stage
That's
was
why we
making
built a
sure
stage.
it could fit a horse.
Could
but
fit a horse.
Are you?
We did.
are-
We managed.
Are they actually gonna bring a
It's
horse?
gonna be part of 10 Alive. There's a lot
There's
more in store for 10 Alive. That is just kind of a sprinkle on the cupcake
Yeah.
of what 10 Alive is gonna
Hold
be.
on,
Yeah, and
I
if you've never. Is it your first 10 live chat? Tell
I
me.
need to check the
Is it your
script
seventh?
on that. I'll be right back. I'll be.
Well,
Excuse me
so
for a
let's see
second.
if it's people's first 10 live. Maybe people recognize things on the
Okay.
stage. I think there's one
Yeah.
thing that stands out as very obvious that might be very relevant.
My notes don't say anything about a horse, but
Also true. This was on my chair, and I'm
You
very
never
excited
know.
to have it. Is it for me?
I kind of wanted it. I think Dean actually called it. I'm not gonna lie.
All right.
Or maybe it's Julius.
Someone
I'm
else
not
has
sure.
dibs on this, but we do have some new merch launching today as well. So if you wanted to show your Warframe merch support, we have an incredible amount of new things, including a Floof Desert Skate and
A Bolarola. We got floofs, we got t-shirts, we got a lamp, we got a whole bunch of new merch.
those are
to
actually
check out.
obtainable
That
as
is for
in-game
Thank
items
God.
that you can fill
And a
your
new statue, which
your ship with.
is very exciting.
Oh,
The
yes.
The
These
plushies.
ones come with
You
the
can actually
nice
have them as in-game
personalities.
items
Oh.
without buying them
Little-
from the
little
store or
weenie
anything.
baby moment.
You can just earn them. I actually have several
You know,
hidden among my ship.
you might get one that uses viral only builds. We'll never know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know until you tell us.
We'll never know.
Oh, someone's watching.
Canada.
Canada, Tennocon number 4 for me.
Oh, welcome, welcome.
Nice.
Obviously, we wish we could be doing a physical event again. We, to kind of backstory of Tennocon 10 Live, we start planning this obviously very early.
We sure do.
And we have to make that call. Is it going to be digital? Is it going to be physical? Because there's a lot of prep both ways. And with how everything was going at the beginning of the year, we just kind of said, let's just make it digital. Let's just call it. And, we were going to have a
Probably
DE
for the
presence
best.
here. And unfortunately, we also had to cancel that as well, just because of what's going on.
I've actually had
but
several of my
we're back
friends
with a digital
contracting
event.
the virus TM recently, so it's definitely not over, unfortunately, even if regulations have been dialed back. They are fine, mostly. It's just not pleasant.
Peculiar. Rogers did go down last Friday for almost 24 hours, so we're thinking, has something horrible gone wrong? And sure enough, there was a hardware failure with our ISP, and we couldn't do anything for 6 hours the night before Tennocon. So but we pulled it together. Our IT team came up with some alts so we could, get connectivity by other means, and we managed to do some stuff, but it has been absolutely crazy Tennocon. I can't think of a time where we've had so many little things just outside of our control change the prep for Tennocon.
Yeah, I think that was one of the more
Welcome to
frustrating
V2B.
things.
Nothing
We've
is
had
under
issues
our
before where,
control.
like,
We are at the
totally
whims of the
totally
We love
scuff.
when we're at fault.
Yeah.
It's the best. We can fix those. It feels good when you fix your own problems, but when you're just at the mercy of, an actual hard line cut to your ISP, all those fun things. But we made it, and we're here, and hopefully
Yes,
everything's
fun
going well
things.
so far.
Yeah.
We are encouraging
Just
you
like
to get
surprise
engaged.
mechanics.
Audio, visual sounds good. We're really getting ourselves in gear to kick off the.
Oh, a great question in
Sorry
chat
about
about
that.
the DeVere Amphitheater. So
yes.
that is going to go live at 5. Basically, when Tenno Live starts at 5 p.m. So if you're logging into the game, if you are a digital ticket holder and you have access to Barricadier, you're going to see the Tennocon relay. Check
Oh yeah,
out
I do have
orders,
that.
Buy whatever you'd like. But the DeVere
I'll probably show it
itself
off
will also
after.
be on Earth. Its own little node will appear
Just so
around
people
5
are
p.m.
aware
Eastern
just
time, and you are
how
going to
much
want
is
to be
available
in that amphitheater
in this
right
period.
away. Get your spot. You're going to get, I don't know, probably roughly 20, 30 minutes to kind of run around, maybe take some screenshots. Tenno Live is going to be happening, so, you could run around in the DeVere Amphitheater, experience that, because it's going to be your
Wait,
first
that's-
step into DeVere.
Oh, that's actually in game.
Preview of
Hold
when
on.
DeVere is going
Hold
to play.
on.
And relative time is just over 4 hours from now. The DeVere Amphitheater will be live in game on all platforms.
Oh,
at
so
that
it's not
time,
now.
You're going to go to Earth, like Megan said, and it'll be there for you.
I probably should be
Until then.
getting
Until
ready
then.
for it.
You have lots to do. We have a resource booster that's live.
do.
There's a whole bunch of stuff in game that you can participate in. Obviously, you get your Stranger's Hood, but the DeVere Amphitheater is very important. You're going to want to be in there when Tenno Live starts, and especially when we're
Doing the live gameplay
Doing the
demo.
live
We
gameplay
have a fun, it's called Amphitheater, so I'm sure you can figure it out. But we have a very fun way of showing and getting an interactive components to our Tenno Live show because
I'm
we
just
started
launching
doing
the
this
game
when,
for a little bit.
COVID
You may
initially had
see a
us
little
close
bit
up
of lag
shop
on
for
stream
live,
because of it.
Event, and that was 2020, so that was 2 years ago. We did the Demos showcase rooms, and we're just bringing more of that energy to the live performance so you folks at home can actually feel like you're in a theater with everyone else. So we're very excited for that.
Yeah, I think the past couple of Tennocons we've done, a relay and also a relay experience.
And
This
we've
year,
had some learnings from those.
last year was a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, we don't claim.
Yeah, last year was an interesting one.
But we tried.
We are
Real hard.
We are but human.
Yeah, but we have a lot of measures in place since last year to make sure that this is a day where we can work through any surprises as best we can, which will be, that's where the day goes from here, right? It's seeing what chat's been up to, seeing if people have any questions about things going on in game, while everyone's getting comfortable watching the panels, getting ready to, get their questions ready, get ready for that end show for Tenno Live, where we're really going to be taking you through the future of Warframe in the most exciting and mind-blowing ways possible. You're going to be treated to a full hour of what we've been up to, what has been going on with Warframe since the new war launched, what can you expect. All of these and more will be at the end of the show tonight. So really, and you know what, if you have to go, maybe you're going to get called, it's a Saturday, one of your friends has good weather and you got to go, out. I don't know, can't relate, but it'll be on YouTube after. So we'd love for you to be there, but there will, of course, be an upload.
Yeah,
after the
so
show in case
it will be archived and everything.
Quite so.
So that's nice for people who want to rewatch it or clip stuff or
Update your game now.
analyze every single word they say.
You never know.
And there's going to be, a couple teases, like I mentioned, throughout the day on various panels that might come a bit more information during Tenno Live, so you'll want to kind of pay attention, spot bought those.
Operator, did you hear that?
Yeah, and now it's like the point where, okay, we've given you all the information without actually
Cosmic
telling you
background
what we're going to
really-
show. So his chat just like, come on,
I know,
get the
it's
show
very
going, let's see.
torturous. I apologize.
The drop is exclusive to the live event, so you will surely need to be there for the drop. But the information will be up on YouTube after.
That's
So
fair.
we got going on. We got it. Ooh, very good.
The amphitheater will be on Earth, so you can expect to check it out there at 5 p.m. Eastern time when Tenno Live
Also, I like
starts.
they mentioned
Amphitheater
the
will
drop
be
is
there.
exclusive to
Lot of
Tenno
information
Live.
there.
I see some speculation about the next
Well,
Prime
the
offering.
stream, not the weapon that actually drops. So it will probably be available similar to the other one that they did a drop with later on.
Just sit and look at our
Just
phone.
hanging out, looking at you, Chad. You look great.
Oh, we have some serious speculation on the next Prime.
How do I see the drop? If you've been watching, sitting on the Warframe page, which is cool if you were,
The wait is over,
before it starts,
Tenno.
you might need to just refresh
Barrel
the stream and it
Key
will
Tier has
pop up.
arrived.
Sometimes when you're just kind of idly sitting on the Twitch page, it needs a bit to propagate. So if you want to refresh, you should be able to see it. If not, you can, I believe it's click your icon in the top right and go to drops and you should see it there.
Oh, I just see people guessing the Prime, and I'm reminded of some of the bingo cards people are making.
Oh, anyone got a bingo?
Yes, one of the
No
bingo
bingos
cards
yet,
is
that's not
something I
great,
forgot to
but
make.
Given the energy in chat right now, it's probably time to give one of you a. Why don't we do a Prime Access?
Oh, some Garuda Prime
Let's
Access.
do Garuda Prime Access. We're
Last
going to give
chance,
away
baby.
a Garuda Prime Access because you may or may not know Garuda Prime Access leaves today.
I wonder why she.
I wonder why she would leave today.
That's so rude of her to leave
I know.
during.
That is her
Tennocon
way,
Tenno
though.
Live.
Rip your heart out and walk away. That's how. Oh, we have a winner, and the winner is none other than.
Carvico. Did I get
Man,
it?
that was good. Is it good? Is it Carvico?
Dean, give me a thumbs up.
Oh, Carico. There's no V.
Dang it.
Unfortunately, both of us must visit the
I am
office
sad.
address shortly after.
What was it, Carvico?
Carico has won Garuda Prime Access. This is yours. You have to message us on our Twitch page that you're watching right now to claim it. We just need to know what platform you're on and your username so we can hook you up with your Garuda Prime Access. You may have just won the last Garuda Prime Access we will give away.
Who knows? Maybe I'll do one on the Dev Live Q&A. Maybe. Who knows? But
Interesting.
maybe.
Interesting.
We'll see. I saw a question about what's the drop. It is the new Veracruz Warfan and Sugatra for watching Tennocon. And then Tenno Live is Titania Prime. You know, you already have Titania Prime. That's great.
Free slot.
A free slot. What's wrong with
Okay,
a
I'm
free
actually
slot?
not missing that
Or you
many
can have
stuff
two
from
Titanium
Barrel.
Primes.
Ooh,
Can't
I
feed
like
primes
That's
to your helmet,
always
though,
good to
so you
know.
just have to have her.
Stockpile it.
Maybe there's, actually, no, you can't feed primes to helmet. Helmet Prime, maybe that's a reveal. Anyone have that on their bingo card?
Oh.
It's not real.
No, it's not real.
It's not real. I made it up.
Don't even get your
You
hopes
got
up.
a GG. Oh, people are being gracious to the winner of the Garuda Prime. That's
A
lovely.
little out of
Few
your
times.
reach.
Titania and
Perhaps a
Titania
Darvo
B.
deal would be more
Very
your
clever.
speed.
Say hello to the whole world. Hello to the whole world. You are here for Tennocon 2022. We can't believe the day has come. We have been planning this for so long, and we hope that you are going to enjoy the endless sources of information that follow
Alright.
our housekeeping here. And I think we've gone over the main points.
I think we got everything. We can really quickly recap what the day is going to be. So right after this, you're going to go into the Sounds of the System panel with Marcus, George, Eric, and Keith Power.
Fun story. The first time they did
the
the
legend
Sounds of
in
the System
Warframe
panel,
world, for doing soundtrack. So you're
I
gonna
remember
experience
they
that.
showed off
It
the
is a
sound for a
pre-recorded
rifle.
panel.
That
We
sounds
have some
pretty
really
cool. I
great
actually
insight
do
on
like the rifle a
of
lot.
War, Angels of Zeremia,
And
Force
when
Severe,
they explained how
Marcus
they got the
actually
sound for it, they were like,
game with them, which
so
won't spoil anything,
we
but I
decided
was very
just
impressed with
slap an
the
alligator in
characters,
it.
So it's a very fun little interactive. And then we go into the dev Q&A with
That's
myself,
literally what they
on
said.
this
We
stage,
decided
we'll be
just
joined
slap
by
an
Taz
alligator
and
in it.
Matt,
So basically, they
have
what they actually did was take the sound an alligator
some
makes when it
weapons,
attacks
weapons leads,
and
art directors. So
messed
we have
around
whole
with it a
bunch
lot
of,
until they got the sound.
different questions based on
But I like to
war, Angels of
imagine that they
Zeremia,
just
Zeremia,
took a random
Devere
poor
is
alligator
obviously
from
the-
somewhere and just crammed it
my
into
God.
the
Megan
weapon.
has an alarm set. She's done with me. She's
No,
like, that's my threshold.
Dean told me to make an alarm because we got to go. We got 1 minute left. This is the schedule. Live dev Q&A, and then of course the Art of Warframe panel. There's some juicy concepts in there, maybe a little bit of mocap, never before seen stuff. Community art show, Helen and Skyres will be incredible, and then of course Live 2022.
This is where we will have all the seats filled. You're probably wondering, who are these chairs for?
This
But maybe
guy.
you already know. Yeah, the floofs. We're not going to let Steve and the gang sit there because they're taken. But yes, we will be back with a full squad at 5 p.m. here for Tenno Live. where we will
Interesting
be
text
doing
on the
Future of
hood.
Warframe.
You have
You're
seen
gonna
this
learn
face
and
before.
see the
You have
live
never seen this
gameplay
face
demo, so I need to stop my sweaty palms immediately because
You're
no
gonna
pressure.
kill it.
We're
Kill
good.
it every
Live
year.
gameplay. Nothing could go wrong.
No,
But
nothing
anyway,
will go wrong.
let's roll on over now. Enjoy the sound panel. Thank you very much for tuning into housekeeping. This has been Rebecca and
Megan.
and we are gonna go and let you enjoy the sound panel.
See you in a
We
bit.
won't keep you waiting.
Bye, guys. Hey, everybody. Megan here to let you know that by watching this year's show on Twitch, you're going to earn yourself some incredible free items if you have your Warframe and Twitch account linked. Watching Tennocon until 5 p.m. Eastern Time for 30 consecutive minutes will reward you with both the Veracruz Warfan and the Renala Sigatra. But that's not all. Tune into Tenno Live between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern
Ignore what you
Time
just
for
heard.
another
I know what I did.
minutes, and you're going to earn yourself a free Titania Prime. That's right, a free Prime Warframe. If you already have your Twitch account and your Warframe account linked and received drops before on Warframe streams, then you're all set. But if you've never linked your Warframe and Twitch account together, simply go on over to warframe.com/Twitch, log into your Warframe account, and follow the simple instructions to get set up. And that's it. Enjoy the show.
Speaking of, hold on. Seeing the editor mode for a little bit.
Wake up, Tenno. Pre-order today at store.warframe.com.
Wait, I forgot how this works. Damn it. Why am I ruining stuff? No. No, not. Ah, there we go. Oh, almost done with the drop. Nice. I'll be able to have a look at the war fans in a second. No, not. No, that's not what I wanted, game.
Well, I think like that was the moment probably when we wanted to really lean in on what an environment could do for the game.
Nope.
And you're going from smaller scenes like Grineer Asteroid and
There.
how that feels tight and contained, and then
I'll just not touch that anymore.
Plains Eidolon, the doors open up, and then there is a world above and beyond. And there's an awful lot of design that winds up going into it. So at that point, being able to run around in a video game on a large piece of terrain was, not that novel, but it was novel to do within Warframe. So if there weren't the familiar Grineer Marines and some of the iconic bits and pieces of architecture and whatever we could wind up fitting into it, that's how you made it feel like you were within the Warframe universe. And we're exploring some brave new territory for us, which is a bit of an intimidating thing, but it worked out, which is great. I also come from an area of the province which people say is rocks and trees, rocks and trees, rocks and trees. So I knew the subject matter. The world building is that's kind of the meat and potatoes of it as much as we can do. And then after that, it's like trying to have a sense of locality within that space. So things that are like little local pockets and memorable bits. That is the moment where if we do systems level thinking, it becomes a whole. And that actually is the thing that the person experiences. I could talk about the hundreds of small things that go into that. The foliage, the terrain textures, how you make a tree, how you make water actually sit with atmosphere. Like even artistically as opposed to technically, like if you make a heavy use of value and saturation in one part over here, that can draw the attention of the entire level, which is not necessarily something that we need. We need to guide people from point A to point B to point C. If you use up all of those resources with the one cool thing over there, people make a beeline to it and they don't experience half of it. If you wind up having it pull apart in front of you consciously, your walk into it experience should not have you do that. You should feel like you were just in a world in Warframe that is new and different. So the fact that we actually did that, where people were able to open gates and still feel like they were in Warframe, that's probably the biggest thing.
That is true.
Hey
At
Tenno,
first,
Danny here. We're getting so much closer to unveiling some incredible surprises.
I'll
Tonight at
come
5
back to
p.m.
that.
Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the Tenno Live presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic.
Actually,
from
already
Stream.
got the operator
This
hood.
exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
More for me.
The people spamming drop. There's still no... I notice it's later, but I'm still looking at like a hawk for the in-game panel, museum panel, whatever thingy that you can explore.
This is by far the biggest group of students I've seen come to class. Thank you so much for rocking out to Tennocon 2022. My name is Gemma Laurel. I had the absolute privilege of voicing for Cephalon Melica. I can honestly say that the Warframe community is the best in video games, so have an awesome one and be great to each other.
Hi Tenno, I'm Maya Grant and I play Archimedean Yonta.
Oh,
It's a
Archimedean
pleasure to
Yonta.
voice the character, and I'm so grateful.
I actually like the
for
character.
playing. Thank you so much, and have an amazing Tennocon. Goodbye for now.
If it isn't my favorite grubber. I'm Brett
Ooh,
Bukai, voice of
Cavallero.
And I hope your Tennocon is enjoyable. That's it, right? That's all I gotta say? Perfect. Oh, and will someone just give me a damn Kubro already? Is that too much to ask?
Greetings, Tenno. So good to see all of you again.
No offense, but I don't like her
Hey
character.
guys, my name's Kara Volchop. I voice Hombask. I just wanted to say hi and let you
Just the character, just so with killer. I don't like her character in game.
enjoy Tennocon 2022.
Hi, it's David Ottavino, voice of the husband in the Zeramin ARG. Just making a quick video to say happy Tennocon.
Wait, what?
could go wrong? Please, someone help open this door. It's jammed and I have to pee. How long have I been trapped in this booth of anguish as the stench fills my nostrils because I went...
I'm sorry, who is this guy?
Happy Tennocon, my angels.
Hey Tenno, my name is Capritano and I voice Kira in the Warframe ARG. Some of you may have known her as Zeri John or Cephalon Frog. I don't know, who cares? Anyways, I
Oh,
really
that's Cephalon,
appreciate you
okay.
finding all those logs and I really hope you have a great Tennocon. Bye.
Hey there, Tenno. I'm Calvin Joyle, the voice of Viso, or Vico, or Tico, depending on who you ask. The Warframe community is genuinely one of the kindest gaming communities I've ever encountered, and your sweet comments about Viso mean so much to me. Have a great Tennocon, or profit.
Hey, Tenno. This is Adam Bennett, the voice of Call 175. Wishing everyone watching a happy Tennocon from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to all
Salute. And a moment of silence. Not for the guy, for the character.
Remember me? Amiguitos, it's me, Gigi Saúl Guerrero. A big hello all the way from Vancouver, Canada. Queridos Tennos, I hope you guys have an amazing time at Tennocon. Sending a big hello, and just like Garcia says, let's shake the walls. Ow!
Hi, I'm Davnik Doyle, aka Captain Vala Glarios. I'm so happy to be here with you today.
Ooh,
Hope
Captain
you're enjoying
Vala.
yourself.
I don't wonder what they'll do with her character later on.
Sisters below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yeah, we're all bound down in the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below. Sleeping in the cold below.
Even though it's very hot here, guys. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Tennocon
It's actually
2022
not
Sounds of the
often that
System panel.
a villain
This is our
survives long in
pre-recorded
Warframe.
panel, and my name is
So I'm
Marcus
curious what
Kretz.
they'll do
I
with her
work here at Angel
character.
Streams. I am a senior community coordinator, and for the next hour we'll be taking a deep dive into all things sound design, music, dialogue, and Warframe. Now this is a general spoiler alert for anyone who has been playing through Warframe. If you have not completed the main storyline content for Warframe yet, there will be heavy spoilers ahead. Specifically for the new lore quest and for the Angels of the Zeramin update. So you have been warned, heavy spoilers ahead. Now, without further ado, I would love to introduce the panelists that are joining me today. I'm very honored to be joined by three incredible people. First up, we have George Spanos, audio director for Warframe. George, how's it going?
Good, good. How is everyone doing?
Doing great, doing great.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. We also have Eric Preston, lead sound designer.
Hello, happy to be here. And
I think
happy to
Eric was
talk
the one
about
who was
the
like,
sounds of Warframe.
We love it. Thanks for
we
being
just
here,
put an
Eric.
alligator in it.
And one of our favorite composers, Keith Power. Thank you for joining us again this year. Great to have you.
Oh, so very happy to be here. Yeah, it's nice to see you guys.
Yeah, it's great. Honestly, it's been so long. I mean, this is the first time I've seen Eric and George in 2 years in person, so it's incredible how time has just flown by. And speaking of which, in terms of the audio team, you know, operationally, are you guys still working from home, or have you been able to come back into the office at all?
Just had a little bit of a sip.
It's still mostly from home. It's, you know, we built a new sound studio, so we
Do remember to hydrate everyone.
You know, coming in now and then to kind of use it in that, you know, recording some Foley and doing some voice stuff and that kind of thing. But it's mostly from home right now, and hopefully soon-ish we'll get back in all together. Because yeah, it'd be great to see the whole team day in and day out instead of over a screen and a camera. So.
Keith, I'm pretty sure you're still working from home, correct? That's your studio in the back there.
Well, I commute every day, and it's about a 30-second commute.
Right.
I walk from the house through my yard, and you know, and then I'm here. So it's more of the same. I've been working from home for many years, and I'm gonna probably keep that up. I like it that way.
Nice. Yeah, that 30-second commute probably can't be beat. So, no, that's great to hear. That's great to hear. Very nice. Well,
God
it's
damn,
been an incredible year for Warframe.
he's living the
Looking
good
back,
life.
The amount that's been achieved in the past year really can't be overstated. But you know, really, I have to start with going back to the new war. You know, after 8 years of Warframe, it was the longest quest in Warframe history. You know,
Yeah, it was a
brought,
pretty
an
long
incredible amount
quest.
of work behind it, but it certainly had an incredible amount of
And I'm not
love and
complaining, by
work
the
that
way.
went into it from the sound team especially. So, you know, we touched on it briefly on last year's panel, but you know, for the sheer amount of dialogue that was recorded for the New War quest, was there any logistical challenges in terms of capturing just that much audio?
Yeah, it was a lot. Like it you know, looking back on it now and thinking about it, you know, actually I should have highlighted all the lines to see what the line count was. But it was a lot, and it was a lot of coordinating with all the different actors, and it was a lot to kind of get it all hooked up in the game and everything. So yeah, but you know, in the end, you're so in the mindset of doing it. You're in this kind of the eye of the storm, and then you release it, and you're like, wow, and you take a look back, and you're like, wow, that was a lot of work that we put into that. So yeah, very, very proud of the team and what we were able to accomplish with that for sure.
Yeah, it was just an insane amount of. Because I think even before that, I can't even think of the second longest quest in reference to that. Like, but the fact that the New War was, I think, on many first playthroughs was around 4 hours is just an incredible leap in terms of length.
And of course, you've got all the operator and drifter dialogue ×4, right? So you're here, you know, you finish one, and then you're like, okay, we're done. It's like, well, no, you gotta do that 3 more times. And you know, in the cinematics, we would have to time it out. So we had one actor who was kind of the lead, and then everything was timed out to his reads. So all the other actors would have to follow the timing and the pacing, because of course, when they do the animations, they just do one version, right? So all the mouths have to kind of.
Wait, why is the red text in game talking about Robert Chickens?
Our team members, Slater and Chris in particular, did a lot of finagling dialogue lines to make sure they all lined up. You know, choosing operator. We call them operator A, B, C, and D. You know, testing them to make sure that they work. And then, you know, making another choice, making another cinematic. Does it line up? Is everything okay? So that was a lot of work. I distinctly remember that. Even from a tech point of view, making sure that we switched properly based on player choice.
Yeah, incredible to have, like you said, 4 different contexts for both operator and for drifter across 4 different voices. Like, what a challenge that must have been. Now, another moment from the New War quest as well that I've been dying to talk about. That was probably one of my favorites of the whole quest. And again, another spoiler warning for the New War. If you have not yet completed it, massive spoilers ahead. There's a moment towards the end of the quest where we finally see the man in the wall as
hold on.
I would say a true void manifestation. You know, literally a wall. And this moment of seeing the man on the wall and perhaps their true form, and there's that really haunting vocalization that comes out from them. It absolutely terrified me. I know it really resonated with fans as well. For that moment, was that something that, years back, perhaps you'd always known that this, form was going to come, and you always thought, oh, we know what voice we're going to use for that, or we know how that's going to sound? Or is that something that organically came up during development?
We had no idea, but I have to say that the actor is among us right now. So,
What?
So
Yes.
you're hearing it here for the first time.
It was me.
Yes. It was Keith.
That was you, Keith?
No.
No, it was me.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
That was-
and Eric definitely speak to it. I think it took a few iterations to kind of figure out what we wanted to do because we didn't have that preconceived notion of what it should sound like. But man, you hit it out of the park, and it turned out awesome.
Yeah, no, that
remember-
voice
I
was
remember
so
seeing
good.
The concept art,
So
and
good.
I just found the concept art to be as terrifying as what it ended up being in game. And I was working on the sounds for that cinematic, and I started playing with some ideas. And sort of one of the earliest things that I tried was a walrus. So I had this pitch down walrus, and it had this really menacing
A walrus.
kind of tone. And then it did a pitch drop, and a kind of like a minor pitch
Of
drop.
course,
and
a
it
walrus.
felt really
What was I
strange and
expecting?
big and scary. So that was kind of the basis for what ended up being that voice. So using that as a base, I overdubbed myself on it, hitting the same note as that walrus kind of hit, except adding words in.
So
And
what
then
you're
I
telling me
layered
is
it
that you were
multiple
speaking
times, so
walrus
my own
while
performance multiple times, pitched it down,
voice acting.
added
Got
some
it.
effects and processing, and mixed it together, and that's what the kind of the final result was.
And it's cool too because we've got those words in there, right? That the writing team came up with that he says. And I don't know, has anyone kind of figured out what the?
Oh, we did. We figured it out a long time ago.
It is kind of. They probably tried to pick it apart to kind of get those words and see.
There's been some very valiant attempts. I've heard some YouTube videos where they've pitched it up, where you can really get close, but I can tell you that no one has found it yet.
I always thought
Really?
it was, seriously, I always thought it was Eric is cool.
That's exactly it. That's what it was originally, but we had to change it.
Yeah.
We got it there. We got it there for sure. But it took.
Oh, like, in all honesty, I think that's one of the best kind of endings and cinematics that we've done, sound design-wise, musically, vocally, all of that stuff. It really came together really nicely, and also for being one of the last things that we tackled, right? Like, I think, especially musically, as I recall, that was probably one of the last cinematics, those last couple that you and your team worked on.
Yeah, that makes sense because it was
Yeah,
at the grand finale of
great.
everything, so
Yeah,
makes
absolutely.
sense.
Thanks. Yeah, Eric was awesome.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
And I mean, I think that speaks to how great that audio is at the end. That to me, I thought it might have been something that's been cooking up for years, but to hear that it was something that had to be brought about almost in the 11th hour is pretty incredible. Look at where you guys are now. Could you imagine all those years ago thinking, oh, who knows, down the road we'll be doing the score for a 4-hour quest. What might you say to your former selves for that?
Yeah, it's like the movie version, right? It's get to 10 years in or 8 years in or so, and let's do the movie version of this.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It really felt like a movie, the entire quest.
Better than movies.
Excellent work.
Better.
No, but it's true. It's kind of like it's taking a lot of the older ideas and building upon them and kind of bringing them together and kind of, making it feel more fleshed out. And that's what I love about, all the stuff that we've been doing, especially lately, is it's taking a lot of those older ideas and kind of melding them into something new and incorporating them. And so you really have this through line of sound design, voice, and music especially that has continued. And you play Warframe, and I'd like to think, you play it, and it sounds like Warframe, which is kind of always the goal. Yeah, it's always a good
Yes,
thing.
Warframe does has a very specific aesthetic, both
Yeah, it's incredible how
visually
moving
and
forward that
sound-wise.
sonic palette has still held up, even though you've been able to take us in so many new, interesting directions, as we'll talk about later on in the panel for sure. But next up, we'll actually be seeing a behind-the-scenes video from the sound team that they prepared. We'll be taking a look at the sound design behind the Angels of the Zerman update. We'll specifically be looking at the sound design behind some of the new mission types, as well as a very highly requested look at the vocalizations for the Angels. Enjoy.
Yes, that's what
Hey
I'm
everyone,
interested in.
Jess here from the sound team. Today I'm going to be taking you through some sound design from the Angels of Zerman update. Let's take a look. So we are in Void Flood game mode right now, and we're going to take a look at making a sound for one of these void fractures here. Let's start by recording some audio.
The best part of voice acting, making random sounds and hope something works.
Oh my gosh.
I bet the cough did it. The cough is probably in the game somehow. I'm willing to bet it.
Alright, so we are here in Reaper. We've got some mouth sounds, we've got some ghost voices pitched up and down, some spooky breaths, some synthesizer. Let's take a listen. Okay, so that's a lot of me making some weird sounds. But we are going to do some processing. So, on some of our voice breathing sounds, throwing a bit of flange on there, here and there, throwing a bit of ring mod. The ring mod really makes it rattly. You might hear this sound in some other gameplay elements in the Zerman as well. This was really fun. We're gonna throw some similar chains on me pretending to be a ghost. I was able to grab a sample of some sparks from a welding torch. We're gonna time stretch that, and we're gonna lower it in pitch just to make it sound super weird and artifacty. And I took the Void Ooze loop from the New War. I time stretched it a bit and just snuck it in as a texture layer. And here's everything together.
Ah yes. Music to my void afflicted
Okay,
ears.
very spooky. Let's throw this in the game and see how it sounds. Here it is by itself. And here it is with the rest of the game audio. That's all from me. Thanks for watching, thanks for playing, and I'll see you next time.
Hello, Tenno, and welcome to
I really
Tennocon
admire
2022.
how creative you can
I'm
be
Eric,
with
part
sound.
of the sound team, and today we're going to show you how we made the vocals for the Void Angels. We wanted the Void Angels to elicit a sense of beauty, but also fear. And what better place to start than with a Mayan death whistle?
They brought out the skull whistle, of course.
It's terrifying.
We recorded the death whistle and added some extra effects. That was feeling good.
I didn't know I
We
was
wanted to
streaming
punch it up a
horror.
notch. So this time, we recorded the death whistle again and pitched it down. Here's what that sounds like. And here's the two performances combined.
Once the death whistle was feeling appropriately terrifying, we wanted to add
Yes,
the beauty
you
element.
need a minimum
so
of
for that,
terrify.
we used a reverse reverb trick on some female laughter.
We started with
Oh
unprocessed
great,
laughter.
creepy laughter.
And to begin this trick, you first have to reverse it. At this stage, you can add your favorite reverb or echo. And then you record that to a separate track. Once you have that recorded, you can move that to a new track, remove your reverb, and once again, reverse it to get the final product. Here it is combined with our death whistle.
Once the death whistle and the beauty element were combined, it was time to add a little bit of size
Beauty,
and a
quote
little bit of
unquote.
danger. For that, we used a microphone called the Sanken C100. It records sounds above human hearing, And what that lets you do is pitch down your own vocals by several times to make something simple turn into what sounds like a beast or a monster. This is what our original unpitched recording sounds like. And this is what the same recording sounds like pitched down several times. And then we added that to our death whistle and our reverse laughter for the final product.
Yeah, that's the sound I've
And that's how
been
the
hearing
Void
in
Angel
game
vocals
quite a
are
lot
created.
recently.
I hope you enjoyed this behind the scenes look, and I hope you
I've been
enjoyed
farming
the rest
them.
of the show. Happy Tennocon.
I am the horror now.
Thank you for that. I mean, you know, once the Angels of the Zeramin update dropped, you know, we had that preview trailer that came out where we got that first glimpse of the angel, and from that first shriek, I think fans have been pretty curious to hear how those sounds are developed. So that was a very cool look at that. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. And speaking of the Zeramin, earlier this year we finally got to step on board the Zeramin proper. We had a little bit of a visit during the New War, but since Warframe began, people have been hearing echoes of the Zeramin. And
yeah, the Zeramin has been the biggest mystery of Warframe for a long time. Kind of the game's black box, if you will.
It was a really, really great update in terms of the sound design, the music, and all the audio.
And I think they did a
I just
fine
have to
job
say
opening that box.
Even the track that was playing over the Warframe launcher when the update went out, the music just went in an entirely new direction, and still very much Warframe, but it was really cool to hear how the music was developed for that update. So Keith, I have to ask you, what inspired you to use something like an organ on the tracks for this update?
Eric.
Eric? That was Eric's idea?
Yeah, we were dialing it in, and much of the approach was inspired by the sounds that you sent me, the shrieking sounds. I think you sent me those, right, initially?
Yeah, early on, yeah.
Right, it was very helpful. It became a task of matching those sounds, so enormously helpful. And then
Give me just a second here.
and then it was Eric, it was your idea. It was like a last minute sort of, this might be crazy,
Go
but
just
let's
claim
try
those.
it. And it really it was such a great idea, and I think it works really well. It just it's pipe organ that just makes the whole thing it's a little bit more grand, for lack of a better word. It's just like it's scope that it didn't have until we added the pipe organ. So.
It was almost like because of the angel theme running through it, it was kind of like, how can we push this and give it sort of a cathedral vibe or a gothic vibe? And sort of, organ came to mind and thought it would be interesting to try. And of course, Keith knocked it out of the park.
Fair,
with
fair.
The parts that he wrote and worked it in beautifully with the tracks that he had written. So, yeah, very thankful that he was able to make it work so well.
Yeah.
And I'd love to add, sorry to interrupt, but that Matthew Chalmers, before I forget, Matthew Chalmers, brilliant composer who helps me on a lot of things, worked with me on all of the Zeramin music.
Yes.
So thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Matt.
Inbox messages await the
Shout out
operator.
Matthew Chalmers.
He worked on some of the new
And I got the weapon.
Yeah, Matthew Chalmers, Evan Duffy, Steve Davis were my very, very helpful collaborators on all of that music.
If you have been
As George
following
said,
their stream from the
absolutely
start,
knocked it out of the park. It was,
you can probably
fantastic.
claim the weapon in Sugata as well.
Given the Zeramin, it's got that intense lore and such a specific, important part in terms of the lore and the history of Warframe and the Tenno. When you're creating that ambient audio on board the Zeramin, was there a specific layer or sound that you started from, in terms of capturing the theme in the history of the Zeramin? Where's the starting point for that ambiance?
I think it kind of started in the New War, Eric, like a bit.
Yep.
I mean, it was a bit of that, and then brought through into the Zeramin update. But yeah, you worked on a lot of that, as I recall.
Yeah, absolutely. It totally started in the New War, and that mission really much set the tone for what we did for the Zeramin update in terms of ambience. A lot of it was kind of trying to weave in some memories of and echoes of what would have existed on the ship before what happened, but also trying to keep it somewhat realistic and in an area where it would be believable. Didn't want to make it too spooky. Didn't want to make it a haunted house or a house of horrors, but definitely wanted to feel that there was a presence there before what happened. So yeah, lots of iteration, lots of going back and forth with the team, working with George to get things right. We put a lot of time into our ambience work as well, and I know a lot of time people don't hear it under the gunfire, or some of the missions get right to the point very quickly. But yeah, we take a lot of time with it and kind of give each space its own characteristic sound. So yeah, if you're ever interested, you can get away from some enemies for any amount of time. Turn the sound up and take a listen. Yeah, you'll find some stuff.
Honestly, I just want to mention too, sorry to cut you off, Marcus, just before I forget as well, talking about other team members, just acknowledging the other people on the sound team. That's Giovanna Agapito, Jess Buscema, Slater Groves, Jeff Hartling, Mark Perkin, Willem Shonkin, Jem Sermon, and Chris Teixeira. They all did a fantastic job on all of these updates, and we can't thank them enough for their collaboration as well. So.
But in terms of some things in the update that are, I guess, a little frightening, I did want to talk about our favorite Void manifestation, a Skitter Girl, because, for anyone who's been playing through the
Skitter Girl.
Chased by this lovely Void manifestation. So I have to ask, is it more fun to do sound design for a creepy child than it is to be chased by one?
Definitely, yes.
I think you have to be chased by one to know how to sound design for one. Yeah. A little bit of both. That voice was Archimedean Yanta, and she recorded some lines for us for Skitter Girl. And Giovanni, one of the sound designers, he did the processing and got that working and made it extra creepy with the echoes and the reverb and all that stuff.
Makes sense.
That's pretty great. I mean, fitting that it's also Archimedean Yanta.
I remember the first time I encountered Skitter Girl, I didn't actually know she was in the game.
To use the same voice actress.
And I was like, what the heck is this?
Yeah, it's
and then boom,
not
magnetic
a fun
knockdown. And I see her running with all of my stuff.
And then in terms of, the Zeramin, it very much has some certain tendrils into Duviri for sure. So I just wanted to ask, in terms of any sort of, sound qualities, was there anything that perhaps we might hear from Duviri that is sort of layered into the onboard the Zeramin? Are there any maybe sonic Easter eggs that we might be able to find on board?
Yes. I think there is a sonic Easter egg in Zeramin. I think a lot of people have definitely found it. And there will be some sonic Easter eggs in Duviri from the Zeramin as well. So yeah, keep your ear out.
Ooh, very cool. So next up, we're going to be seeing another video from the sound team. This time, we'll be taking a look at the revamped audio for the Eximus enemies that came with the Angels of the Zeramin update, as well as we'll be taking a journey with our very own George Spanos to do some field recording. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris from the sound team. I'm going to show you my electromagnetic recording rig today. These are electromagnetic sensors which capture electromagnetic fields instead of sound waves through the air like your typical microphones on the left.
Okay, and I'm back.
The magnetic field is strong with these dimmer switches here. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything dangerous.
Of course not.
So I think I have something there usable that I'm going to try some sound design with. So I have Reaper open here, and I'm going to be sound designing for these little electrical orbs that come from the bioelectric Eximus unit. So we're going to start with the electrical panel sound here. And it needs a little something.
I do have to mention this. They did such a good job with the Eximus rework. So many sound cues that just work nicely.
I'm going to add this plugin, which is a grains and pitch plugin. It's really cool. So what I did next was I changed the parameters here and basically played around until I found something that was really unique and interesting, and I went with that. So augmenting these dials here, a little bit of EQ, compression, phase, panning, pitch shifter, and delay and reverb. And just like that, the sound was done. Here's the final result. Thanks for watching, everyone. Enjoy the rest of Tennocon.
Hey everyone. This year we thought we'd show you some ambience recording. Now I know we've done it in the past, but we've never used a binaural microphone in the past. The binaural microphone aims to replicate the human head. It's got 2 ears on it, and in each ear there's a microphone. And so what it does is it records sound in a really interesting, in-depth way that you would normally
We're getting ambient ASMR now.
In that environment. Some of you know this as ASMR.
I just said that.
A seismic microphone.
Got that, I know what I narrated.
Metal, plastic, glass, whatever. And it records sound like normal microphones can't. So it gives it a depth and a clarity that you normally wouldn't get. It really adds importance and resonance to the sound, which is really interesting. So make sure you're wearing headphones for this, especially for the binaural part, and enjoy.
Okay, I'm prepared. Very pleasant birdies. Now how will we mutilate calm and quiet birds into something horrific? Because, let's be honest, we know that's what's gonna happen. First they shoved an alligator, now they're shoving birds. Well, to be fair, they are technically shoving them into the environment, and that's where their place is. So, should work. I see we are going full creep with the sounds. That's always good.
Next up, of course, as we've looked back at the new war and at the Angels of the Zerman update, we now, of course, have to look forward to the Duviri Paradox.
Yes.
We first got our look at the Duviri Paradox during that Tennocon 2019 trailer where, you know, we saw that lone rider
long ago.
And it was pretty incredible to see that sneak peek. And, you know, now here we are looking ahead to Duviri. So, you know, in terms of that 2019 Tennocon trailer, how has the sonic palette from that trailer held up? Have you still been able to kind of draw on that as, you know, the inspiration for Duviri moving forward? Or have you had some different realizations between creating that trailer and then now creating the update?
It's always funny to look back on things from a few years ago and try to, you know, incorporate some of those ideas. And, you know, definitely, I mean, I guess to answer the question, definitely some of it is being incorporated into what we're doing now. But of course, there's a whole bunch of new stuff as well. You know, it's interesting when you know, working on a trailer versus working on the game as a whole requires kind of a different kind of approach. And so what might work for a trailer may not work in the game and vice versa. But the general tone of it, for sure, I think we're trying to carry some of that through, but also kind of build on it, you know, and Keith has been writing some great music for that. And I know the rest of the team has been working hard on making sounds for certain things in it. I don't know what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say, but
I know, it's always a challenge, right? Is
I'm
there
like,
so
"What,
much
did I say that
you
thing,
want to
or
get into?
no?"
Yeah, the whistling is very Western, which I love. And you know, speaking of different themes and ideas to draw upon, is there a specific kind of list of themes or inspirations that you want to draw on for Duviri? Is there kind of maybe like a genre you're sort of looking at in terms of where you want to develop perhaps the sound design even?
Yeah, it's a pretty wide range, and I mean, Eric, you can speak to this too. I think like everything from Western to kind of, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say kind of space opera in a way. So there's a lot of that we're incorporating into it and trying to bring it into a new territory. It's a big update. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new area for players to explore. And so, the question is always like, how do we make it feel kind of familiar in tone, but yet new and exciting? So, yeah.
So I do have to ask before we move on from Duviri, George, you touched on this briefly before, but are there any, directions that will go sonically or perhaps, in terms of maybe a vocal performance that we haven't heard yet in Warframe? Is there any sort of untrodden ground that Duviri will go to that we haven't yet seen?
100% yes. And actually, I think Keith has been working on something that's going to be pretty damn cool.
Don't
Yeah.
look over there.
Don't look at the screen though.
We're
Yeah.
over here.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty cool. We're pretty excited about it actually. And we always try to do that, right? It's always try to like, hey, what can we do on this update to make it new and exciting and refreshing? And there's going to be plenty of that in the video.
And fun, especially fun.
Yeah. No, it's been,
That's how game
incredible to
development
see the
should
work already
be.
going into it, and I just, of course, fans may get another sneak peek later on in the show today for Tennocon 2022, but it's been incredible to see the work that's gone into it, and it looks, it's going to be pretty special. So I also, I have to ask for, there's probably, there's certainly some aspiring sound designers and composers watching today, for
Yes,
a
yes,
sound
we
designer
are.
or, someone who wants to get into composing. What's something that they could even do today to start working and honing their craft?
Like in this day and age, I mean, there's YouTube, there's trailers everywhere. There's so much content out there. Grab a trailer from your favorite game and redesign the sound. And try
That's
that.
actually not a bad
Try
idea.
downloading Unreal, try Unity, try all of these game engines that I think most of them you can get free versions of or demo versions of. And just start working away at kind of figuring out what makes them tick, from the technical side, and then the trailers from the creative side. You can put a lot of different ideas into them and kind of build up your skills that way. I think is a good way of approaching it, for sure.
Yeah, it really does take a long time to learn the craft, and there's really no replacement for experience of just trying and getting things wrong. So I always say the sooner you can start getting things wrong, the sooner you're going to start getting things right. So yeah, just cool. Jump in.
No, that's awesome. No, thank you for those insights. Those are really great to hear. So next up for our panel, we're actually going to be playing a little game. So for those of you that are fans of the ever popular Wordle, there's another version called Hurdle, where you need to listen to music and guess it quickly enough, as fast as you can. And so today we're bringing you Warframe Hurdle, Wordle.
Nice.
And so you guys get to play it for the first time ever. So very, very exciting.
Oh,
So
this
the
is great.
object of the game is you want to try and guess the source of the audio in as small of a duration of a clip as you can. So we'll play a small duration of a clip, and then if you're unable to guess it, we'll start playing longer and longer until we max out. I think we've got about 4 or 5 samples for each that we'll play. So you guys are working together on this, don't worry, and we'll have it separated by category so you can kind of stay in the same headspace. So first off, we'll be starting with the music category, so these will all be songs. So to guess correctly, you just need to either guess the title if you want, or you can guess what update the song is from. So here's our first track, and this will be about a second long.
That was a Duran. Oh, shoot, Keith. Sorry.
Boom.
He wrote it, so what am I doing?
I didn't give it the name.
No.
I was gonna say the werewolf one.
Yes. Yeah, what was that? That was with Ballas, and what was that update called?
The Sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
The Sacrifice, yeah.
Yes.
It's one of my favorite tracks in the game. I love that track.
It's one of my favorite pieces I've ever written for anything. Yeah, I think melodically it was successful. I guess I don't know.
Very
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
It achieved what I was going for, and I don't always quite get there, and I felt like I got there.
Okay, and let's check out the next track.
I think I know it.
You know it?
It's, yeah, Angels of the Zeraban. That's the Angel OST.
Yep.
The boss fight. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah,
I
correct.
forget the name of that one, but
Yeah, I think it's On Corroded Wings.
On Corroded
On
Wings.
Corroded Wings.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very fitting title.
It's the nanas. Na 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 na.
yeah, I never thought of those like no. All
There's
right,
a
so
song like
next
that, I
up,
can't
so that
remember
was
it
our
right now.
music category. We'll be moving on to dialogue. So if you can guess either the character or honestly even the update that it's from, both will suffice. So you'll be hearing a shorter amount of dialogue, and then you'll just have to guess from there. So here's our first clip of dialogue.
Oh, that's Hunthow, vainglorious whelp.
Yep.
I forget the update.
Nice.
But
You got the line though.
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, it's weird, eh? How that just clicks in.
Yeah.
It's like memories rushing back.
Yeah, it's just like seeing the Matrix.
Man, yeah, you absolutely sniped that, George. Yeah, I think that was a fan favorite among the community team for sure. We loved that line of vainglorious whelp. It was just
It's from the New War, isn't it? I think.
It is, yeah, it's
Yeah.
the new war. Yeah, excellent delivery, and yeah, it's such a good bit of dialogue. We loved it. All right, and here's our last bit of dialogue.
Okay.
Dreamer.
Or a night? Is that Dreamers?
No.
It's not Nora.
Oh, I'm out then.
All right, let's hear the second bit.
Dreamer. Let them defile.
Oh.
I should say they do scale up in difficulty as we go across each category, so this will be the hardest one.
This is a tough one.
This is a tough one.
It rings a bell, but I can't.
All right, ready for the full duration?
Yeah.
Dreamer. Let them defile no more.
This is in the New War,
Mm-hmm.
and it's when you get to one of near the end, and you climb the tower, the Unum.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the Unum.
It is the Unum,
It's the
correct.
Unum Tower. Of course.
For the word.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
It was a pretty special moment in that quest because I don't think
Yeah.
there's different characters you expect to hear from. I don't think the Unum is someone anybody expected to hear from. So that was, when everything slows down there and you get that angelic voice that comes through. It was really, really cool moment of that quest. And I think this next category is also increasing in difficulty as well. Now we're moving on to the sound effects or the sound design category. So if you can identify, the source of these bits of audio or the update that's from, both will work. So here we go. Here's our first sound effect.
Some kind of infested or something.
Need a little bit more of that flavor.
Yeah.
The bell too, but that's tough.
It is a
Ooh,
tough
that's
one.
a tough one. Increasing in difficulty, you said? Where do we start?
There is actually a hint I had planned for this one that I can give now. It is one of the Archons.
Ah.
Oh, okay.
But you'll have to identify which one it is.
Right.
Archon.
Keith has it. I
Was
know
that Keith?
has it.
Archon number 3.
You're absolutely correct. It is Archon number 3.
Nice.
Nicely done. Yeah. Archon Naira. Nice.
Nice.
That's perfect.
Awesome.
Good job, Keith.
Yeah.
There you go.
Excellent. All right. Here is our next sound effect.
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
That's not what's in the orbiter. What's the I'm forgetting the name of the beast thing in your orbiter.
Oh, the helmet.
Oh,
The helminth. Is
No.
that?
This
Okay.
is the latest Warframe.
Yes.
From
man,
Angels of
that's-
Zeraman.
It sounded
Gyre.
like a beastly.
Yeah,
Cool.
it is. Do you want to play the full sound effect?
Yeah, that's her fourth ability. Yeah.
Correct, Eric. Yep, you're correct.
Yeah.
It is Gyre's rotor swell.
Nice.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, you had it after that first second clip. Well done. All right. Well, thank you guys for playing Wordle. That was a blast. It was very cool to see, hear some of the, the bits of history behind those different pieces of dialogue and music, and you guys were proved you're quite good at Wordle. So, very well done. A few weeks ago, we did ask the Warframe fans both on the forums and on Reddit to pose some questions for the three of you. So we can jump into those now. So Guts440 on the forums asks, why in the middle of For Narmer do you use a sample of what sounds like the intro to This Is What You Are?
Why? I'm trying to remember why. I think it's something along the lines of just trying to bring an echo of This Is What You Are, like a distant memory of how things used to be, sort of that kind of idea, like a little echo that, you might miss it, but you more than likely will just get this sense that it's connected to the past.
Mm-hmm. And Keith, I have to ask, how did that feel taking that anthem of We All Live Together, this hopeful, beautiful song, and then kind of inverting its entire theme? Was that your idea to corrupt your original idea?
Ooh, I don't remember whose idea. It's all very collaborative. It's George and I had, I think it was a 2-hour call one day, Zoom, quite like this, where it was just ideas back and forth, and the good ones are usually George's, and then I attempt to take credit for them later. But it definitely, I love the idea, no matter whose idea it was. I love the idea of having two pieces that you could actually almost overlap. I wanted them to play at the same tempo, in the same key, but I don't think we ended up doing it in the same key for vocal range reasons. But the melodies play off one of another, and a corrupt version of it is exactly the concept.
Enderlea on Reddit asks, what sound effect in the game is the most transformed from its original recording?
Wow.
That's a good one.
A lot of them, actually. Hey, Eric. I mean, it's funny, like we were saying earlier. You come in with an idea and you kind of twist and turn things until it's kind of like having like molten steel or something, and you're hammering at it into like bend it into your will, into the shape that you want it to be. Yeah, I've done one thing kind of comes into mind. I don't remember what it was for, unfortunately, but just taking the sound of like a lion roar and just really like stretching it out and putting plugins on it and making it something kind of like completely different. I'm sorry, I can't remember what I use that on, but it happens a lot, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're always trying to refresh things and keep things updated where we can, without changing things too much. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's any one particular sound. It's lots of little things over time. And improving the technology that we use to play our sounds is a big part of it too.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of indirectly affects older sounds and gives them new life and puts them into a slightly different context.
Yeah, I could only imagine as time goes on, that technology would just only enhance the those original recordings for sure.
Absolutely.
You surprise yourself too, right? Like you'll pull a sound in and you'll try different things, and I think that's a big part of sound design is like you can't be afraid to try things, and I'm sure it's the same with music too. It's like something you would think would sound a certain way. It's like, well, how can we make this sound something different? And just let's just try things on it, right? And not really thinking of the rules, as it were, in that sense. And you can come up with some really interesting stuff that way. So
nice. Def Techno on the forums asks, what is your favorite sound effect that you haven't found the right place to use in game yet?
Easy, George.
Rubber chicken.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yes, yes. Yeah.
One day.
One day
there will be a pitch down rubber chicken in Warframe.
Keep your
Man, we
ears
used to
out.
have one of those in the office, eh? When a build would be broken, someone would squeeze the rubber chicken and you'd hear
Yes.
through the office. So where is that rubber chicken?
It's
where's-
in
where is he at?
it's in my office.
Just waiting to be used on
Tucked
something.
away.
Yeah. Man in the Wall 2.0.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, that would be really. Those chickens do sound honestly pretty terrifying. So that would.
Yeah.
I'll bet it would sound horrifying.
Yeah,
Down,
chicken in the
down
wall
2
pitch. That like
octaves with
that.
some-
You know.
Yep. Yeah. Got to try it now.
It's gonna happen.
Next
Right.
Warframe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Juviri Easter egg.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Chicken
And
frame.
I think one fan question that we definitely received a lot from this forum post and on Reddit, but I think across many avenues, I'm sure you all have heard it a lot for sure. But when should fans potentially expect the next Warframe soundtrack?
Well, I was talking to Keith about this not too long ago, actually. We have one in the works. It's funny because I was combing through all of the music that we've written since, 2018. Yeah, and he's got it right there.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, and it's, I was talking to our merchandising team, and it's literally 4 records worth. It's an incredible amount of music that has been written in the past 4 years.
Wow.
And so we actually are hoping for the end of this year, but I can't make any promises as to that.
For sure.
But it's long overdue, and we need to get it out there, and it's definitely in the works. And yeah, we will definitely do it.
That's
And
amazing.
it will be 6 records by the time we're done.
And it will be 6 records. Exactly. Well, that's the thing, because we started talking about it like earlier this year, and so now Angels of Zerum and those tracks have to get added on, and now whatever else comes out before it. So, yeah, but it'll be good though. It'll be good. Excited for that.
I like your spirit, Keith. I like that. Let's add a couple more records on there. Let's get up to 6.
Yeah.
Let's make it a deluxe collection.
Yeah.
Go all the way.
Yeah. Fantastic. Now, I am very excited now. Earlier on, you guys informed me that we actually have a bit of a sneak peek of some music incoming from the upcoming Duviri Paradox update that we will play for you now. Thank you for sending that along. That was pretty special. Yeah, and honestly, a massive thank you to the 3 of you, but also to the entire sound team at Digital Extremes for all the work that you do for Warframe. It's absolutely incredible, and thank the 3 of you. Thank you to the 3 of you for joining us today for the sound panel. It's been an absolute blast.
Well, thank you, Marcus. It's been really fun. I enjoyed this. So.
Thank you,
Marcus. Yeah, it's been an honor.
Yeah, no, honor's all mine. Thank you so much. I also want to give a special thank you to DE Corey and the community team who helped co-produce this panel. So thank you, Corey, for your help. You were instrumental in this for sure. And don't go anywhere for Tennocon 2022, because next up we have a live panel brought to you by our very own Megan Everett as she goes through a live developer Q&A. She's joined by Pablo, Kaz, and DE Matt as they answer all of your questions live. So enjoy Tennocon 2022.
Hey everybody, Megan here to let you know that by watching this year's show on Twitch, you're going to earn yourself some incredible free items if you have your Warframe and Twitch account linked. Watching Tennocon until 5 p.m. Eastern Time for 30 consecutive minutes will reward you with both the Veracruz Warfan and the Renala Sugatra. But that's not all. Tune into Tenno Live between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time for another 30 consecutive minutes, and you're going to earn yourself a free Titania Prime. That's right, a free Prime Warframe. If you already have your Twitch account and your Warframe account linked and received drops before on Warframe streams, then you're all set. But if you've never linked your Warframe and Twitch account together, simply go on over to warframe.com/Twitch, log into your Warframe account, and follow the simple instructions to get set up. And that's it. Enjoy the show.
As a concept artist, that's kind of the most exciting stuff, because I think it started out as like a terraforming situation. We were going to take this crazy hot planet of Venus and cool it down with these like
it was
organoids
Orokin devices
Yep.
that were there that the Corpus had come and
Right.
tried to turn back on.
Yeah.
Because of the turbulence of this terraforming device, you'd have stuff melt and then it would freeze up, so you'd get these giant frozen sideways icicles, off of mountains
Yeah.
and stuff. So we were trying just to think of, how could we describe this place?
How can we make this look interesting and make sense, and also make it make sense, because we're not supposed to be on Venus, right? And then there's this colony just dealing with this debt. And I'm like, yeah, that's like us, right?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Again, little things
very
that help
relatable.
kind of
makes it personal. Yeah, I think also one of the things is like elevation, because Plains is pretty flat. You know what I mean? Or Vallis there, it's pretty mountainous. You can go really high up in that level, and I know you can't do that with Plains at Eidolon. So I think that played a key factor. The color, the mood, Warframe's so fast, when you're playing these other levels and stuff, it's like, okay, now you have this massive world and terrain to traverse, and so the K drive came in to kind of speed that up.
To be honest, the K drive thing didn't happen when we started doing the landscape.
That came later, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of came. Those elements actually work really well just in general for gameplay. Yeah, I think the landscape, when you see it, it kind of felt like, oh, here's a great opportunity to inject this, because
kind of surf in the snow. Well, also some of the vehicles got explored a lot.
Yeah, again, we were trying to tell the story of what was happening. So we had almost like forestry type equipment where they were chopping down mushrooms and like a logging type thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that actually came through, but we were trying that, because again, we were
right.
trying to fill out. It's so big, and just to try to tell these sort of small stories throughout the landscape. We're seeing how we can take this into sort of any direction we'd like.
And go outdoors, yeah.
Well, just in general, just anywhere. So it's really, really fun to be a part of being able to do that, I guess. So.
Yeah. More Vallis is what we want to do. Nailed it.
Hey Tenno, Megan here again. Did you know that we have new merch in the store? Just like this lamp. If you go to store.warframe.com, you can get yourself one of these lamps that changes color. But not just that, you can also switch it out from a lotus symbol to Excalibur. Wow, just like that. Make sure you go to store.warframe.com and you can get one of these, and check out all the other merch that we have available as well. That was your scare? What was that?
Hey Tenno, Danny here. We're getting so much closer to unveiling some incredible surprises. Tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the Tenno Live presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic, the Stranger's Hood. This exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
welcome. Sorry, I'm staring into the abyss at Dean, and I can't really see anything. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the audible sensation of the art, not the art panel, the sound panel with Marcus, George. This is very disorienting. I need to take that out. I'm like screaming. Sorry, Dean. I'm supposed to be able to hear him. With George, Eric, and Keith Power, and it was so fun to watch that get put together. And thank you to everyone who gave support to that. Marcus, you're incredible. And now we're here for the Dev Q&A. I am joined by some very fun, lovely people from DE. I'm going to let them introduce themselves one by one. We'll start with Kaz.
Hi, I'm Kaz. I am the weapons lead at Warframe.
Me, Matt Tremblay. I guess I'm next, right?
Yeah, you would be
After
next.
Kaz, that's me. I'm one of the art directors on Warframe.
And I'm Pablo. I'm a designer in Warframe. You know me.
You know me. It's Pablo. On this segment, we have 55 minutes, and I have a bunch of questions here on my iPad, and I will be asking them. These are questions based off of questions that I've seen on dev streams. I maybe creeped some Twitters, just kind of curated some stuff. We're going to talk about the new war. We're going to talk about Angels of the Zeraman, and then, of course, a little bit about Dviri. But before we get into that, I said at the beginning of the stream that I might do a giveaway, and we're going to do a giveaway. We're going to do a Garuda Prime Access. She does end today. I don't know why she would end today. There's no reason why she would just up
Nothing
and
in
leave.
particular.
Nothing in particular why Garuda Prime Access would end today, but we're going to give away a Garuda Prime Access. Dean is rolling. Can you guys see how tiny that text is?
That's really small.
Yeah, my glasses don't go that far. So.
No, my
So,
contacts do not. Although I can actually see Apex Acolyte. Am I right, Dean?
Wow.
Oh my God, Apex Acolyte.
Wow.
Congratulations.
To be young and have good eyes.
I mean, not young, not good eyes, so I'm just closest to the screen is all. Apex Acolyte, congratulations. You have won a Garuda Prime Access. Please whisper the Warframe Twitch channel you're watching right now with your in-game alias and the platform you play Warframe on, and we'll get you your Garuda Prime Access. Congratulations. All right. Are we ready for some A's to the Q's?
Yeah.
I love it.
Let's do it.
All right, first we're going to start off with some general questions about your actual role and what it is that it means to be ABC. So we're going to start with Pablo, and what does it mean to be a game designer?
You do a little bit of everything. You kind of go around. Sometimes you're working on coming up with a new Warframe. Sometimes it's kind of looking back and seeing, recently we did, for example, rework of Focus, rework of Eximus, systems that have been in the game for, literally an eon. So
the dawn of time.
Yeah, pretty much. Eximus have been there for 9 years untouched, right? So sometimes it's a bit about like looking back and seeing like, okay, well, what could we do to improve what's there? Sometimes it's like what is new that could be like exciting, sometimes like looking for new ways to give new rewards for players that feel kind of new, like evolving weapons, for example, was a thing like that. So you kind of, it's a little bit all over the place. It's kind of trying to find how do you keep something that has existed for 9+ years fresh and keep it fun.
You're the fun maker.
That's the idea.
That's the hope and the dream. I love it. Kaz, weapons artist.
Yeah, so we make a pretty weird game here at Warframe.
Do we? I don't know.
As I'm sure you know, our weapons and cosmetics are pretty unique in the industry, so as a result, all the people on my team are pretty weird and unique themselves and very creative people. We come up with just amazing things, and it's new every single update, every single time. So coming up with something from nothing, from, I guess, Pablo's design direction as well, and then just going crazy with it. It's just the dream for any artist, just to be able to just go step outside of the box so far every single time. It's fun.
I'm still waiting for like a corn launcher. I'm still waiting for the weapons I want.
Well, wait and see.
Oh my goodness, the anticipation. I do have more corn questions, but we'll wait. Matt, art director, tell me more.
Okay, it was
Matt,
a bit
you're
stuck.
about to be introduced to the world of corn.
Art director, right? It's one of those positions at the studio that
should be working now.
Does a whole lot of stuff, like Pablo was saying, on the design side, but it's obviously more art centric. There's a few of us on the project. It's a big game, so there's different areas, different kind of responsibilities, I guess, in terms of the overall art look of Warframe. But a lot of what we do is work with, the creative team, designers and creative directors, the narrative team, the art team, and there's all different types of groups there. So as an art director, most of the job is just liaising between all of those groups, making sure that the creative direction aligns with the visual direction, the artistic direction, and then keeps that art train kind of running on the tracks, essentially. There's all kinds of super talented people that we all work with. So I'm not doing a whole lot of the actual day-to-day creation stuff myself. I leave that to people like Kaz, and there's so many super talented people on the team. So yeah, as an art director, you do some art and you do some high-level stuff, but you really just kind of help move the vision along and be there to support the people who are actually doing the day-to-day content creation.
And all three of you have been here for a while. Do you know? Do you know?
I think I've been like 11 years.
11 years?
Something like that.
Matt, you're a vet.
Yes.
25.
23.
Ooh, that was so close.
Ooh, damn.
Kaz?
7.
It's like 7, yeah. 9. Yeah, so we're, we've been around. But I think that's one really cool thing is, you all three have very unique different jobs, but they all kind of blend into each other. You know, like there's not a time where your art direction, something that you're working on, doesn't involve Pablo or doesn't involve Kaz. Like everything kind of blends together. And Pablo, I want to kind of take us all back because, like I said, a lot of years here. We've been through a lot of iterations of Warframe and what it's been over the years. Do you remember the first thing that you worked on when you came into Warframe?
I was actually still finishing our previous project, but people were getting ramped up on Warframe, and at that point I was a UI programmer, so they needed basically the basic components to be able to make menus and stuff. They just needed kind of like the basic foundation of how to draw a list, how to draw a grid and stuff like that. So I was literally doing kind of that on the side of the other project and just sending them over, and they would just kind of assemble the screens.
Do you remember the first screen you did? Do you remember?
Probably Arsenal, but that might also be a lie because I made that screen so many times by now.
It's been remade so many times.
Yeah, we've changed that screen so many times that I'm sure I just have like.
It's perfect now, though, right?
Don't even do it ever again. It's great.
Yeah, I don't know. Like some of those things probably was Arsenal, but the first design thing, like once I started to kind of transition a little bit more to that, I think it was changing abilities to no longer be mods. I think that was like my first big change, like the design suggestion that essentially kind of got the ball rolling. Because obviously the pipeline of UI programming design is not a common one.
It's not a step over. It's
not a very natural transition. So yeah, I think that was like the first probably. Either that or Endos, one of those is probably kind of where I kind of got started a little more on the design side of things. It is interesting. Sometimes I like start playing and like start thinking of all the things that we've done. Like it feels weird, obviously, a game of this size. We were talking about, it's very kind of like it's a collaborative thing. You just cannot do it.
You just kind of do it.
Yeah, it is impossible. Like it always feels, it always feels almost like a miracle to get like even this.
That we get anything
tangible out of it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much we're gonna comment on what happened last night.
We talked about it this morning.
So
they know.
They know. Okay, well, it always feels like a miracle when we pull it, and I think we're. I don't want to speak for everyone, but I definitely think like. The general sentiment is like we're all super fortunate to be able to work in such a successful project that is also so creatively free, that really allows us to do crazy things and switch it up all the time.
It brings me back to like just remembering conversations of like I want to do a motorbike Warframe, and then a year later we have Gauss, right? Like you have these like little trinkets of ideas that you think are so far-fetched, but Warframe is
Yeah,
so
for sure.
far-fetched that like you can make it make sense from an art director perspective.
Yeah.
What's that like?
You know what? I've been blessed in my
Wait,
tenure
what's
on
the-
Warframe to be
hold on.
concentrating on environments more than
That's
the
true, you're
super
right.
tricky
Zip.
stuff.
I mean, we have some weird environments.
We absolutely do. We absolutely
only
do.
getting
And the,
That's
the
actually not a bad
thing is
idea.
that it all, like the people that work on the project, it all has to mesh together. You know, like we all work together towards a common goal of making this game. And, you know, you can't do it without the other people on the stage, and you can't do it without the other people behind the scenes that are, you know, watching from home today. And it's, yeah, it's difficult sometimes to come up with something fresh and new and exciting, but there's so many people that are so invested in the project, that if you're stuck, you just have to look at the person next to you and say, you know,
What do you think?
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah.
Like, is this a good idea? You know, ideas come from Pablo, ideas from Kaz, from me, from anyone in the studio.
Corn Warframe.
Corn, yeah, I mean, for sure. I really like that, actually.
We just established it's a far-fetched game, okay? I'm going to keep nailing this home. No, that's a beautiful point. And just kind of go back to what we're talking about. First thing you remember working on Warframe, Kaz. I know if we go back to your origin story, it's like one of my favorites of all times because you were part of the community and, you know, we had a relationship in terms of, you know, fan art was out there and all that stuff. And then you're a part of DE now.
Yeah, I did Tennocon for a little while, but my first project was the Barrow Katir Kubro armor that the community effectively considers a cone of shame.
Oh no!
It's pretty funny when I saw all those comments. I agree with it though. It's kind of like that.
Cone-esque.
It's
Barrow
funny.
Katir is very
It's
coney.
funny.
That guy's
Yeah.
got cones.
Yeah, he's got cones on cones. And back then, I was off-site for 7 months waiting for my visa, and my only way to communicate with the studio was with emails with Carrie, and he told me how to use Substance Painter through emails.
Wow. That's a,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a long
Yeah,
back and
that's
forth.
Yep. That was an interesting time, but I'm still proud of that first project.
You should be. No, that's really awesome. Matt,
I
do you
think-
remember the first thing?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if it's like, I think one of the really cool things about Kaz's story is that she was part of the community.
Exactly.
You know, like she impressed all of us, you know, with her artwork, and then like just her attitude and all that kind of stuff. And like you were the first person,
Yeah.
the first community person to come and work on the art team, anyways.
Yeah. No,
Yep.
I
Thanks
think
for giving me a chance.
No,
he was on my
how could we not, though?
interview.
Oh, you're Matt. You're the interviewer.
How could we not?
One of 'em.
Anyways, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to divert from that, but I think it's really a good way to emphasize how important the community is to us as well, because some of you know, the best people, the best, most equipped artists and designers, all that kind of stuff. Like the community has all kinds of great ideas. So back to the other point, like if we don't have our own ideas, then we can look to the community, because the community has been really inspired by the collective work that we've done, which is super rewarding for me to see, anyways. And I'm sure it is for most other people, you know, to get you know, a response from the community that's so positive and so interested in what we're doing. That's pretty awesome.
No, and you're absolutely right. Kaz, I'm pretty sure was the first person that from the community, like we eventually.
I also think,
came to the studio,
if
like,
I
you live here
remember,
now, like there was that whole
Yeah.
process.
I
like,
think
you live
this
here
was
now,
the
you live
first
here for a
person from the
while.
community they got in the ranks,
Pretty sure you're the
and I
first
think they
one.
also got a certain
And
artist
I
later on,
put so much into getting
the one
right
who
here.
specifically
I
made
made those
Zephyr
little
Deluxe.
void
The
key
keys,
cans
For us
and the,
now.
and the, you
and
the
the
curious.
bobblehead too. I made a Captain
I
Four
still have
bobblehead.
it. I still have it in my office.
Oh, that's
the ones
where
you
it
made.
is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I have it. I took it. It's not gonna lie. It's in my office. I'm hoarding everyone's replicas and props. I'm sorry. Although you have a lot. You
okay.
have like the giant queller at home, which
Yeah.
I would also like, but you don't have to be with me.
No, you can't have
But
it.
you can keep it for now.
I know. Now
For
she's
now.
like, you're never getting this. Taking another step back, Pablo, do you have a favorite thing in Warframe that you've designed so far?
A favorite thing? I don't know. That's kind of like choosing between your
What's
children.
your
you
favorite child?
know?
If you say nullifiers,
I don't know. Like honestly, it's I think overall, like the magic of Warframe kind of lives and dies, but that like the moment-to-moment gameplay, like that sort of like. I always think of it like you get like a moment where you're almost kind of dancing. You're not even thinking about how you're fighting. And I think the fact that we've managed to make so many things that kind of still can work with that without breaking it, because it's an interesting balance. Yeah, I think in general, like, I don't know about a thing exactly that
You don't want to pick a favorite kid, I get it.
but yeah, in general, like, I think what I feel the proudest about what the team has managed to accomplish is like when you're playing Warframe, you know it's Warframe. You know, it looks like nothing else. It plays like nothing else. You know, it sounds like nothing else.
Oh yeah.
So you know, that's kind of the, like, I think that's really what I take the most pride of for the whole team, just in terms of what we managed to make there, and the fact that it's so unique and so its own thing.
What a great answer, Pablo. Goodness. Kaz, can you follow up with that? What's is there something design-wise that you're most proud of that you've done?
Probably just the incarnate weapons, the
Yes,
stuff that I did.
I absolutely love them.
I designed 3 of them, and I finished 1 of them, and then the other 2 I gave to members of the weapons team to finish, and they did such a great job. I'm so proud of just that whole set all together. It just all came together really nicely. So the one that I finished was the shotgun, and I'm gonna be
I like that one.
that.
Are you? Gonna have it?
Which version? Will it transform?
Will it transform? Yeah.
Well, let's see. Let's talk.
Let's see what we can make. Matt, has there been a most proud moment as an art director so far?
Yeah, you know, I was thinking about this morning. I think the thing for me that really resonated the most was the second dream. I think the reason being is not because we were doing, you know, anything super different on the kind of environment art side of that stuff, but just like that was the first cinematic quest that we did, and it really turned the tables or turned the corner for us in terms of what the direction that we were going with Warframe. And I think that a lot of us worked on, you know, more single player games previously, you know, and like campaigns and things like that, and we hadn't really done anything, you know, that kind of level in Warframe yet. And the response from the community was super awesome. Like the response within the studio was super awesome. So yeah, I think looking back, we've done a lot of really great stuff since, but it really kind of struck a chord with me to realize what
it was the beginning of the journey. I know.
And the quality work that we could put out. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I remember when just a few people, I think it might have been like a VIP group for one of the old Tennocons. We came to the studio at the office and the theater at the office, and they had us listen to a really early version of the song, and we were like, what is this? It's so different than everything else, and it wasn't finished yet, and it was just it was so magical, like to hear that for the first time. Just knowing that the direction of Warframe was about to change to something so much deeper, so much more meaningful.
I think the really awesome thing about that was that it made me personally realize anyways, I reacted to it in a way emotionally that I hadn't reacted to, I think, any other game that I played. You know, and maybe it was because of the personal connection to the project, but yeah, there was just something like the songwriting, like there was so much about that evoked emotion. Yeah, for me, it really kind of flipped the switch. It was really quite enjoyable. It was interesting.
Yeah, it was. I remember the development process of it, and like you could feel that there was a shift in the way the entire story was going to go. We're going to try this really, you know, far-fetched idea and story and emotion that we want to evoke, because our game is very, you know, looter shooter, slashy, like gore-enabled game, and then we're going very emotional. The song was incredible, and it was probably for me in my career, like one of the highlights is just the reception from that. And I know for me, like I'm always chasing that feeling because I want to feel what everyone else felt over again.
You want to feel loved.
I want to feel loved. Love me. No, it's good. Yeah, it was a game changer. You know, we've
I'll go to right now.
Afterwards, and you know, just continuing that story, and now we're at Deviri Paradox, which is just a wild ride, that one, which you'll see later. We're not gonna talk about it right now, but I do have some more nitty-gritty questions
Aw.
for you all. Pablo, I'm gonna go to you. How do you approach reworks in Warframe, considering we now have 49 Warframes, not counting primes? We've got
I
bosses,
swear, Zilis,
enemies.
you and your
How do you
emotes.
approach a rework?
Well,
It sort of
every time I
depends.
see
Sometimes,
them,
like we actually just did this exercise like literally 3 weeks ago or something. I asked part of the community team to look at the usage for abilities and kind of look at like the bottom abilities, because I wanted to consider, can I rework abilities without reworking frames, just as a way to kind of speed them up a little bit in those reworks. My conclusion was I can't.
A little more involved.
Yeah, once I started looking at some of them, like, some of the lower ones where like one of Grendel's abilities was really low, but then if I looked a little bit up, another one of his abilities popped up there, and it started feeling like, okay, well, I can't just change one ability. I have to like go in and do the whole shebang. So generally it's kind of like that. I will sit down and I will play. I guess I can spoil that in the next update there's going to be a couple reworks for Mag and Excalibur. Small for Excalibur.
And the OGs.
I was about to say,
It's
Excalibur feels
Essentially, I
pretty
was looking
good,
at the
so...
starter frames and trying to kind of make them a little
Mag, I agree,
smoother
could use a
for
bit of a
newer
touch-up.
players. That's kind of... So, for example, that one is the first time I've approached it like that. Like, I sat down to think, not like how would be the best way to use Mag, but what would be the best to change so that a new player can pick her up right away and play her without it being too complex, right? So, for example, she has that whole shrapnel mechanic that a lot of people don't even notice that it's there, just because there's like tiny little glowy things that most people don't, even like the description barely mentions them, right? So, so in this case, it was more about that. Like, how do I make it so that someone can, because she's an awesome Warframe array, like veterans can play and destroy anything with her, so she doesn't need help there, but she does need help for like someone that's just starting the game. So the approach for those reworks was that, like, just how does someone brand new pick them up, understand what they do, and work with them. But sometimes it's more about like, okay, well, what are the awkward edges of a frame that people don't enjoy playing with? You know, what is it that it doesn't quite work? Sometimes it'll be like their abilities are single target and our game is not single target. Sometimes it'll be like, their energy economy is bad or things like that. So it kind of is very case by case basis, but generally try to look at their kits.
To be fair, those are easy fixes in general.
How will they play entirely?
Yeah, and I think utilizing stats.
When people complain about a frame, usually it's it's more of a mechanical issue rather than a numbers issue.
You're looking at Grendel.
With a few
There's a bunch
exceptions.
of Warframes on that list that we're taking a look at. But yeah, you look at stats and you're like, okay, one ability's most used. There's another one. Maybe that means I got to go back in and just kind of like give it an overhaul. So, and I mean, 9+ years of Warframe. A lot has changed in the game, and some abilities just don't get used. It like we took away Excalibur's jumping because everyone can jump now, like stuff like that, right? Like,
Yeah,
game
the
changes,
jump needed to
Warframes
go.
have to change with it, so I think it's a very interesting way. We're gonna talk a little bit about the new war. That old thing that happened in December of last year. I don't know if you
Not so
remember.
new war anymore.
It's not a new war anymore. It's an old war.
The New World
Matt.
War.
Yeah.
So in the life of the new war as we know it, very spoilers, Narmer-controlled world.
Yeah.
We're now Narmerized, if you will. From an art perspective, what was a process like to turn, our very familiar environments of Warframe into a more Narmerized, sentient aesthetic?
That was fun. Fun.
Oh no.
No, it wasn't that. I'm joking. It was difficult in a way and easy in a way. I mean, easy in that we had a very kind of small palette of things that we wanted to utilize to tell that story. Difficult in that we were taking old levels, old tile sets, and then trying to put this element on top of that. And those tile sets were not composed. They weren't created with this usage in mind.
Right.
And so because the game's so old, because we like to reuse stuff when we can, when it makes sense to the narrative and stuff. You know, we have to sometimes make allowances or sacrifices or look for more creative ways to, you know, adapt those things to work with the new storyline. So that was a bit of a challenge. But we handled it in a way that was similar to anyone who
Personally, I
played
think
the
they
game
did
or
a
has
fine
played
job
game
with the
from the early days.
Narrator
You know, we had these fire,
corruption
ice
in
infested
Warframe.
versions of all of our levels, and we kind of used. We didn't do anything really new there. We just used some of the kind of old techniques and tricks that we had done for that, but then tried to make it work for the storyline in the new war.
Was it hard to take, like, if we look at Orvalis being what it is now, like, that was an entire, like, just almost, it felt like almost like a redo of the entire world, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting.
This actually
Luckily,
gave me a good idea for later. But I have to
with a place
experiment
like
with
the
it.
Orvalis, there's a lot of technical stuff that goes on behind the scenes that allows us to do stuff with the visuals that really makes it a lot easier than it could be. You know, it's the same level. You're playing Orvalis, you know, in its regular form, and there's a few little knobs and switches that are flicked, and then you're playing it in the new war form. You know, and same thing goes with PoE. You know, we did a post-war PoE that players have seen, and
Not to be confused with Path of Exile.
Heavy-handed.
Planes of Eidolon. Very, very different.
We had things destroyed.
Not
you know,
good.
The path that
Not
you
good.
travel through as call, you know, that all exists there. If you play the early part of the game, you're going to see original PoE, and if you get to the new war and then post-war, you'd be playing that version of PoE. So it was a little more challenging that way, but again, it's that like collaboration of technical design and code and art and everyone working together to try and kind of make that thing happen.
Yeah, that's very cool. Pablo, New War. A lot happened in New War. Average 6-hour quest. There was a lot that went on in there. One of the common questions that we get when we do kind of those bigger quests are, you know, there's a lot of really fun things in them. You know, example, New War. We had those cool puzzles. We had archons and stuff like that. What's the process like of taking something that wasn't really meant to be a mechanic and maybe changing it into a mechanic outside of a quest?
I think there were like many, like I know as we were making the new war, there were a lot of conversations about like, okay, well, we're making all this new stuff. How can we then turn it into not something that you just play once and then you kind of move on?
Yeah, because I would definitely.
Being a live service game, we
I'll
kind
go
of
time for
need
that.
to come
Okay
up
then,
with things
Zilius.
that have
Sleep well and
reliability
thank you for
and
being here.
Go back to over time.
Much appreciated.
And you know, without spoiling anything, you'll see a little bit of that later
I will.
today.
Thanks.
I was hoping you were going to say that.
You'll see a little bit of
Sleep well.
the fruits of that labor will come a little bit later today. And there's still a few things that we might kind of circle back to at some point next year, because there is a lot in the new war that was left there. But I've you know, a few surprises later today.
Okay, I like it. Leave them wanting more. I'm into it. Still on the New War train, Kaz. New War also introduced a hefty amount of weaponry, also Narmarai's very sentient-esque, of course. A familiar name to many, Liger. They designed the Ravarex gunblade skin, and you kind of
Yes, Liger also made the Zephyr Deluxe.
What's the
Now I remember the name
process
of
like
the artist.
behind taking a concept like, you know, a beautiful one from Liger and making that come to life in Warframe?
Well, Liger did a really great job. They always do such amazingly detailed concepts and don't leave a lot of room for interpretation.
You're just
but
like, okay, I'll do that.
There's still room there, though. Once you bring it into 3D, there's a lot of new problems that arise. When you turn the object, does it look good from every angle? You have to see it from every angle. Does it look good from player perspective, etc.? So there's still room for interpretation there, and that's where I like to put in a little extra creativity in there. It's really fun to work from Liger's concepts, though.
Liger's insane, crazy, far-fetched, but very Warframe concepts.
Yep.
Yeah, love Liger. All right, we're going to go into little Angels of the Zeraman chat, shall we? Released this year. Finally get to board that mystical unicorn that is the Zeraman. We've made it. 9 years later, we get
The
to
black
board
box
this ship.
finally opened.
Pablo, where do you even begin to start designing a quest? characters, game modes, enemies, etc., kind of knowing the importance that the Zariman 10.0 has in the story?
From the start of when we were sort of, obviously, you know, a lot of the Zariman, like the look of it was developed from the new world, just, related to the previous question. But from there, once the aesthetic of the angels was established, it became very clear that you needed to fight those angels because they were super cool. So sometimes, you know, that's a cool thing about making games. Like, it can go in many directions. You know, sometimes it'll be like, I'll say like, hey, we need to do this for gameplay. Let's figure out the art. And sometimes it'll just be like, you see some art that is super cool, and it's like, oh, shit, we need to do something with that.
So what do we do with this? Let's throw it in there.
But you know, the establishing of the angels was very important. Obviously, you know, I think the first traces of speaking of the Zariman were probably like Rhino's lore entry, something like that in the codex.
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right?
Yes,
like
yes,
Rhino's
yes.
lore
Way
entry in the
back.
codex, like back in the a billion years ago. Was it Rhinos or was it on Numbers? I can't remember. One of those. Actually, I think maybe in both. Now that I think about it. And anyways, obviously, you know, the idea of how the Zariman sort of fit into the world has existed for a long time. But to bring it into something more concrete and something that could have a little bit more of the emotional stakes, with the crew being there, with them having a weird relationship to you, you know, and with your two selves. Spoiler alert. You know, that part was kind of what drove a lot of the narrative there. Once we knew that, and once we also knew that we wanted to start planting some seeds for something that you
happens
people
later
on. Of course.
today, basically that's where a lot of the ties for like the new enemies and some of that extra spice came from. And you know, we've always had like the eye towards like, okay, well, what does the Zariman mean? You know, the blocking of the void and what is on the other side, and you know, all of that has been kind of we're always working on one thing, and we always have the eye on like the next one or the next couple. That's kind of how we do. So yeah, that's kind of how we inspired it. We did know that it had been a while since we had made a game mode, since we did like Jupiter rework, I think it was. The last time we
Jupiter
did,
rework was the
Disruption.
last one with
Right, so
Disruption, I
don't
believe.
know how long it's been since
Well,
that, but
last one
it's
before
been a while
the
since we've
Zariman, I
done
mean.
a new game mode, so
So we did 3.
in classic fashion,
Yeah.
we did 3 at one go.
Yeah. Why not?
So yeah, that's honestly, like, sometimes you know, as
Armageddon,
players
Cascade,
and
and
as developers,
Flood, I
it's very
believe,
important for us
were
to
the new
always
ones.
kind of don't fall into a rut. You know, you don't want to do the same sort of thing all the time. And I think that for us, that was Angels of Zariman. It was more focused on kind of finding those new gameplay spaces and trying new stuff, going back and reworking really old systems. That was kind of the drive there, while planting the seeds for stuff that will be seen later today.
Later that we might show. Might not have an answer to this question, but is there anything that we worked on for Angels of Zariman that didn't end up shipping because it didn't feel right, or it just didn't have a place?
I mean, there's like, whenever we're ideating, there's always like a lot of things. At some point, it was going to be 4 game modes instead of 3.
Oh, of course. Why not?
Of course, of
You know,
course.
there was that. At some point, the Incarnate Weapons was a bigger thing that might be at some point, but you know, there's always like a lot of. If every idea you come up with ends up in the game, it's probably you're not coming up with enough ideas. So generally, a lot of the things that we come up with end up like, maybe later. you know?
I mean, they're shelved
Oh.
and then they come out. You never know. Yeah.
So it's good to have a backlog of good ideas.
There we go.
It never hurts. Speaking of Incarnate Weapons, Kaz, you mentioned before, you know, there's a good amount of lore as well behind these Incarnate Weapons.
Yes, there is.
Can you
I
kind of
quite
share
enjoyed that.
the kind of lore that we use to create Incarnate Weapons.
Yeah, so a little bit of history there too. They originally started out as just security weapons, like Tenno-style ship security weapons, but I did a couple concepts and they really feel very special. So then we decided to kind of pivot there and change them to more of like a ceremonial look. And kind of went a step further with that to make them come from like maybe specific trees or something like that. They're really special pieces of wood that they made into weapons that are too fancy to use.
No one
But of
touches
course
this
you
tree
use 'em.
except to make a weapon out of it.
Yeah, like it's supposed to travel with the ship as sort of remembrance of home when they go to the new system and all of that sort of thing. And when I was doing the
They were
encounter
basically
modes,
the key
they
to the
have
city.
a little bit of like an
But it
animal
was
influence to each of them.
the Orakin
Like the,
Empire.
The tonfas, the void tonfas, are actually like a big horse shape if you look at it.
I didn't even realize that.
Wait, what?
And the dual
What?
pistols from the shotgun, they're like a little
What?
like alien dog thing that's like ready
What?
to jump.
What?
I'm
Yeah.
learning things today.
Yep.
I had
Hold
no
on.
idea.
Wait.
These were really just a blast to work on. They really, the style of them, because they're ceremonial, it kind of feeds into kind of a comfort zone for me with flowing lines and really elegant shapes and stuff. So it was just a great project.
Oh my god, they really are.
I remember one of the references for like the back.
That's amazing.
Was a GIF from Sylvester Stallone movie.
Now I can totally see it now that I know what I'm looking
The
for.
one where he uses like cursing tickets to wipe his ass with. I can't remember what it's called. You know which one? I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, they had a museum of violence. It was a museum of violence, and that was part of the reference.
I did not think that was about to come out of your mouth just now. I'm so sorry. You're too funny. Oh, design inspiration can come from anywhere, folks.
I want to know now.
Simple as wiping your rear. Anyways, moving on. Pablo, unrelated to that.
Any more Sylvester Stallone?
No, I don't need any more Sylvester Stallone knowledge. Let's talk a little bit about Gyre. You did do recently
yes.
a Gyre kind of Q&A with the community, which was really great, so check that out if you haven't seen it. But just kind of, again, what was the design process, inspiration, and struggles that you had creating Gyre?
Yeah, so Warframes generally start generally from like two different places, either, well, or maybe three.
Sylvester Stallone.
First Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, 3 parts.
Then Arnie. So generally they start either someone has an idea for a theme that they want, you know, someone will come up with something that no one has ever said, maybe werewolf frame, for example.
Who would do that?
No one has ever mentioned that one.
No, never.
So
Okay.
someone will come
BS.
up with that, and then
Give
we'll
us the wolf.
Look for ideas for the theme. Others come from like a mechanic. So for example, Nidus came up, like at first the idea was something that pulls enemies together and you hit them. And that's the initial mechanic.
Really?
That's where Nidus kind of got
That's where
started.
Nidus-
So it was a more mechanical
That's
origin.
unexpected.
And then there's the last one, which is the folder of magic. We have
The what now?
One concept artist, Keith Thompson, that just comes up with the craziest ideas.
He's got a brain, that one.
Yeah, he's like all sorts of crazy things that he's put there. And we have a folder literally with like 20 or 30 different frame ideas that he's just like drawn over the years, and he just like does an illustration, puts a little like text of what he imagines would be, and just drops them there. And you know, that basically every now and then, whenever we need a new frame, I'll open that folder and I'll just start looking around and be like, "Oh, this one's cool." And then I just kind of start thinking like, "Okay, how could they work? What could they do?" And if I find
So
that,
the next
one of them
30
excites
frames
me,
are basically secure.
that's kind of the one I roll with. So that's actually how Gyre came to be. I love the idea of the skirt expanding with the electricity. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, it was a cool idea.
Sometimes it's hard when you've been doing this for a while. Sometimes it's hard.
And that's not something I ever thought I'd
stop
say
yourself
about
when you can
expanding
see ahead that
skirts.
There's going to be problems. And immediately I saw the skirt and I was like, this is never going to expand.
That's
It's
gonna be a problem.
Flip all over the place. You're going to slide and it's going to go into the ground. It's going to be a nightmare. I was like, no, I'm still going to do it.
Yeah, we're gonna make it happen.
Yeah. You know, so sometimes you just kind of have to say, screw it, and go with it, even if
Yep.
it's not
someone else's problem.
And fortunately, you know, that talking about the magic of a team, I didn't solve that problem. Jeremy came up with an idea. Jeremy was an effects master, and he came up with the idea of, well, actually, it was again a group thing. First, the part of the idea was when they did the character modeling, instead of making the full skirt as it was initially designed, they cut a part on the front and a part of the side so it could actually open. once that was in there, it was still a problem. But then he came up with the idea, okay, when you activate the ability, it opens upwards, so it's kind of like becomes almost wings, and that solved it. And
I honestly think it looks a little bit like wings, so makes
I was
sense.
going to make her basically not be able to slide because
Y'all like parkour? Not vagina. No.
So I'm glad that he saw that. So yeah, it's kind of that process of like finding that seed of an idea, which again can be a theme, a mechanic, or a visual, and then from there kind of start spinning, kind of spinning around with the ideas and finding. To me, the most important thing with a frame at the end is that it plays different to the others.
Right.
That's like
a sense of uniqueness, and it's not just
So how are you going to do an electricity frame when you already have bolt? There's many different things that you have to do to kind of separate it.
Or how they did to another speed frame
all of those
when
things
they
kind of
already
work
had volt and
so
they
that
made
it works
gauss.
and stand on its own. And yeah, that's kind of the trials and tribulations of coming up with frame number 49.
Yeah. We got lots more in store, my friends. Tune in to Tunnel Live. Sticking with Angels of Airmen a bit, we talked about Incarnate Weapons, Kaz. And we're actually talking about this organically behind the scenes about something you might see later on. No spoilers. But we often get the question when we see, especially with the Incarnate Weapons. I remember seeing on a dev stream the question of, how do I even hold that? Like, that invisible weapon is just so wild looking. Like, where do I put my hands?
Yeah,
Is that
that's
actually
true.
something that you have to think about when you're creating weapons? Like, it's so crazy looking, but you should probably be able to hold this.
Yeah, actually that's kind of where we start because we have so many shared animations for all the different types of weapons. So, for example, the Tampas, they have to fit in the hand a certain way, and they kind of glide along the side of the arm, so you can't make any shapes that would clip into the arm. They spin around in certain ways. I kind of broke a rule there with a loop that goes over the top. So if it spins this way, it clips. But I mean, it was too cool. I could not do it. But we do try to respect
the
like,
Tompa
the
spin
hand
is too cool.
positions for all the weapons as much as we can, just so that riggers don't hate us and animators don't hate us.
You're like, don't worry,
Yeah.
you can hold it normally, even though it's pointy in every direction. It all will work.
It's definitely the first step in our process to make sure the character can actually hold it.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get into some spicy DeViri questions. We're gonna see, obviously, Tunnel Live is gonna debut finally a live gameplay demo of the DeViri Paradox, the quest. You're also gonna get an in-game experience with the DeViri Amphitheater that will open at 5 p.m. Eastern time. But we're gonna peel back the curtain just a little bit, give people a little taste as to what they might experience later. Obviously, they've seen trailers and such, but Matt.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're going to experience the DeViri Amphitheater very soon. Can you peel back the curtain a little bit and describe the design process of a world like DeViri?
Yeah, that's an interesting
Is it
one.
going to be an open world?
I mean, people that have been watching us do Tennocon for the
Because
last
it
couple
would
of
make
years
sense.
have
We have
obviously seen
all of them
DeViri
except
teases.
Yorkin.
So it's not a new idea. But what we have had to do in the last bunch of months and over the last year is actually figure out how we're going to make it, So the amphitheater was kind of step one for us in terms of prototyping how we were going to make the world. We had an idea of what we wanted to do, but an idea on paper is different than than actually making it. And so we had to do a lot of experimentation, a lot of R&D. There's a bunch of stuff that had already been done from those teasers and those trailers that kind of established a bit of a baseline for us. So we weren't starting from scratch, but the amphitheater level was the first production kind of island that we made for DeViri. So there's a lot of stuff that we did wrong, like in the process, you always break a few eggs, as they say.
Oh, of course.
And try to make sense of what you're doing while you're doing it, figuring out what works, what doesn't work. And I think one of the things that has been really great is that the concept art team that we have supporting us did so many great concepts of that stuff.
Which you're going to see in the art panel. Continue.
Awesome. And so, yeah, it gave us a really great place to start from. And then we just kind of built on that. It was a really awesome team of people working on creating the bits and pieces of that. And we learned a lot of really great lessons that we were able to apply to
Actually, hold on a
the rest
second. I
of
need
the
to
Duviri
do something.
space that we'll
Be right
see
back.
later on. And beyond today, there's lessons that we've learned from doing that. So, you know, it's really kind of cool. It's an ongoing process. You're always learning new stuff. But the amphitheater was that testing ground. And I think it turned out really great. Like I'm pretty happy and pretty excited to see what people are going to think of it, because we haven't done anything like this in Warframe. You know, I think that's really great for us to, if we can be excited, then fans are going to be excited. So that's super important. So I hope that people are going to be as excited as we are to actually show it to them.
Yeah, I mean, even going back to talking about Second Dream and like that feeling of like, oh, things are changing. Like I get that feeling from Duviri because it is so different, and we're going so. I mean, I can barely understand time travel, but I'm like, yeah, paradox. Let's do it. Let's make it real and crazy. Like it's visually, it's crazy, and everything in between.
It's going to be a challenge.
Yes.
Like there's stuff that we've talked about wanting to do, and the goals that we have for the Duviri world. There's some challenging stuff there for us to consider and try to come together and try to figure out how we're going to do it. But I know we're going to pull it off, and I think it's going to be pretty awesome. Like I think it'll be a nice, a nice refresher for people who are used to what Warframe has been for the last couple of years. So.
Yeah, and it's always fun with Warframe. Like, we've been working on this game, the same game, for a very long time, and when we get a chance to reinvent something in some way, it's refreshing for the dev team too. Like, it's so much fun to work in these new styles. Like, oh man, the Void Angel stuff, the Duviri stuff, it's so much fun to make new things like that.
Speaking of new things, without spoiling too much, but we know horses exist in Duviri. They are a thing. We'll learn more about them later. But obviously, one has to ride a horse. There are many ways that one can ride a horse, but perhaps a saddle would be helpful.
Yep.
What's it like trying to create a saddle, perhaps, for a Duviri-style horse?
Yeah, so we weren't sure if that was going to work at all at first, because the horse shapes are weird too, just like everything else.
Everything is weird. It's not an accurate representation of a horse at all.
Yeah, they also like wiggle a lot, and like, so there's only, like, I had to find some shapes that would kind of compensate for all of that, and found that something that's kind of back heavy that the players are going to see more is going to look good too. So yeah, something around there.
So you can expect some horsey saddles maybe in the near future.
Yes.
Back to Matt a little bit. While we're not going to see it today, but Duviri, like many of our other worlds, will have a form of wildlife. There is some wildlife you will see, but what you won't see but will exist are fish. I got a lot of questions about fish. I don't know what it is. People love fish. I love fish, but
they'll make great floofs.
Sandscape, yeah. Fish floofs.
Okay,
Designing
back. I am back.
paradoxal,
I have returned.
fractal wildlife and fish. Where do you even start?
With Keith's concepts.
Keith, you're
like
the
Pablo
best.
said.
Yes.
When in doubt,
Yeah.
always Keith.
Yeah. the
Keith the
ersatz
man,
look of
the
that
myth,
stuff, like
the
that's what we call it
legend.
in the house
Ersatz,
anyways.
yeah.
Like that stuff is so interesting and unique, and it relies on so many different design elements. But like looking at them, it's a horse shape, it's a sheep shape, it's a owl shape, it's but it's not like anything you're going to see in the world. You know, like, and I think the really cool thing about that, based off of, like, riffing off of what Keith had designed and the ideas that we had for the story of the Duviri, there's it's not a fully realized world, and so there's elements of that play into the environment design, the character design, the animals design, weapons too, yeah, of course. Like if we're doing it right, we're taking that idea and we're applying that theme, and we're applying it to all the parts of the animal.
Hey.
Yep. Hold on.
But yeah, so we're applying it there, and so we took that horse and we used the horse as the jumping off point, and we designed some fish. We're not entirely sure if we're going to use them. You know, we're still trying to determine what the design goals are for the big picture of this, but because we know that's a part of the other open worlds, we just kind of started rolling with it. So if it's something we decide we want to do, we've got the stuff ready to go. So we're using the same kind of characteristics and stuff the horse have. Negative shapes, you know, fractals.
Like
There's
Swiss
some.
cheese.
It's like Swiss cheese. You know, you can see the inner workings.
Yeah.
It's not flesh. You know, like there's some really cool elements to those things that we're trying to apply to these other parts. So I think like the ones that we have done so far, I think they're pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about them. So
yeah, I saw them. Like Deimos fish already confused me because I'm like, what am I looking at? Like these things are wild, and then we go to Devere and I'm like, what am I looking at? So, you're not going to see fish today, but you will eventually. Fish exist. Going back to
It's true. I've seen them.
It's true. They exist.
Void
Duvere,
fish.
Pablo, how would you say that Duvere, without getting too crazy, how do you think it differs from our other open worlds?
It was interesting when we started like actually figuring out what is this.
Yes, what is it?
Like that meme on the internet.
Yes, it's kind of like that meme. It is an open world in the sense that it is open, but it has like the things that you're used to seeing in our open worlds. You know, bounties, fishing, mining, all of that stuff. There's none of that there.
Oh,
so
there's none of it.
Expect it to be entirely a different thing. I don't want to go further than that, but essentially, it is a different thing. It's not, like I think it would be misleading to.
Yeah, the chat is going wild. They actually like that.
Experience that we're going for. I don't want to get too much into
That's
details.
okay. Yeah.
All I can tell you is like, of all the systems that you're used to from our general structure of open worlds, none of them are press.
None of them. None. Okay.
Yeah, essentially, there's nothing. None of those are there. It's an entirely different take. So Breath of the Wild is an open world, and what is 2077 is also an open world, but they have nothing to do with each other. It's kind of like that.
I mean, this is what we're saying.
Fair.
Devere's wild. You got some wild ideas.
It's a paradox.
It's a paradox.
It was one of the things is obviously 9+ years into a game when you find yourself and you say, okay, what is this going to be? And it's like, okay, well, it's like nothing else we've done. You know, that's a challenge, that's fun, and that's
Okay, now I'm actually even more excited for it.
The safe shore would have been to just make another open world, right?
Yes.
But,
But let's do
We already
something
did
a
that.
little
who wants to do
different.
safe?
Yeah, who wants to do safe? Not us. So we're actually 2 minutes away from being told to get off the stage because we've talked a lot. I didn't even get through all my questions, which I love, but I'm also kind of sad because they're really good. I do have a couple chat questions that Corey, thank you, back at home, grabbed for us. I'm just going to go through them real quick, and they're all going to be very vague. Any new Warframes coming up? Stay tuned. Are you going to talk about the next Prime Warframe? Stay tuned. Where's Call 175? Where's the new War hack puzzles? Stay tuned. Yeah, I don't know. There might be some exciting information soon. A lot of those questions you will be very pleased learning about later on. But before we go, I do want to just kind of pick your brain in terms of you have. I mean, we kind of already touched on it. You have free reign with a lot of things, like everyone's ideas. Give it to me. We'll see what we can do with it. You could design anything in Warframe. Corn Warframe. Pablo, what do you got? You tweeted about it, so you have to make it happen. I'm just
Why is it?
If I had free reign and infinite budget and stuff like that,
There we go.
I would love to make.
I just realized something.
Tools to allow players to make missions.
Call
That would be
like
Super Mario, build your own
115.
level.
Whenever I see like the
Might be
creations
alive.
that people do with the dojo,
Dun
I'm
dun
so blown away whenever I
dun.
see
We'd
that.
have so many dragons.
I saw one link this
Even
morning
Gundams.
for a Dagobah or something.
Yeah.
I saw it in the community channel link today, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
Whenever I see those, I always feel like, damn, I wish that could be turned into like a player-made mission that people could play, because I think they would come up with really cool stuff. Unfortunately, it's very hard. So
We've been talking about that for so many years.
Matt, free reign. What do you got?
Oh my gosh, you should have prepped me for that question. I'm going to steal Pablo's. No.
All right.
It's interesting though. That's a really that's one of those things that we've talked about for years. That would be so amazing to do, and then it just is so daunting a task to think about actually making it work. Like it's just it'd be really cool. Actually, I think I get a thrill when I see those player-built dojo compositions as well. I'm just like, how the heck did somebody think to do this and combine it in that way?
True,
Like, it's just,
true.
Yeah, it's really.
My clan's dojo is also quite impressive. It's among the more impressive ones out there.
Oh yeah.
Does it have corn involved? No,
It's also potentially infinite because I haven't ever seen the end of it.
Possibly. I mean, corn's a band.
Okay, okay. All right. Unfortunately, we are out of time for our live dev Q&A. I know, Dean, you were frantically waving at me. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Kaz, Matt, Pablo, for coming to this crazy stage and answering my cues with your A's. I appreciate all of you for being here. I'm so excited to show the work that you all have put in for Deviri. I'm very excited for them to finally see what the heck we're talking about because we're being very vague. I know it's painful. But all will be revealed at 10 Alive. Next up, we do have, I believe it's the Art of Warframe
I, of course,
panel.
have narrated all of the video at one point, long ago.
Stuff. So enjoy.
But I don't have the memories yet.
We'll see you at 10
They
Alive.
have not unlocked.
Hey everybody, Megan here to let you know that by watching this year's show on Twitch, you're going to earn yourself some incredible free items if you have your Warframe and Twitch account linked. Watching Tennocon until 5 p.m. Eastern Time for 30 consecutive minutes will reward you with both the Bear Chris Warfan and the Renala Sugatra. But that's not all. Tune into Tenno Live between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time for another 30 consecutive minutes, and you're going to earn yourself a free Titania Prime. That's right, a free Prime Warframe. If you already have your Twitch account and your Warframe account linked and received drops before on Warframe streams, then you're all set. But if you've never linked your Warframe and Twitch account together, simply go on over
Actually,
to
take a small
warframe.com/twitch,
break here.
log into your Warframe
Just a
account,
bit.
and follow the simple instructions to get set up. And that's it. Enjoy the show.
Taylor! Oh, Taylor, I just realized I'm a Bolarola.
Girl, you look great.
Thank you.
I'm a sand pancake, but I'd rather be a waffle.
You want to see my tricks?
I gotta make room. I can't reach. Boom. You win.
And you can buy us on store.warframe.com as Tennocon merch.
What's Tennocon?
Oh boy.
Demos was great because we had a lot of new enemies in the pipeline, which is great because, more content for the players, more fun stuff to animate. The designs in Demos were so interesting that it was really, really inspiring for us as animators. It's important for enemies to be able to cover a lot of distance. In this landscape, which was different from others, is like the Jugulus. It could literally pop out of the ground almost anywhere. The jump scare moments are always fun to do, to essentially set the player up. And I think some of the enemies that do drop from the ceiling in this case, and it allowed enemies to kind of ambush the Tenno. With the Infested, you kind of get, like, they're a lot more instinctual. The Therid, for instance, or the Leaping Thrasher, that long, sloppy arm. It reminded me of, like, if you've ever seen an octopus walking on land. It's hard because there aren't a lot of real-life examples of things that even look like that. So you kind of have to take where their weight is and how they would lumber through the landscape. But when you get a faction like the Infested, they're so different To create the day-night cycle, fast is up in the air and then Vom pops up. That's the signal that the day-night change happens, and because of their sheer scale, you have to slow the animation down like so much. The team just, honestly, I think they really faithfully created a world that did the Infested justice. There is one enemy in Deimos that it's the giant floating orb that spit enemies out onto the ground. If you look closely, the little mouth might look familiar. If you look in the back of the orbiter, that's Helmet's mouth. We took the whole orb and rotated it back 90 degrees, and yeah.
No.
Yeah.
kidding me?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, it's all of it.
Danny here.
I
We're
recognize
getting
that
so much
enemy all
closer
too
to
well.
Unveiling some incredible surprises. Tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the Tenno Live presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic, the Stranger's Hood. This exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
Okay, now I think... Okay, what? Ah. I'm gonna have to do something about this unresponsive, disobedient vessel.
Welcome to another pre-recorded panel. We are going to be setting the stage for the Duviri through the art of Warframe. My name is Danielle Sokolowski. I am your panel host, and I am joined by...
I think that's the first time I've heard it pronounced.
My actual last name,
I
Sokolowski.
was always like Soko.
Now you know.
Oh, wow.
Now everyone
All right.
knows.
Good to know.
Usually everyone just calls me Danny, which everyone can do here. I won't put the pressure on you for my last name.
Yeah, I think that's it.
But yes, I am joined here today by 3 wonderful panelists from the Digital Extremes art team. Might as well start over here with Eric.
Hi.
Hello, Eric. What
How
do
are
you
you?
do at DE?
I'm Eric Vedder,
Eric
and I'm the lead concept artist.
I love how they have the relic in the background
Looking at you guys, but-
on the chair.
Yeah, lead concept artist.
Lead concept artist. And Jeff?
I'm Jeff. I'm art director, animated guy.
And Umbra said for some
Carrie
reason.
is here as well.
Hi, Carrie. I'm with the environment side and the art team. All this sort of stuff.
He does
A little bit,
He
but,
does.
you know.
Kind of does everything.
Yes. So today, actually, before we get into all of this, I want to thank Sarah from the community team, who is actually here today. She's going to be assisting us with presenting.
Thank you,
But big
Sarah.
thank you to Sarah
Thanks,
for
Sarah.
helping put everything together. And a big thank you to the art team, of course, who they're not all here, but we love our art team, and they do some incredible work. I also have to give a massive spoiler warning. We will be going through the new War Quest and spilling all of the beans on that. So if you haven't played the new War Quest yet, you have been warned, or even Angels of the Zariman Quest, just a heads up. But speaking of the new War Quest, you
That's
guys
fair, I
know
would say.
that over 1 million players have started playing the
What?
new War Quest.
Wow.
And we're actually we're very, very close to 1 million players having actually completed the quest.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
I just learned
Surreal.
this the other day, actually from Pascal
I
on
think I
our
got
team.
goosebumps from that. That's cool.
Yeah. Actually, that's my first question. How does that make you guys feel,
Jeez.
knowing that the quest you created has been played by so many people?
Amazing.
Yeah.
It feels amazing and surreal.
A little scared.
A little scared. I mean, it
You don't
was...
have to go into every living
Yeah.
detail, so.
It's a great quest. It's awesome.
Yeah.
So it's just
That's
really
really
cool that everyone's getting to see all that
Yeah.
hard work.
It's
so
kind
good.
of hard to believe because it was released last December.
It feels like so long.
Yeah, it honestly does. 2021. So, yeah, thank you to everyone who's played it.
It has been a long
I think
year.
also just the triumph of doing that quest in kind of the COVID remote
Yes.
situation
Yeah.
was really daunting, and the team just kind of killed it.
Totally.
It was really impressive.
Yeah. We're going to go through some of the art for the new war that you guys wouldn't have seen yet. So on our path to Duviri, we released the new war, of course, which, as you all agree, is the biggest cinematic quest to date, and a huge effort from the whole team. And I thought we'd kick it off with a look at some of the animation work that went into that. So let's have a look at that.
Oh, poor Tim. He's seen better days.
That's great.
Such a good
Oh, no,
line.
he's that big nerd.
I just stand around and hold things. Throw actors
You're like, I
around.
want to be Lotus.
Yeah.
This was
Oh, that's so
probably one of my favorite scenes. in the
Oh,
West.
cool.
Yeah.
That was really fun to make.
This especially is just so good.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun. I think that's me laughing at the
Golden
I think
experience.
they-
Requiem.
That fall probably a dozen times.
You shall never reach the truth.
This whole time? Not here, exactly. But yeah, stuck. You got bigger problems, right now at least.
This one was cool. I think we actually ended up using the very first take. They just acted out
Really?
the entire thing on the first go. We ended up using it. Tim even ad-libbed hands on the head.
Yeah.
Like,
Which is such a
It's- I
fan
know,
moment.
it's so good.
Yeah.
That's full of spoilers, eh?
Yeah, I told you. I said, maybe we're
This
spoiling some
part.
stuff today.
Me shoving Jay.
Dean, I think we'll have to put a big banner that says spoilers throughout the whole stream.
Oh, wait. There he is.
We'll see more of him a little bit later.
That part was absolutely perfect.
Those mats come in handy. There was
They
a lot
get
of
a
this.
lot of use. The amount of ball animation we have is
So that was just 2
Crazy.
minutes. Just 2 minutes of animation work.
Just 2 minutes.
And I'm curious, in total, how much mocap footage you guys you think you got for the new war?
I don't know. I couldn't even tell you, honestly. Like yeah, because we record so much and we kind of cut up and splice different parts of it. Except, like I said, that dinner for two, those guys did it. We just used the one take they did, which was
Right.
amazing. It was, I don't know. I can't just the sheer amount of animation that the team did, like to get it out was. I'm still kind of like in awe of it, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't know the actual. I'd be curious to find out actually.
Yeah, we
maybe
should figure that
maybe we
out.
can find out and Dean can put it
Yeah,
as a ticker that goes about the actual
Splice
like
that in.
minutes of
Yeah.
mocap we have, because I would be kind of fascinated to find that out.
I do want to point out that I did originally credit Jeff in the video when I first edited it, and I showed you as a mocap actor.
I think
and
you called me
said-
a performer.
I did. Well, let's say you made a great Lotus, so I felt like I should still credit you.
I'm just a big prop. I need to hold on to something or get thrown around. So I don't know if that's really fair. I get paid to be a bully during mocap sessions.
It works.
So, yeah.
It works. It's interesting.
Hey,
too,
as
because
long as it
it's
works.
clear our animators are not just animators. As you saw, there's Jason and Tim, and they're on our animation team, but they're also performers. They're actors. So how does
Yep.
that ultimately affect the final product of a project like The New War?
It helps a ton, and moving forward, we've actually even had more of the animators step up and do more of the acting themselves,
Cool.
which is really
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, it's hard. Like a lot of people think you do the mocap and you're done, but the amount of
it's a lot more.
framing work that goes into it to make the performance have really good pacing and exaggerations. They usually end up keyframing the hands entirely by hand. Same with the face animation.
Right.
But there is so much editing and like kind of artistry that goes into it. It's a really good template for a foundation to build on. But yeah, the amount of keyframe work and artistry that goes into it to kind of get the performance out of it as well.
It's impressive. Going back to kind of speaking on characters, we, of course, in the mid section of the quest are greeted with the Drifter. So we don't know who this character is initially, and then all of a sudden we're playing as them. So we have some early concept art. Actually, Eric, this piece here. So what were the early thoughts on the Drifter's overall appearance?
Well, I spoke to Jeff about this, of course, in depth, and and the Kamiki brothers too, which you'll see some of their stuff too coming up. Just kind of like a haphazard collection of parts, because we didn't want it to. We wanted to feel like you're playing a Grenier, but not like
Right.
kind of pieces of it. So yeah, I just try to grab like the knee pad for the helmet and stuff, and I was like, oh.
Well, actually, that
you know.
was the original idea that
Yeah.
we pivoted because Steve ended up liking the kind of the main drifter look
Yeah.
more than so the
Yeah.
original idea was to start this quest out as the Grenier cosmetic set.
Oh,
Right.
which we actually do
Yeah,
have
and then we were going to do it the
Tomiki brother.
opposite.
Oh,
yeah,
I see.
we were going to do the opposite. We were going
Right.
to offer the other one later as an option.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
But we reversed it when like Steve liked the impression we made. But we thought when you start the
Mhm.
mission, you'd be playing like as Erickson,
Yeah.
Right.
a Grenier.
I do want to point out that the melee weapon strapped in the concept here was swapped out with the sheave,
Mm-hmm.
a ferocious melee weapon, as we all know. Any creative decision making there for
Time.
this?
The creative decision was
Time.
It's always
That is a
time.
good one.
Hey, look, this exists.
Done.
Done. And then,
Fair.
Ship
yeah.
it.
Yep.
And then this next one here is ultimately what we
Yep.
are
Yep.
familiar with.
Correct.
So,
Yep.
the poncho.
The poncho.
The poncho.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Love the
Very
poncho.
cool.
Yep.
Also, I see some little facial hair here in the concept art.
That wasn't me.
That wasn't
you? That wasn't
I
you?
might have inspired them
I-
because they saw me and they're like, yeah, he's pretty cool.
glorious.
Let's put that in the game.
Right.
It's probably not what happened though.
But it brings me to another question. We talked about this on the dev stream. The beards, the facial hair.
Mhm.
Are we doing?
Mhm.
Are we still doing? Is that
Mhm.
still planned?
Yeah, there was actually an update going in. When are we film? Do we say when we're filming this?
Yeah, I mean it
like-
is pre-recorded.
yeah,
We are filming this.
pre-recorded, so
What is the date? June
June
22nd.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
just a few days ago I saw. So
Oh.
check it.
Continuing on with key characters, our friend Era.
Mhm.
Well, turned friend, I guess you could say, because when we're on Pergasa in the New War quest, Era seemingly saves us as we're going on to the last Archon fight. He seemingly perishes. At least that's what we think happens under some debris and rubble.
Yep.
But he will be returning in some form, but maybe not the form that we are.
Seems like he really lost his head.
Oh, Carrie,
Oh, Carrie.
you're waiting on that
Zing.
one.
Ooh, you are hard.
Like 15-second build up.
Now's my chance.
Now's your chance. So we have this new Archon
Very cool.
concept here, which is just I mean, what can you say about it? It's kind of unreal.
Yeah.
We also have the model for it as well. If you want to go to the next one there, Sarah, yeah.
Okay.
Teeth, lots of teeth.
Yep.
Terrifying. Is there anything we can
Love it.
say about this without really saying anything?
I think it's pretty clear. I think people have played, no, but
Yeah.
I do remember, and I appreciate it also that some people were a little disappointed with Era's resolution in New War, and a lot of that decision was around scope and
Right.
time. Unfortunately, because we did, it was a hard cut we had to make. So, but yeah, we're trying to fulfill that.
Right.
No.
So we're bringing him back in a big way.
Yeah.
Awesome. And you'll get to see more of this new Archon in the future. But yeah, getting back to the quest, after we defeat the final Archon, we get to the final showdown. This is of course, the climax of the quest.
This is really
It's
great.
surreal,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, Craig did a great job.
Yeah. Just an insane stage. And when it comes to such like big stage moments, what are some of the goals in the environment art to evoke these very powerful, emotional scenes?
Well, I think there's a bit of like a hierarchy to the whole experience. Like there's Egyptian pyramid vibes, which ties into a lot of what he has going on as a character at that point.
Right.
You want like some connection to what we've shown in the previous sets with the sentient surround, but then he's made it his own, which is I think pretty important for a character to get the opportunity to put a stamp on the world. And then you're going to be blowing it up. So that's kind of an important thing to try to factor in there somewhere too. So how your silhouettes will go as it gets pulled into a black hole. It's kind of a bit of a thing.
Yeah.
Spoilers, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
spoilers,
Yeah.
yes. Again, huge spoiler warnings for this.
Spoil away.
Yeah. But it was funny, Sarah and I as we were putting the panel together, we had a discussion about how it just feels like as the stage is crumbling around you, so are the relationships that are playing out in front of you with like Ballas and Lotus, yourself as either the operator or the drifter with Lotus and Ballas, and it's just utter chaos.
It's
But
a lot.
It
Yeah,
is a lot,
there is
yeah.
a lot
It was
there.
very
That's cool.
heavy
Yep.
and just very cool, and this piece here is just, it's stunning. Of course, Craig just doing
I
incredible.
never saw it again. I think that actually reminds me of the sword of Akasha from Code Geass.
Intentional and just kind of figuring out how to best kind of stage that
That-
and have the progressive.
I'm gonna have to replay it and compare the two again.
It was pretty hard to implement. It came in pretty late.
Yeah, but considering
Lots of people doing really hard things.
Yes.
That one was late, actually, but yes.
Considering that it was such a stellar moment, and but that moment was over. You know, we defeat Ballas, and we have this almost moment of relief with her, where we're like, oh, like it's over. And then the air gets sucked out of the room, and the man in the wall appears, and we're just kind of like.
There's a little bit of a company history of one more thing. So,
Oh.
That would be the one more thing in that case.
That just would be the one more
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
I'd also be lying if I said I didn't specifically look in the animation folders for Tim being hoisted up on a plank by you in the way that the man in the wall
Just holding him
enters.
up. Like,
you should have done
like baby Simba. I'm holding up Tim. Like.
Yeah, because that moment is just so like it's completely unreal. And
I think Daryl keyframed all that.
I was going to
Did
say
he?
that would have had to have been.
It was like he's a pretty limited character. Like
Sure,
what he can
sure.
do mobility wise.
He's a man in a wall.
Yeah. But the new war was kind of closure of a lot of things, and we wanted to make sure that we kind of gave players a taste of what the future paths could be.
And I think, Carrie, you bring up a good point of like when we first spoke of or said the name the man in the wall in quests like the Chains of Harrow. I don't think people literally thought we meant a man in a wall.
I think actually that concept has been hanging around for a while. So in our minds,
No, I'm
it has
pretty
literally
sure
been
no one
a wall
actually
But to be fair, and usually Keith
thought
was on
that.
these panels, but
Pretty sure. I have it on good authority.
we did, and we just kind of like were talking. This was years ago. We were just kind of talking over the idea and how to explore it, and he just tried one literal, and it was amazing.
So you guys had the idea, and then he kind of brought it to life, and then it just stuck and
It
worked.
was actually fun that a lot of players noticed the missing portion of him as well.
Yes, which I wasn't gonna mention, but if you do look, this is giving you a really good look at him as a whole, because in the moment in the quest, it's very quick.
It's quick, and people picked up on it. I was
Yeah.
actually really pleasantly surprised by that.
So from the time that the concept existed to actually seeing him in the quest, there's a lot of lore that kind of happened in between that point. So, you know, the Red Veil calling him like the lidless eye, and Albrecht and Trotty's stories of or his encounters of the Man in the Wall. So from those aspects, did the concept to the actual creation of the Man in the Wall, did that change at all with those in mind?
I think I don't want to speak for them, but I feel pretty comfortable saying that stuff. Like we had committed to this.
I see. Okay.
So we had committed to this, so they used it as inspiration for a lot of those ideas. The only thing that changed, which I think we're going to get to later, but the original idea that Keith pitched to this was that he kind of formed his wall of. If you go back to the original sketch, you can see a Grineer ship in there.
Oh.
He kind of had collected lost ships in the void and made this form. So when we built it in 3D, though, we wanted to kind of tie it closer to how the void represents Diviri and things you see in.
Which, speaking of which, since we're on the topic of Diviri, the void, kind of the unknown, this is a really intriguing piece of concept art, because it's not something that we
Can
actually.
we compliment the title of this card? Sure, and
Sarah, yes.
Well done.
The grasp of the void.
Really grabs you.
It really does. It really does. But it's not something we've actually experienced in the game at any point. So when I saw this, we're like, is this more symbolic than anything else? Is this quite literally what the void looks like? Is this just an interpretation of how much it's affected the Zariman, like what we saw in Angels of the Zariman, and how
Is it one of many pictures that informed what the Skybox decisions were?
Yeah, which we actually will see another picture. And speaking of kind of the Skybox art that was put together for specifically Angels of the Zariman, I think quite a bit of people noticed this when they were playing the quest as you load into the missions, or even if you're just playing in the Zariman missions period. When you load into the ship, you see the Skybox, and there's this kind of picturesque situation behind, or I guess maybe beyond is maybe the better word, of the Zariman. But before we get into that, before we dive deep into Duviri, which I'm sure a lot of people are very excited for, we're going to do a quick intermission and look at some really incredible concept art. So here's just a look at the concept work that went into by the incredible Chomiki brothers.
And I think this was totally their pitch as well. I don't. I don't think they were given any kind of, like, that's kind of the cool thing with deluxes, is that it kind of lets the internal artists and sometimes external artists, which is cool too, just kind of do like, here's our unique take on a Warframe idea.
Yeah. Whenever we have some time, which is not very often, but if we're waiting on feedback or something, I tell the team, hey, if you have a deluxe idea you've been playing around with for a while, or it's sitting on a shelf, bring it back. And so, because Ray sent me a big list of like, these are all the ones we can have for deluxe options. So yeah, they had this, and I was like, oh yeah, just run with that. That looks amazing.
It's so good. I did actually have a chat with the Chomiki brothers, and they said they were really inspired by Ureli's kind of like playful anime style animations, which I know Pablo was gunning for. And I want to read this word for word from the way that they described her. They said that they have a passion for edutech, and they wanted to propel Titania's design into a, and I quote, dangerously pointy, aerodynamic, high-tech butterfly cyber knight.
That's amazing.
Well, they really nailed it.
Successful.
They did, right?
Yeah.
They did. We also have her, of course, her exalted weapons, the Dex Pixia, just bringing in that like high-tech style again, and her Duwata. Very cool.
Yeah,
and,
I love that. That's amazing.
They touched on every aspect of her, like even her razor flies and her razor wing got the treatment as well. So our cute little fairy lads are rocking the tech as well.
Yeah, amazing work.
Yeah, and then of course the Syndana as well. Very, very cool. The next deluxe we've already shown.
So cool.
So this is really just a reminder of Liger's Zaku Deluxe, which we showed in the first dev stream at the beginning of this year, I believe.
Oh man, we did?
I know, it feels like a lifetime ago, but this, I think it was the Kintsugi?
That's right.
The Kintsugi method, Japanese method of putting...
Blending together with gold.
Right, yeah.
Repairing broken things.
Yeah. So now, I said this was a spoiler-filled stream, and it continues to be, but for the sake of salvaging a major moment in the new War Quest, I'm not going to say anything beyond just, for those of you who know, you know. So Sarah, you can show this next slide here. So for those of you who know, you know, but this specific cosmetic will be coming in the Zaku Deluxe collection, which, of course, again, by Liger, it's just, I'm so excited.
Yeah, and this was Liger getting inspired to offer this kind of cosmetic choice based on how things go. I made this pitch, and then they killed it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And Liger also let me know that there was a lot of inspiration from the kind of Duviri stylings as well.
Yep.
So really lovely plays into that theme. This isn't the next deluxe coming out, just to be clear. This is just in progress on Zaku Deluxe stuff, since everyone was very excited about that. You know, it wouldn't be a art panel stream without announcing the next Prime Warframe. So, Korra Prime is our next Prime Warframe.
Get to steal all of them.
I know. I'm only showing the concepts.
Yep.
Just a little tidbit. Again, 10 live, 5 p.m. You'll get to see more of that. But it was only fitting that Skyers put together Korra Prime, because as we know, or maybe you don't know, Skyers is the creator, designer of Korra and Venari from top to bottom, with, of course, the help of the team. So he put together Korra Prime, so we see some early concepts here, and she's just so regal.
Yeah, really great vibe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Very neat.
And then, of course, her Venari, her little furry companion, is also getting the Prime treatment.
Not so furry.
Actually, we've gone away with the fur and we've replaced it with pointy golden things, but very exciting stuff.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Really cool.
So that was our little, I think that got everything for our intermission. So we're going to go back. Let's go back. Let's go back to some. We've had our hors d'oeuvre. We're going for the
There's no pressure in the intermission.
There is no pressure in the intermission. Now you guys got to be on your A game because we're at main course situation here now. So, would you guys say that the new war was like the first big step towards Duviri from like a player perspective? When you're working on it, was Duviri kind of in the back of your mind? Like, are we kind
I'd
of?
say so. Yeah.
Not mine.
No, but
no. New War was pretty much all encompassing.
Yeah.
We knew it was the next step, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's some of the things we were introducing here. We'd kind of revisit, I guess, and thematically have parts of Duviri for sure. Yeah.
And then, of course, with Angels of the Zeremi, we literally get even closer to that point, which is why we're bringing the Skybox back here. And it only makes sense to go back to 2019.
The Skybox guys don't get enough call out.
This is true.
They don't get enough
agree.
call
Yeah.
out. They're
I
so
agree.
good.
They're incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And they kill it, and they
always do,
often
yep.
get crazy requests a lot of times for other ideas, and they're just the coolest guys to work
They're
with.
so good.
They're
They're
super
so easy
talented.
to work
So.
with too. Yep.
2019 was the year, Tennocon was the event, and we debuted the Duviri Paradox trailer. And I just want to go through some of the concept art that kind of went into.
Yeah, I really loved working on that.
So that entry scene, we have the man on the ground. We're like disorientated. We're not sure where we're at. And then this crazy creature comes flying above head. When I asked you guys what the right concept was for this, so there's actually two. Again, works by Keith
And
Thompson.
The answer is yes.
And the answer is yes. I thought that these were completely different creatures, but we have a cat dog situation happening here where it's a double-sided worm.
That's right. Yeah.
Those are the jet engines on the back.
So is there like a case where like they have completely different characteristics? Like, do they have like purposes for being on one end versus the other? Like, I'm just generally curious.
No, not genuinely. There's jet engines on one end.
Oh, you weren't lying.
No, I'm literally,
One actually is the back.
One is the back.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So we have the propelling jets.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then the one in the front is the I guess the attack, because it does literally have a.
The previous image was the front.
The previous image was the front. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's got a.
It's got a gun underneath its chin.
Yeah.
It's got thingies up above its head.
Yeah. And it is like it's dragon inspired, and there's themes in Duviri that kind of are why it's a dragon.
Dragons are so cool.
So after we get to visit our worm friend here, we're greeted by, maybe greeted isn't the right word, but like
greeted.
He's greeted. You know, he's a little
You're on your way into
hostile.
Walmart.
Good guy.
You're gonna pass by this guy. You're not gonna be scared at all.
Just checking in, seeing what's up.
A DAC soldier.
Man, I had a lot of fun working on this.
Which is
It's
actually.
funny to revisit. I know, sorry to the community, it's been so long, but
But we're here talking about it now. So
It's been a busy couple of years.
Yeah.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. So we have the DAC soldier. Again, another original piece by Keith Thompson, and just
wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like a bit of an incomplete theme that kind of goes on in a lot of the Duviri aesthetics. So that's why you're kind of seeing portions of these concepts are kind of exploring that.
Which we see a lot of in the later concepts will show kind of the fractured nature of things.
Yeah, and if people look at the horse again and stuff like that,
Yes.
there's things we showed you.
Yeah, I guess, Eric, from your point of view, just working with the concept team, it seems like there's a lot of freedom from Digital Extreme side to let our artists kind of work off of whatever their comfort levels are.
Because they're waiting for feedback.
We're waiting for feedback 24/7. So,
so lots of iterations happening.
So much exploration is happening. No, I encourage everyone to what's so great about Warframe is that we want everyone's kind of unique touch and ideas to things. So, as Jeff said, some like very detailed concepts to work from. Others, we encourage kind of creative freedom in a way, right? So within time frame.
Within reason.
Of course, yeah. That's always the tricky one.
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's. I always say it's the best job in the industry. Sorry. we get to have a lot of fun being creative in this game, and the people here that make it. It's awesome. So it works, right? So.
And
God, I still love
this
thing.
is
cool.
just so the DAX, of course, riding the Kaith are
just
Still love this
Can we
thing.
get sculptures of
I
these?
know.
Like,
please.
Why haven't
all
we?
the different iterations of these?
Yeah.
They're
Can
so
we get
beautiful.
like those, like, you know, like the toy, you put a coin in and it's a pony and it rocks? Can we get one of those in this
Wow.
style?
Very interesting.
I don't know if it'd be comfortable though, but
No.
not at all. So yeah, the mount that the Dax is riding is this Kaith here, and we've only seen one variant of it just from the trailer itself.
Right.
There's actually 3 variants.
There is.
And
all beautiful.
they're all just so stunning.
Oh, yeah, man. So cool. Sorry, I just get lost in it. I just love it so much.
It's so interesting that like you see
Yeah.
so much like interior anatomy, and usually that's kind of like horrific, you know,
Right.
skeletal and stuff. But there's such a beauty, like a combo of the two.
Yeah,
It's just
that's a
like
really
it
good way to
blended
put
so
it.
well, and
Yeah.
it's amazing to watch and look at. So
That one, probably not the funnest to sit on, but
no, it's a little more intimidating.
It's
but
a little bit more abstract.
The last two are
Yeah,
just
yeah.
are gorgeous too.
I guess that's another case of when translating concept over into what could actually
You know, I
work.
think these
Yep.
ones are so intricate. You'll find the models are very close to these concepts.
Cool.
Yeah, I think just because the complexity of it and just kind of how detailed they are. Sometimes a concept is like it's so clear, you know, and the idea itself is so abstract that they just kind of are good to kind of follow from.
Right. So when people first saw the mount in the trailer, the first thought immediately, because we love mounts in general, or any modes of transportation in our
We are
game.
really going to steal the thunder
Oh,
of the show.
yeah.
I'm only showing certain aspects of it.
Are you approved to do all this?
I was approved. I was
I think you
approved.
snuck
I
all
promise,
this in.
I promise.
I think you
Maybe I
approved.
did.
You got something
Maybe
approved.
a little bit.
Yeah,
Maybe
you and
this will
Sarah,
get
you and
edited
Sarah
out.
went rogue.
Yeah, Sarah was
Blame
peppering
Sarah.
in things. But yes, this will be a mount. We have
If you're showing what I
K-drives.
think you're showing.
Well, some aspects
You
of it.
are. Oh my god.
Okay.
So yes, you will be able to ride these beauties, ride the beasts.
Amazing.
And yeah, we have K-drives, we have arc wings, and now we have mounts. Now we have mounts.
100% credit to just how talented the
That's
animators are.
Fantastic.
This is
Yeah.
all hand
That's wild.
keyframed animation.
On the other hand, Jeff was really excited about getting a horse into the mocap studio at one point, but
Yeah.
nobody
Were you
wanted to do the show.
No.
Okay.
Our mocap room isn't that big.
It'd be incredible.
Someone would be getting kicked for sure.
Someone would definitely be getting kicked.
Yeah, like the animation on that is beautiful. And that's only a snippet. There is like anytime I think I've talked about this before, but anytime we do mobility animations, things that have to like have movement driven animations, it's just a huge library of work. And so that's just a taste, but it's really,
Sure, how
really
does
impressive
that
stuff.
go? Because I mean, you're making little small snippets that get stitched together in the game, and like, how does an animator do that in their head where it flows?
There's a lot of back and forth. There's some new systems coming in for this as well with Daniel on the AI side and the animation-driven kind of movement. So it's a lot of collaboration. You know, like a lot of. It's kind of like taking a lot of pieces of movement and then in the code they stitch it together.
So yeah, interesting.
So when we get to the end of the 2019 trailer, we have the title.
I
Very
really love that
Paradox.
trailer. I don't watch it again.
You should.
Trailer.
It's
Oh,
great.
it's been a long
You guys did a
time.
great
Yeah.
job.
Fantastic.
We're met with this very kind of shrouded character in the back, and we're all wondering, okay, who the heck is this? And we have some concept art of this particular individual, who you will learn more about. And I don't think we will say much more than that. But Dominitus Thrax is here. And there's quite a bit of significance in the mask. Like, that's definitely something that you see often, like not just only in our promotions for Duviri and even for this year's Tennocon. The Duviri theme is very much centered around the mask. And was that a significance that was pulled from Keith's concept here that was decided on, like from the team?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I think the kind of ideas that he explored that we wanted him to help us visualize. The mask was all him. He kind of threw it in there, and it was just such a strong element that we kind of built on it. You know, we kind of rethought the trailer itself actually to work around the mask. Kind of like we were already in progress, and then we kind of pivoted because we liked the element so much.
Very cool.
Yep.
So now we get into the cool. All of this has been cool, but here's the extra cool stuff.
our Duviri exploration of the
man.
landscape itself. And let me tell you, this is only a fraction of some of the pieces I saw.
This is so old.
Man, there's so much stuff.
This is the first stuff. Mike Sabolge and myself, we were exploring this stuff. As you'll see, I think the next one's Mike's. But yeah, this is
still relevant though.
Yeah,
Still,
yeah, which is really cool. It's been I think 3 years plus, right?
Yeah.
So, but I remember talking with Jeff. You kind of explained it to us like you wanted the ship to come in and like it would build this land out, like it would kind of spread from it and create land masses. And there were these big tower ideas that were discussed as well. They'd move across the land, and so like this next one I did, I was trying to build upon that idea and yeah, you had some really cool ideas for that. That I know we kind of went away from this, I think, so a little bit. But
I think there's still some nuggets in there, though.
Yeah, some elements
like I think the old idea was because it's a colony ship that it has some emergency tech in it. If it got stranded, that it can kind of do its own terraforming, which is why it's kind of fractal based. It's kind of like this world built on math, and then it gets corrupted by the void as well. So,
right.
Yeah.
It's clear as we go through these concepts, like even this especially, like
that's right.
it has gone through so many different styles and artists and just the feelings that it evokes and the questions that you start asking yourself. Like this is, I would say, pretty far from what we saw in the trailer. So what was kind of the goal with this one in particular?
Oh, geez, I think it was like, if you can kind of see in the back, it's like the big like circular dome was like you're close to the ship. So things that were closer to the ship had more like definition and stuff, but still were weird. And we looked at like Dolly and these other kind of artists as reference and stuff. And I missed the mark with this one, but it was neat.
It's
going
to sound like a dig, and it's not. But the great thing about concept though is that sometimes you have to see what you don't want.
Exactly.
Interesting, yeah.
100%.
And so I think this was like one of the first ones Eric did, and he kind of went off the idea of the fractal construction and just kind of threw this out, and we were like, yeah, we'll never be able to make this.
For sure.
It's really good to get that down at a beginning stage before you're in.
But it also kind of sparks conversation, and you get really good feedback out of it, and you kind of build from there. So
you might take like a corner, a little piece of a section, going, that's kind of a neat pattern system. Let's apply it to the next thing.
Like legitimately, you do in concept art, you kind of want to see big ideas.
Yes.
That you can kind of you kind of have to reject, but
early
big
ideas. I always send Carrie huge big ideas way too late.
While you're waiting for feedback.
Yeah, while we're waiting for feedback, obviously, we're sending big ideas.
I guess that's a good question too, Carrie, for the environment team when you see these concepts and you're going.
The environment team would not see that concept.
No, there'd be several layers of protection.
They're hidden in my folders, and sometimes other people get them, and I'm like, why are they building from that? That's not allowed.
Yeah. So is there really? There's a lot of kind of like, seeing these pieces and picking and choosing some elements that maybe you want to retain.
You take chunks of little bits, and then what we can do, and then what evokes, and then you kind of come back to some things much later when it's like, okay, this problem was partially solved then, and then you can run it down to a degree. Like, you're not looking to burn through idea after idea. You're trying to get to one place, but at the beginning, there might be something here, here, and here, and then you're kind of going that way, and then maybe there's a nugget from over here.
And to give those guys also their due. Like you kind of have to rely on their expertise with building the stuff to realize something that works in a concept isn't going to work in 3D, and then they have to kind of problem solve and figure out how to kind of interpret it, and kind of make it into a system.
Here we actually see something that is more in line with what you actually experience in the trailer, and I think I would say is probably we're getting a lot closer here to what Duviri is ultimately panning out to be.
Well, this is still old stuff.
Oh, is it?
Which is hilarious. Yeah, this is
but I mean
old.
that actually goes back to the prior point, though, where it's like this now has relevance again, right?
Still
when you
good,
get a really
so
iconic
cool.
moment, like you can tell yourself the hero's journey when you look at that, right?
So. Absolutely. And again, you see kind of these. Now that we're talking about it, I am seeing these elements being pulled in, and of course, like the idea of the paradox is very clearly communicated here too. Also, just the level of kind of absurdity, and we almost have it looks like it's like an elephant graveyard in a way, like this especially, like this And
Yep.
even when we saw on like the Kaith mount, like we see
I
him
was
kind
just
of
gonna
sitting
say
in the back there.
the
like,
horse kind of I think with
Yeah.
the horse kind of like was the aha moment
Oh,
for Deviri. Honestly,
interesting.
like before any of this work was being done, I think
I
is that
believe it
right?
was, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
The horse kind of came in and it kind of dictated a lot of.
We pulled a lot from that.
Yeah.
because
Yeah, like
it was
it's
just
always difficult too. Like, how do you take something that is that organic and that crazy, and then take it into the size of a world?
Yeah.
Because it's like it works at this size, and then once you start to walk through it, how does it work out?
Yes.
So-
That's so interesting. Just from that one piece, you can build
Mhm.
an
Yeah.
entire
Yeah, it's a build
world off of.
language.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's- yeah. Yep.
That's awesome. Oh, speaking
Yeah.
of graveyards, I don't know how else you could.
Well.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Sabulj did a lot of work on this stuff.
Yeah.
It was
So talented.
Yes.
Honestly. But then there's actually vegetation.
Yep.
And these studies are so interesting to see kind of the nitty-gritty elements that go into building up
Yep.
these spaces that are just so vastly different from one another.
Yeah, and color is a very important, even though you haven't seen a lot of it, color is a very important role in Deviri. But even when we were exploring the trailer being heavily black and white, you're still looking at it in color.
Right.
You know, before you. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and then we have something like this as well, where I think that this is really interesting too, because even for me as a player, this for me is the first kind of sign of life beyond what we've already seen in a way that's so different. So the amphitheater.
Wow, really?
We are, which is a place you guys will be going to.
This is where Carrie starts to shrink. Just disappears into his chair.
Yeah, Tenno Live is the place to be. If you're in game, this will be where we have our kind of live event moment.
Is that how you spell it?
Amphitheater? Probably not. Amphitheater? Oh, I forgot an H. Amphitheater.
It's like amphitheater.
I have to have a spell check on that one every time. So.
Yeah. Again, another kind of sign of life, I guess, on Deviri, or amphitheaters generally a place of culture and entertainment and presentations, which again is a great spot for us for our actual presentation during Tenno Live at 5 p.m. And what was the kind of design process for like building a stage specifically for the event? Is there any like particular significance to this location as well in the Deviri landscape?
Wow.
Choose your words
yes,
carefully.
And I am not going to be able to tell you very much about it.
Yeah.
We'll keep our lips sealed, so they'll just have to wait until
I think
they're
that
actually.
would be the right one in this
okay.
case. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Bombastine, another character you will be meeting, won't say anything really more than that. You'll just have to experience Bombastine come the live event.
Yep. And just to to speak to how long these concepts have been going on for, I think he was done before the horse was.
Oh wow!
So that's why. So the team that's working on Bombastine now, we kind of have to circle back and kind of like there are very similar aspects to this design, but it's been updated.
We see, and is this the updated?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome.
And then there'll be updates to the update.
And then there'll be
Yep.
updates and
Yep.
updates.
Yeah. Nice work by Marco again.
And that concludes our segment on Deviri.
Wow.
So I know we kind of blew through it.
So you don't have to watch Tenno Live anymore.
I just blew it all out of the water.
We're the new Tenno Live.
Yeah. Is there anything more you guys want to say about the process of building something that's been discussed and kind of thought about from the players since 2019, really?
Just that it's been a lot of work, and Carrie's been a real champ. He's doing a great job on it, and Jeff's feedback has been great.
Even though you're waiting on it.
Even though we're waiting
on it. When it comes, though.
Yeah. I think it's always just about the team.
Yeah.
Like
I
the
was
team,
gonna kinda go there
yeah,
first.
the team right now is just.
Yep.
You know, they're working on it right this second.
Absolutely.
You know, and like.
If my phone was allowed to buzz, it would.
Yeah.
Never a dull moment with the team.
So.
Yeah, everyone's doing such a great job, start to finish. It's amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
It's really cool to see the process, and thank you for sharing the concept work and
Oh, yeah.
approving it, which I will say there was approval for these things. Jeff is shaking his head, but
Sarah just ran through me when I sat down. She's hiding.
She's running out.
She's running away. She's saying goodbye. I don't want anything to do with this. We do have one last reveal.
Oh.
But before we get into that, it is a special segment with
Interesting.
myself, Eric, and a special guest. But before we get into that, I want to thank
Am I getting
everyone
kicked
here.
out?
I think we are.
Yeah.
Wow.
Goodbye.
Wow.
Wow.
Very welcome.
All right, well.
But yeah, scram. But I appreciate you guys coming out today
Yeah,
and
it's cool.
doing the art panel every year is just such a joy and
Awesome. And
presenting
huge
the
thanks
work.
to
Yeah,
you and
all you
Sarah.
guys.
Sarah,
absolutely.
of course,
Yes.
yeah.
Sarah,
Yeah, you guys-
Dean-ish.
And
Dean
Yeah.
and the team.
Yeah. But all we had to do was show up and take credit.
Yes.
So
There you go.
we really
That's
appreciate
true.
it.
There you go.
Yeah.
But we appreciate
Thank
it.
you for
Putting us
making it
together.
easy.
Yes.
And we appreciate all the hard work on
Absolutely.
the art team. There is a whole cast of just incredible talent
Amazing
at
people.
the
Yep.
art team and beyond, and it's always such an honor to show everyone's work with the community and get people excited for these things. So thank you all.
Absolutely.
And we're going to get
thank
into
you.
this one last segment.
Yep.
So
See you all in the amphitheater tonight.
See you all there.
Yeah.
See you.
Thanks for watching. Actually, keep watching. We're not done yet.
We're not done.
We're not done yet.
Oh,
One more
why?
thing. One more
Why?
thing.
They're
One
not
more
done.
reveal.
What's happening?
Ever since we put out a survey earlier this year, actually I think it was the beginning of this year, about the Warframe experience. And we had a very specific question in there that was, we have fairies.
If you didn't catch it.
Yeah, if you didn't catch it. We have fairies, we have necromancers. Would it be nice to have a werewolf theme? And unanimously, everyone said pretty much yes. So we are here today with a very special guest, a comic book legend, founder of Airship Syndicate Studios. Joe, we hear him in the back. Joe Madureira,
Hey-o.
also known as Joe Mad, is here, famously known for your work on the Marvel comics like Uncanny X-Men, the Battle Chaser series, as Eric here is so proudly displaying, and the Darksiders games. And we are lucky enough to have Joe here today to talk about the process of putting together a really rad Warframe that the community has been asking for. So, hello, Joe. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thanks.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We're really excited. We're here to discuss the opportunity that Eric and the team here at Digital Extremes had working with Joe to bring to life a wolf-themed Warframe. And we have some concept work here, just kind of some progress shots of that whole experience. So we're going to go through that today, going to ask some questions, and we can get started. Why don't we start with some early work we have here?
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah, I guess Joe could speak to these, of course.
Yeah, so I mean, from the onset, I was super excited, both because I love Warframe and all the awesome designs of the frames, but I also love monsters. That's really what I was drawing. When I was a kid, I was just fascinated by creatures, dragons, dinosaurs, whatever. And so, werewolves, vampires, anything like that, it's what I get super excited about. So obviously this combination was something I was all about it. Like, as soon as I heard about it, I was like, I want this. And the tricky part is, how werewolf to go, how wolf is to wolf, and still fitting within Warframe and putting that sci-fi spin on it.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of exploration we did. Eric contributed a lot as well and kind of helped keep me in like on the right track. And so we just played around for a while and tried different things and figured out
so cool
what worked.
Yeah.
So it's been super fun.
Yeah, it's gone through a lot of changes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So.
And I guess the werewolf theme, like as a whole, has had so many permutations over the centuries, like a traditional like lycanfolk, these fantasy stories. So what was the process of kind of, as you mentioned, Joe, reinventing this well-known, well-loved theme and a character into a game like Warframe, which is very sci-fi?
Yeah, so I think on the very first few, we went very werewolf with it. Like taking into account the gameplay and design stuff, we just, it helped rein us in and, it's like, how could we turn fur into armor? How do we keep
Right.
the shapes that will convey sort of like a canine creature aspect, and then
I think one of the things that we struggled to initially was the claws.
Right.
We were told no more claws because we had Sevagoth, we got Garuda, and even Valkyr was kind of like the one we had to kind of stay away from as much as possible. Which of course we drew claws in everything we had, but then we started to pull it back. I did this weird insect thing here.
Yeah, I think there's like a joke that I just put faces and teeth on everything, especially when I was working on
which is
Darksiders.
literally what we're looking at right here.
Yeah,
Lots of faces and teeth. Yeah.
So I was like, let me just do my thing and put faces and teeth all over this thing, and then it kind of helped. It's like, hey, okay, what if they were more wolf-like faces, and like they articulate and the mouths open and stuff like that, and that kind of started to push us in like a cool direction.
Right.
Again, it's always more fun to start crazy and then dial it back a little bit. So I wasn't really taking into account like, hey, is this giant shoulder gonna block the targeting reticle? But as we're working the design aspects in a little bit more game design, it's helping take shape a lot, as you can see, and I think we've arrived at something that hits all the right marks, hopefully.
Yes.
At least for us, but it's really the players that get to decide.
This is going to be dope. The idea of like, well, I don't know if we can speak to the abilities, we better not, but
still in progress.
Still,
but,
a lot of this is work in progress.
We can talk about like the elements of like a wolf or werewolf theme that we kind of honed in on in terms of design.
Yeah, specifically the bite, and as Joe said, there's like mouths and faces on everything. So we definitely kept this up, and this is really cool. So
basically, like if you touch any part of her, you're probably gonna get bitten. It's like dangerous everywhere, and like because of her agility and like again like leap, just things that like I wanted to keep her like agile looking and lean and fast.
Yeah, and
like a hunter. She's very much like a hunter type character. So like
so cool.
Speed and agility and stuff like that is kind of what I was pushing for, and like threat level.
I feel threatened.
And that tail that you've thrown in there, like that's like an energy tail. So it's not fur. We're allowed to do that. We were told it's okay.
No fur, but energy fur tail.
Energy. We can kind of have.
We're in the clear.
And one thing we had to consider too is that this character is holding a gun and shooting and weaponing. So it's like that kind of also had to informed the designs a bit too, right? So
loving monsters in film, and like I would buy all the Fangoria magazines when that was a thing, like back in the day, like horror movie like effects and stuff like that. I've just always been like a huge fan of monsters, so I'm sure all that stuff is in my DNA, and a lot of it is kind of what inspired Darksiders as well. Awesome. Back in the Vigil days, it's like, having monsters and demons and like bad guys basically leading the story versus your typical happy hero type. Like it's just like a theme that I love, and I like gray characters and evil characters and tragic villains, and so monsters are just my thing, and so all of it really inspired this.
Obviously, we're not going to do a typical werewolf approach. Warframe never does the typical stuff, so this spin on it has been really cool, and I'm pretty excited to see where we go with this.
Yeah,
so
I am very excited.
This is so cool.
It will not be the next Warframe, just to be clear.
No.
It will not be the next Warframe. It still needs some love, and it still needs to actually, get made. But still work abilities to come. But those will be future dev stream conversations that the folks can look forward to. I think once the art team is able to really attack this, they'll have just as much fun as you guys had concepting it and making it become a reality, from like the abilities to the effects that go into it to the audio.
Mm-hmm.
The audio team guys, they're gonna be super stoked for that as well. I'm gonna get, I don't know, we're gonna get some howls. Yeah, Sarah, do we have some howl effects? Perfect. I don't know if you
The weakest howl I've ever heard.
Ow! Oh, there we go.
So-
Yeah. So I think not only, I think our team will have a really fun time with it as well.
Well,
so.
I'm just trying to picture, like, because most times when we release Warframes, there's like a weapon that we ship with it.
True.
An accessory.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, what do those things look like that? I know we tried to play around with maybe some weapon ideas in the early stages, but we were just really trying to focus on getting, like, an initial look to get going in.
Yeah.
But, like, I'm just trying to think of, like, what else are we shipping with this and how we can add to all that. So more work for Joe, which is I'm trying to get doing, so it's going to be good.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about for the process of getting here with the werewolf frame before we?
No, I just want to do this more. This is
Yeah.
awesome. Like, working with Joe was great, and yeah, it'd be cool to do more of these things.
Yeah.
So, unless I ruined it, but.
No, it was super fun, and I'm happy that I got to be a part of this, and thank you guys. It's an honor. I can't wait to run around the game.
Yeah, totally.
With her, so.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for working with us on this and taking part of this for our Tennocon art panel this year. We thought we'd end the art panel with a bang with a new Warframe announcement designed by, of course, Joe Mad. And yeah, it's a very special event for us. I think internally we're all very excited as well. Like, we're like, yes, it's finally happening. So thank you, Joe, for also making our vision and our excitement for this come to life. And yeah, I guess we can sign off here for and head off to other segments during Tennocon. So thanks again, Joe, for joining us. Thank you, Eric.
No problem.
Sticking around.
No problem.
And again, thank you for watching the art panel for this year, and we'll see you in the next segment and during Tenno Live. See you there.
Bye, everyone.
Hey everybody, Megan here to let you know that by watching this year's show on Twitch, you're going to earn yourself some incredible free items if you have your Warframe and Twitch account linked. Watching Tennocon until 5 p.m. Eastern Time for 30 consecutive minutes will reward you with both the Veracruz Warfan and the Renala Sugatra. But that's not all. Tune into Tenno Live between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time for another 30 consecutive minutes, and you're going to earn yourself a free Titania Prime. That's right, a free Prime Warframe. If you already have your Twitch account and your Warframe account linked and received drops before on Warframe streams, then you're all set. But if you've never linked your Warframe and Twitch account together, simply go on over to warframe.com/Twitch, log into your Warframe account, and follow the simple instructions to get set up. And that's it. Enjoy the show.
Of harrowed stars, of hallowed chains, speak. For an age you've guarded the divide between dust and void. Speak. From within your everlasting sacred vessel, you held the lidless eye. Speak.
Rap, tap, tap.
One bizarre way is to compare it to a sitcom. In the case of the open worlds, there is an external, ongoing situation in which the characters are embedded. The situation doesn't necessarily change, and the story comes from the way the characters respond to it and to what it is doing to them and to each other. It's really about getting all of the backstory thoroughly detailed first as to what the story of the setting is, and then you proceed from that to the story of the individuals within it. In its simplest possible form is make me care what happens to the characters. Because if the character isn't in trouble, if they're safe, then it doesn't spark that innate human concern that says, I need to know more, I need to know if this being needs to be helped. Example, father is trying and spectacularly failing to protect his family. I know this looks rough, but we're going to get through this together, but nobody takes a blind bit of notice. But it also informs the situation when the Tenno show up, because father was like, I couldn't be any use to my family. Maybe here is somebody to whom I can be of use. The role that the character has to feel like it fits in naturally with the situation even before any Tenno come along and want to buy guns. There are basic commonalities to a town or a hub. It's the oasis of respite in the middle of some kind of an ongoing conflict. On Deimos, you've got the infestation encroaching of Zariman, very environment itself. And then, if that wasn't enough, you've got the Corpus and the Grineer, each with their own agenda getting in on that. There's also being mindful of the many different ways in which the Warframe universe is different from our universe. One of the things that we have had to watch is keeping track of words that we've used that refer to real-world concepts. That then means that, or something like that, must exist in the Warframe universe. Little Duck says that we've kicked the clown car. I'm like, does this mean that somewhere in the universe of Warframe, clown cars are a thing?
Hey Tenno, Danny here. We're getting so much closer to unveiling some incredible surprises. Tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the Tenno Live presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special Operator and Drifter cosmetic, the Stranger's Hood. This exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
And welcome to the Tennocon 2022 Community Art Show. I'm Helen Hickola, a member of Warframe's community team and one of your co-hosts for today's segment.
And I'm Mike Skyers, a principal character artist on Warframe and a Tennocon supervisor, your other co-host. We firstly like to thank Go Light Up for their awesome performance of We All Live Together that you saw in our intro. You can check out the full version on YouTube.
Over the next hour, Skyers and I are going to take you through some gorgeous community art and dojos. We are going to be showing Skyers all these pieces for the first time, and I'm really looking forward to sharing it with him and all of you. There were over 300 submissions this year. So many. And Julia Fields, Veronica Botnick, and I had a lot of fun going through every single submission and appreciating all the hard work that went into it. But of course, in a 1-hour segment, we don't have time to go through all of the submissions we received. That said, we agreed, and the community team agreed, that we wanted to give more of these pieces a time to shine on a Warframe live stream. So when prime time starts back up, over the next 3 months, we are going to show more art that was submitted to this segment on prime time. You can watch prime time weekly. It airs Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on the Warframe YouTube and Twitch channels.
All the artists featured today will receive in-game platinum and exclusive trophies as a reward for sharing their creativity with us. Physical props and cosplay will also receive trophies to acknowledge skills like charm and craftsmanship. But without further ado, let's take a look at Warframe's finest dojos.
In Warframe, players team up to create clans. A clan supports one another's in-game progress, competes in events, and forms a community of their own. The dojo is the clan's home base. It starts as one empty room, and it's up to the clan to decorate and expand. Since dojos first entered Warframe, ambitious clans have created increasingly complex designs. Dojo decoration has become an art of its own, and some clans stand out as true experts. Each of the 8 dojos we'll tour today showcases a mastery in dojo design. After today's showcase, you can visit the dojos yourself to check out even more of each clan's creations. The dojos will be live on the Warframe star chart all weekend, and there's much to see.
So, it is no secret that the Warframe community loves their mechs, as you and I do. I know you do.
Definitely, I'm guilty.
Definitely. And Violet Church is a great representation of that, but they don't only make mechs, they also create gorgeous rooms around those mechs. So let's take a look at some of those. She's regal. She's gorgeous. She's guarding a library.
That's crazy.
So you can see here, they have like little personal decorations they've added in addition to all the major ones.
I gotta join a clan like this. This is crazy.
Yeah, by the church, you.
You guys have space?
And I like this trend where they've taken a corpus decoration that wasn't intended to be a book, but lots of dojos are using it as a book now. Just shows what clans can do when their imaginations run wild. Next room.
Wow. Okay, yeah. I gotta join this clan.
There's one for you.
Or at least take a visit, yeah.
So obviously you can probably tell they've taken a lot of inspiration from Elden Ring, Dark Souls, and my fave, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed.
And Evangelion.
You nailed it. That's the other one.
That's crazy. I'm so curious to like find out what parts they use to make this.
So many. And overlapping them to create certain shapes. Yeah. All the debris is so carefully placed.
And the effect coming off the eye is really awesome as well.
For sure. I wouldn't mess with either of those creatures, although clearly there was a winner. Now this is our third and final room we're going to look at today. If you go visit Violet Church on the star chart, you're going to see so much more too. So it's not only a gorgeous mech in this beautiful courtyard landscape, they've created rooms for the dojo members. So it's actually like a little city or...
Yeah, you got like personal quarters and that's amazing.
We're gonna move on to another PC clan now, Umbra Lua Lycans. The reason we're gonna look at this clan today is they have so many strange but beautiful designs. The whole dojo feels enchanted or maybe haunted. Let's take a look.
Wow, that's a straight up medieval dungeon in Warframe.
Yeah.
What is this game?
What is this game? How are people making this? Yeah, and you see those corpus props as books coming back.
The stained glass windows.
So thoughtfully and carefully placed too. Little surprise coming up.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that spooky?
Okay, I never knew you could do all this kind of crazy stuff with dojos. It's amazing.
I know. Welcome to Warframe Dojos. It all feels like a hex or something has been put on each room. I'm really into it. Ooh, I love this one. I'm not certain that's supposed to be Excalibur, but I think maybe the room is called Relic of the Past.
Okay, okay.
And we have more of these.
I feel like it's a little bit more Atlas-y. It's got no neck.
That's a fact.
It's all traps.
That's a fact. And this is the Iron Giant, and there's a story being told in this piece.
Okay. It's holding up a pillar.
Saving the day. But if you look really closely.
Oh, there's a little person.
Yes.
Taking a selfie.
Taking a selfie with the giant. So saving the day for that
great.
soul there. And now this is a structure they've made entirely on their own. Like, this isn't a preset room we've given them. They've taken walls.
Could've fooled me.
Yeah, right? It looks like level design, which I suppose it is.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So thank you, Umbra Lua Lycans. That is so gorgeous. We're moving on to PlayStation now.
Okay.
We're going to look at a clan called Raven Fox because there's this other cool trend in dojo decorating where players recreate scenes from pop culture, movies, TV shows, and Raven Fox does a really good job of that down to little smart details. So here we go with Raven Fox. Star Wars
Get
fans?
out of here. That's amazing.
Anyone? Han
And the
Solo?
inside.
Yes. 2 scale, so you can walk around in there. And just see Luke
They
training.
have the chessboard.
Yes.
Don't come for me. I don't remember what it's called.
I don't remember either. Twitch chat will tell us, don't worry. And look, they're working away on it. There's a floof there. Okay, we're entering another in the sci-fi realm of film. Anyone recognize that suit from Aliens? Now, it doesn't just end here.
Tell me there's a giant queen somewhere in here.
Maybe. Ah. Where are we going, Skyers? Doesn't look like we're going anywhere safe and good, that's
No.
for sure.
They're gonna fix some of this dojo up.
I don't know.
Falling apart.
I don't know if they can. And down we go. You look afraid.
Oh no, yeah. Oh boy. That's awesome.
Is that so sick?
Oh, they even got the eggs too. That's great.
And down to those classic Raven Fox little details, we have an unfortunate victim on the left there.
Oh wow.
Yep. And of course, we had to showcase what the clan could do with an original design as well. This is their Guardian of Eternity that 3Claw, one of their lead architects, created.
It's impressive.
Yeah, they have little floofs operating this, there's a word for this, observatory. Observatory. Look, more are arriving.
That's impressive.
It is, and this scale.
Especially going through all the items that they can use to curate what they need for this piece.
Starting with the skybox. It's madness. We're jumping back to PC for our 4th dojo to check out 12 Olympians. Long live the king. Upon his throne. So this also just started with a skybox.
That's wild.
Name that movie.
Yeah, so when I first saw it, I thought, oh, mine's a Moria, and then
Yes, and we're
I
going
wasn't far
in.
off.
Absolutely. Mordor. So they've taken like a mix of Cetus decorations, of just natural rocks and
Creative
some infested.
caves in space.
Creative caves in space, guys. All of this. Those aren't even lava effects. They're a different kind of glowing effect.
Yes,
They've made
I know that one. Yep.
just made it look like lava.
From the new war. The scale of it. There's a movie.
And it's a movie. I think it's so cute. So they created a little
That's
camera,
great.
director's seat. And now this is an original work. Yes, this is called Frozen Throne. And if you make the long trek up to the top, I don't know if you would. It doesn't look very inviting. It looks a little scary at the end here.
It's a great slide.
It's a great slide.
That's amazing.
And you can also go into the kind of cave creation that they've made. There's a lot more to explore than what we've even shown here. But, you know, gotta give everyone a little preview.
All right. Yeah, no, these would definitely be worth going in and checking out in person.
We're now going to jump into a dojo from Warframe's Wii game server build. Meng Huang Wo Du translates to Dreamland, and we love how they've used more open space rooms to create entirely original landscapes.
Okay, let's take a look. Whoa, already off to a crazy start.
Yes, a huge city. We've seen cities before, but I think where it's really been taken to the next level recently is that people create like areas you can walk through. It's not just for looks.
Yeah. It's got an underpass and everything.
Yes. I love this statue. Can you say Orican cool? I mean, It's such like an Orican style statue piece.
They even recreated their weird dread hair stuff.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Oh my goodness.
Love it. So we're seeing like a very diverse range of styles here. We're going to talk more about how dojos make this kind of art, or dojo decorators make this kind of art in a bit. But those hamsters.
They got some cool stuff. They got some cute stuff. They got it all here.
Got it all. And again,
cool space port. Somebody's dropping a bomb on it somewhere.
Yeah, a whole alien fight, and you can go through and like they set up every single piece, every floorboard, every doorway, every computer. They place themselves.
Wow.
I love things that tell a story, like you feel like you're looking at a frozen moment in this battle. We're moving back to consoles. We're checking out an Xbox dojo called Dojo Prime. Great name. And everyone who watches Primetime will know that recently the community team has been freaking out about shadow art. That's what we call it. It's basically when dojo decorators play with our in-game light and shadow logic to create some cool 2D looking pieces. But there's a lot more you can do with this shadow and light, as we'll see. So let's start things off with Dojo Prime's work.
That's a shadow.
Yeah, so they have placed a background and used our text boxes, which you just type into, to create like blocks of color.
That's unreal.
Yeah, so you can use that glow there and then put decorations in front of it to like create the shadow effect you're seeing.
One Piece.
One Piece. And more anime.
Oh yeah, I'm getting. I'm like, I know these references.
Yeah.
Wow.
An original landscape to show some diversity in this dojo. They do a lot of stuff, like so much. I can picture the clan sitting down for very important meetings here.
Yeah. I'd be just, if I was in a meeting, I'd be distracted by stained glass. Like, wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Wait, what are we supposed to be doing?
Exactly.
A fountain.
Yeah, and what I appreciate about pieces like this is how carefully you have to work to like make everything align like that.
Yeah, creating these circular structures must be a task.
Yeah, it would be very time consuming. And now we're going to look at another style of that playing with light and shadow idea I was telling you about. Notes from Underground on PC is a master of that. And they've created this kind of style that we in the community have been calling Tron style rooms.
Yep.
And
also a fan of Tron.
Yes, so more for you, Skyers.
Yep.
And we've seen more of it coming up, like more Tenno are giving it a shot in their own dojos, but this is some of the earliest stuff we've seen of this look. So, let's see. Like, what? So you can walk all through here. Like you've been...
I'm just amazed. I'm like, how? How do they do this? That's amazing.
It's wild. It feels like, yes, this is a simulation. We've pierced the veil in this dojo. Going through warp speed.
That's so cool. Yeah, I have to visit this one too.
Absolutely. Well, live on PC. You gotta check it out. Okay, this room, we're looking at it from one direction.
Are we going up, down, left, or right? Because
I don't know, but we're about to go the opposite way, and it's a different color.
Okay. That's impressive.
Yes. And that alignment again. And the spirally madness has not ended, Scars. It's only begun. Yeah, we're all mad here. That room's called.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, pay attention to how this works out.
Is my brain gonna break?
Yes, Scars, it is.
There it is. It's already gone.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna notice maybe it's a little topsy-turvy as we come out this doorway.
Are we gonna be on the ceiling?
Yes!
Oh,
It's the same room you started in, but upside down.
Wow, okay.
Oh, it's so cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Gotta have a strong finish with that Tron-like space again.
That's so impressive. I had no idea that I was going to come and look at those just like this today.
Yeah. Well, we aim to please skiers, so we aim to please. Okay, our next dojo is Sky City, and they're going to finish us off with some more themed rooms. Are you a fan of Elden Ring, Skiers?
I am that one person in the room that has not played Elden Ring yet.
Well, fear not. I'm sure plenty of Tenno out there have, and even if you haven't, you're going to enjoy these designs. But there are some things you might recognize as inspiration from Sky City as we go through.
Again, I like want to go and walk around in it. The scale of this is
And there's
very
a
impressive.
dragon. This city, this poor city in ruins. Beautiful ruins.
Yeah, I'm just like, it's got levels.
It's got layers
The
to
verticality.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're gonna get a closer look at what it's like to walk through this city in ruins landscape that's been so carefully set up.
Of the golden roofs.
Oh yeah. And now another of a similar feel.
Yeah, tone change.
Little tone
Some blues
change.
going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is epic.
Huge, absolutely. This is Academy of Rhea Lucaria.
My school didn't look like this.
I wish. I wish. Now this is an original one because you gotta finish strong and show what this clan can do. I mean,
This is
huge.
yeah.
It's
I'm
wild.
gonna find my spacecraft in here.
You could get in there with a small jet.
The new little tiny Lisette come through.
Perfect. Yeah. Finishing off with that huge sci-fi ready railgun.
That's amazing.
Beautiful. So those are all of our dojos for today. Thank you all so much. We're blown away by them.
I had no idea. That's amazing.
I hope you learned a little bit about what our Tenno can do.
I'm gonna have to visit a few of them.
Yes.
Just to get that scale, because like I can't.
I can't.
Yeah, I can't.
Yes. Well, fortunately, you can do that because those dojos are live on the Star Chart all weekend. So please go check them out and let those decorators know how much we all love their designs. You ready for our next segment, Saz?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's jump into it.
Okay, so now we're going to be getting into the traditional art category. So the things you'll see in this section have been created with physical media like pencils, ink, and paint.
That's right. Well, let's kick things off with Irolia. Okay, so painted directly on a shirt.
I'm very familiar with this character.
Aren't you, Skiers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Skiers is Warframe Korra. I think it's a strong start to show you this beautiful creation. Yeah, it lives on a shirt.
That's great.
Out in the world now.
Yeah, part of the best part of this job is to see people do fan art of the work that we make, and it's really cool to see this on a shirt.
Yeah, you did an amazing job, Irolia. We're gonna do the next one for today, Exgaia. Exgaia created their own Warframe concept of the Vulcan frame and their weapon Talos.
This guy looks like he's a forger, and I love it.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
got like the lava going through. Yeah, it's super cool.
Certainly. Yeah, you can see the volcano inspiration. I feel like Ember would welcome Exgaia
They'd be
into.
best friends.
Yeah, they'd be best friends. I can see it now. I can see the more fan art even now. So thank you for that and all the detailed work in this piece with your concept. Naxos has created the next one for us. Where the sentience went, the new war started, is what they put as a comment with this piece.
It's very detailed. I'm like looking, I'm like, oh, okay, so it's got the whole story in there. That's
Yeah, it's like the longer you look, the more you see.
Yeah.
Our next piece is by Tipton.
Stop. That's awesome.
Scars is very familiar with this kind of art.
Yes. Well, yeah, painting model kits and minis is like my pastime.
Yes.
So that's crazy. And I see we got Ivara, Mesa Prime, Loki Prime. There's even a Lotus in there too. That's crazy.
I know. They've created a whole collection and it's gorgeous. So we really appreciate this fine work.
I hope they use it for some kind of game.
Oh, surely. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Show us how you're doing that too, please. Warhammer, but make it Warframe. Next we have Mira Casardis.
Incredible.
Yeah. Making Saren, I mean...
Saren Prime is gorgeous, like, design. So, love seeing artists recreate her and do their, tell their own story. She's got a corpus tied up in there.
Yeah, an unfortunate corpus.
Yeah.
Yes, but fortunate for us because we get this beautiful piece of art.
Yeah.
So thank you, Casardis. As always, your work is magnificent. We have Dronade now with Ember and Frost in ink. Kind of like an opposites combined theme.
It's very playing card aesthetic.
Yes, I can see it now. Yeah, and I'm always a fan of this style of like the lines to create shadow.
Yeah, the hatching,
Hatching.
I am so bad at that. So I'm looking at it and appreciating it. It's like it's so nicely spaced and I can make out everything. I know for me, when it comes to that stuff, it's like it just turns into a mess. So that's really cool.
Yes, super appreciative of that. We're on to our next one by Rina May Palma. Speaking of shading.
Our holy boy, yeah.
Our holy boy. Yeah, so we have Harrow here in all Harrow's magnificence. It's just another carefully done piece. Like you can just see how much time had to go into every detail.
Oh, that's very good.
Beautiful. Golden Shades has the next one. And their comment with this piece is, "You are the hope and future of the Tenno."
It's a very angelic looking operator there.
Yeah, you can see some inspiration. So I love that the operator feels like the powerful being that the operator is in this piece. So thank you.
Space Child.
Space Child. Pyra is bringing us our next one. This is an illustrative love letter to these two critters, and I wanted to test my knowledge of utilizing my markers to their fullest. First sketched in pencil, mechanical pencil, then inked with simple ballpoint pen, and then of course they used a colorless blender marker to do the initial shading with the ink laid before. And final pass was color with a Prismacolor primer markers and white gel pen. You familiar with those materials, Scars, I imagine?
Yes, and I avoid them because they're anything permanent. I'm very much a digital artist because I like my Control Z, and with this stuff, you got to commit, and it's impressive. Like the blending is beautiful.
And we have one more piece in this category by Smallish Poppy 6. Another
Harrow piece.
Of course. We have micron pens, Prismacolor colored pencils, and a gold pen here.
That's really beautiful. And I like the Tenno, like golden Tenno aesthetic on the edges there. Yeah.
Yes, it feels like an Orican homage piece, almost like Harrow's breaking through it to something more. Yeah, and that is all for this category. So thank you, everyone.
That's amazing.
And you can expect to see more gorgeous hand-drawn art in the future on prime time as well, of course. Shall we move on to digital art?
Yes, let's do it.
So digital art was definitely the category that received the most submissions for the art show. We have a lot to show you here, a lot of good stuff. And we're starting things off with Narubon's Mirage Prime.
Wow. That's so great.
Oh my gosh, I love her. The trickster herself.
They're all in there.
They're all in there, all the clones.
I was like, okay, 1, 2, and then the other one's, I'm here too.
Yes, and she looks prime. The gold.
The posing is great.
It
Gives them
is.
all their own personality.
Yeah. It's really well said.
Yes, agreed.
Thank you, Narubon,
Looks
for this
very nice.
stunning piece. And now we're going to move on to Cret DUI for the next. This is a classic Cret DUI piece. I'm a sucker for romance. What can I say, Skies?
Very sweet, yeah.
I feel like, I don't know, it feels like entering a fairy realm or something. But with Warframes, what's not so wild?
And it's that moment when their horns are right about to touch.
It's special. It's like they're going to kiss.
Yes.
We love it. Thank you, Cret DUI, for this and all the other gorgeous pieces you do in this style.
Grew 2 sizes today.
Sure did. On to Sand Chomps. So this is an animated GIF, and you can see the kind of gold Vitruvian style
Taking
with it.
from the Sacrifice Quest, that moment. That's really cool.
A moment that stays with all us Tenno, I think. It's very deep. And Sand Chomps even said this is their tribute to the Sacrifice Quest, and they adored the theme of love.
Yeah.
On to Pyraptor. Zaku. They're in pieces,
Ah, yes,
of course.
the skeleton.
The broken warframe is there, but I love how there's a quality of being broken, but also powerful in this piece.
You can feel the real, like they managed to keep the gesture in there even after doing all the amazing shading and stuff, and it feels, you can feel it moving and happening. That's great.
Thank you, Pyraptor. On to Harma Griffin.
There's too much heart in all
I
of this.
know, it's like they formed a pieta with warframes. And the flower edition, which all of us who know Helminth will appreciate.
That's beautiful. And great work of use of color too, and the lighting with like the sun rays coming through and going across, leaving your eye.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
And Trinity, what a great choice for that character
Yeah.
mourning, another warframe.
Meg is going to be fine.
Yeah, Meg fell in action, but Trinity will bring Meg back. Fear not, folks. Our next piece is by Nello Sart. Yes, we've gotten more of the void qualities since the Zeramin has opened up to us, and we're seeing some stunning art of that.
I love the new aesthetic that we've added to the game with all the spirals, and it's a really beautiful way, a beautiful shape language, and they've recreated it here very well.
They have. Even with a reflection of the Zeramin logo there. I think that's so cool. Our next piece is by Jorana. It's your girl again.
More Korra love.
Our
Never get tired of
artists
seeing that.
love her, I swear.
I hope so.
Ah, yes, the cactus.
Love. And
great pose.
deadly. Beautiful but deadly
I think
Korra.
I'm just gonna shut up because
Done
all of
great.
these broadly look great.
Colors too. The blood red face.
And I do want to save myself
Adds a
for
lot
the
to the
cool reveals coming soon.
Our next piece is by Takaya Lee.
This is epic.
Once again, we're back in the void with the Zeramin.
This is a great like poster aesthetic.
Yep.
Yeah.
And with it, Takaya Lee said, "Together we will save our home, our Zeramin." It feels like a preview for a movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was like a movie trailer poster. Perfect for that.
Awesome. Our next piece is by RUV, or Rev.
This is amazing. We were just talking about
We were.
Warframes with clothes, and here we are. This is epic.
Yeah, so all the boys in their cool looks.
Looking spiffy as you should be. Yeah.
I feel like they've really chosen like human outfits that suit the Warframes.
Oh yeah, no, these are perfect. These are perfect.
I have so much
I
appreciation.
want Rhino as a personal trainer for sure.
Sign me up. Sign me up. So thank you, RV. They're quite a trio here. Awesome. Toasty Tea Leaf has our next piece.
Totally different vibe.
Totally different.
Yeah.
We've gone 180 degrees around. Yeah. It feels like Kiss of Death, kind of. Toasty Leaf, you nailed the vibe of these characters in any case.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. And Shadrad brings our next piece.
Another movie poster.
And this is actually an attempt at a movie poster in the
Oh,
style
okay.
of the
Nailing it.
Duviri Paradox.
Nailing it.
So, very appropriate for Tennocon this year.
Yep. She got the memo.
Yeah, clearly Shadrad knew what was
Shadrad
up.
got the memo.
Frevelisk has our next piece, Meg.
I'm always amazed when people make Meg look really cool. She's like,
What do you mean? Meg's cool.
Meg's like OG.
Well, you can't go wrong with that reflective helmet.
Yeah.
They've really used it well.
They've recreated that effect amazingly.
She looks like Queen of the Stars, of the cosmos. So thank you, Frevelisk, for doing Meg justice. She looks so cool. And Art B. Horrent has another.
Did you just pick all these horror pieces for
I
me? I
promise
don't want to
you,
seem like it's
Skyers.
biased. Not rigged.
I promise, I didn't just choose a bunch of chorus for Skyers. I swear the community sent so much Cora to us, and we were, I mean, Julia and Ronnie and I were
This is
obsessed.
amazing. This is a mix of the Tennocon skin and the Deluxe skin inspiration here.
And like the sitting on her deadly whip, spooky. And it's a kind of, I mean, like all her victims in the background.
Oh, I didn't even look that far yet. That's sinister.
And now we're gonna look at Sil Fix's piece,
That's gorgeous.
The Lotus.
Do you know which one? Who did you choose?
I mean, I wanted to keep both. So I went for the Lotus again.
Okay.
But who did you choose?
Lotus as well. The new
Okay.
design was like too cool to say no to.
So cool.
Yeah.
They're all magnificent, but I couldn't let go of either side.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's
This is gorgeous.
part of the message. Yeah, I think it captures every face of Lotus beautifully, but has a uniting quality that I really value.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Gam Lee with our next piece. Again, we're going 180. Can we talk about how Hydroid is riding the Kraken?
Yeah, and you got Ureli riding the front of that wave there.
It's too fun.
It's amazing.
So I hope everyone at home as well is having a good time noticing all the little details. I know we have. We're moving on to Platts. It feels like a Hayao Miyazaki movie.
Yeah, it's a great day.
It's a great day.
It's a good day, yeah.
Good day for some adventures. And they said, my friends and I enjoying the Dog Days event.
Yep, I got it.
Platts and friends are having a good summer.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Leo the Pug is bringing their next piece. So they said, ever since the release of the new war, I was mesmerized by the design theory of the humanoid statue now known as the Angels in the Zerman ship, and had the idea of merging that design with Trinity. So here's my take on that concept.
Yeah, I think they work well together. I was like, that's Trinity Deluxe, right? It is, yeah. Because you can see the ring on the top of her head. I think they blended those two styles together very well.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Leo the Pug. Super Furet, with this last piece on our list.
Intense.
Yes. I mean, I love K-driving. I love riding creatures in Deimos. The speed, the motion is coming through in this still shot.
Yeah. And it's always impressive to see when somebody's gone in and rendered something so highly detailed, but it still has the energy and the motion in it. And they've done a great job at keeping the energy of this alive, as well as like giving people a feast for their eyes.
Yes, we've dined well in this piece. And in this segment.
Yes.
So thank you everyone for your digital art. We're now moving into Captura.
Captura allows players to create detailed images of their in-game characters. Some of these are straight out of Captura, and some of these have been edited afterwards to create something truly unique.
Yes. So our first start in this segment is It's True Blue. First start, there's only one start. But it's
blue.
a great start. No,
this
we're
is
in
great.
Deimos now. Very red, dark.
The framing is great on this.
It feels like the start of an adventure.
It's another movie poster.
Another
great
movie
movie
poster.
poster.
Yeah, It's True Blue. You've done a beautiful piece here. Our next one is by VGC. Protea with her past actions behind her, created by Temporal Anchor.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
That's a fun effect to play with, to create a picture.
I think Protea is perfect for this. I am so impressed by the action sequence. What a great use of Captura.
Yeah.
Gwanox has the next one. A Captura I edited to give it an Outrun art style.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for this kind of look, for sure.
The synthwave look.
The synthwave look. That's what's in my headphones all day, I tell you. Our next piece is by Purple Flip.
That's epic. Those wings.
Those wings. Yeah, it's scary. But you know, I somehow feel like this character is on my side even though I'm terrified, you know?
It's here to protect you.
Yeah.
From darker things.
Tells a story. Rallin Captura.
Speedsters.
Yes, so this is cover art for a version of Warframe if it was a sci-fi racing game.
K-Drive Unleashed.
It's awesome. And they even included...
Perfect colors, too, for this kind of thing.
It is all the looks of K-Drive. So thank you, Rallin Captura. This is a really fun idea.
Yeah, it's fun, yeah.
Kaylee Emerald. This was their first Captura they took with these wings, and it became their favorite immediately. So this was like a one-shot wonder in the Captura tool.
Yeah. It's great use of Tennocon and some in-house stuff. And the lighting is beautiful. I wonder where that is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A single soft light coming down.
I do sometimes look at Captura and wonder how much of it was in-game and how much was the editing. They merge things so nicely. Thank you. We're on to Medusa captures. Hero pose. I wanted to challenge myself to try something different for Tennocon. I wanted to pay tribute to the beginning of the Warframe story. The new Void Shell skins gave me inspiration for these stone warriors. They are that.
That's cool. I see they replaced Meg with Rhino.
Rhino is also an early
He's OG.
Warframe.
He's OG. Yeah.
So we respect it. And we've given Meg the glory that Meg deserves. So here are all the guys in their super cool stone looks, just like that intro cinematic quest.
Yeah, that's great.
Coroliva Crasta, a Magic Wisp as a siren mermaid.
That's really cool.
Coming out of the water like that.
More Tennocon love.
More Tennocon love. And the reflection is what really sells me on this piece. I feel like sirens aren't necessarily kind, are they? And that comes through too.
The mood is perfect on this. Yeah.
Thank you so much for all of your beautiful Captura pieces. That was our last one, and we have another category to get into.
All right.
Shall we?
Let's do it.
Off we go. The physical art and props category includes very hands-on media like woodworking, clay, and 3D printing. Our first one is by Lord of Creepers 2. Ah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so they made...
Tell me it lights up. Does it light up?
It lights up.
Oh. You got a picture of that?
Yeah, well, you can see a faint glow here.
Okay.
We'll have to... We're going to need to do a whole slideshow of this piece to show you all its magnificence or something, because, yeah, it lights up. It is a model of the war. Mm-hmm. Outdone yourself with this prop.
That's amazing. I want it.
You're going to go fight. You're going to go fight some sentience. On to Specimen Delta's piece. Comey.
I need one of those, too.
We're going to deck out Sky's whole space, playing Comey with a war at your back.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to go. So they used a combination of 3D printing, woodwork, and hand-ground charcoal sand.
No, that's beautiful.
They say, care to play a game, old friend?
Yes.
Yes, but...
please.
Yes, but I want us to have a good relationship after, not like in that quest.
I'm ruthless with this.
Oh boy! Noted. We're moving on to Fib Philip. A model.
Okay. What is this made out of? I need to know.
We have this one made out of polymer clay, painted with acrylic, and fluorescent colors.
Wow. That's a lot. That's not easy to do. I worked on this character, and like, even just doing it in the 3D model was a challenge. So to do it physically, that's a very impressive piece right there.
Ooh, yeah, I'm sure you can appreciate it more than any of us.
Oh yeah. Just like, all the strands, like especially you see coming off the back there, and like getting those to be the right shape, that must have been a challenge. So that's very impressive.
And it measures around 28 centimeters or 11 inches. And they're going to make Wisp next.
So it's big.
Yeah.
It's a decent size.
A decent sized model.
Mm-hmm.
And they have earned the Solaris Workmanship Award as a special acknowledgement of all of that.
Congratulations.
Yes. Well deserved. Milwa is our next piece.
Oh, we got a floof.
It's a floof. They sewed it all by themselves.
That's fun.
So it's especially worthy of the Clem's Choice Award. We love a charming piece like this one with all that care and every stitch.
Congratulations.
Yes, huge
That's
congratulations.
adorable.
It is. And now we're going to go to Ketamel's piece. Stop. Yep. Obviously depicting the Void Angels. It is 34 by 31 centimeters in size, polymer clay, LED lights, and acrylic paint.
That's amazing. This is a perfect like representation for these things, like as a relief sculpture.
Yeah, and the LEDs, I mean,
yeah.
It would have been amazing enough without lighting.
Yeah.
But here it is.
Yeah, that's really well done.
Stunning Ketamel. Nomad Arts. More polymer clay. So this is 9 to 10 inches tall. They've made a few pieces. So we chose one of our favorites to show you here today, but they make many of these out of polymer and painted with acrylic.
That's wonderful.
And it's cool how she's like in a heroic pose there.
Jumping back.
Yeah.
Matrix pose.
Matrix pose.
Yeah.
Thank you so
The
much.
detail,
Nomad Arts.
amazing on that.
Gorgeous. And MG. Oh, thank you, Dean. Okay. Magic Thighs with the next piece.
Oh yes, I saw this on Twitter.
Yeah.
I love this. Ureli's signature pistol. And I love they used a clear acrylic with some, they textured it somehow, and it looks like it's like the actual bubble material there.
Yeah, it does. Oh yeah, it looks like if you just pulled that trigger, destructive bubbles would go flying.
That's fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Magic Thighs. You have also been given the Solaris Workmanship Award for this magnificent piece. Well deserved.
It was a fun design to work on and to come up with for Ureli.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So working with the weapons team, we're like, well, why don't we, she does bubble, so like, why don't we make a weapon inspired by bubble guns? So We sent it the concept, and the concept came up with this lovely design, and we're like, yeah, perfect.
Oh man, yeah, I can imagine the team had so much fun with that.
Yeah.
Our deadly bubble gun. We love it. Our next piece is by Widescreen John.
Multiple pieces.
Yes. So this is a bunch of props that they've made for Warframe. Widescreen John's kind of like, in the community team, we look forward to their next gun piece, you know? We see the recreations often on Twitter.
Oh, these are really cool. It's impressive. Like, Warframe designs are not easy, so it's always really special to see people take on the challenge and take it on so well to recreate them in real life.
Oh man, that's true.
Look at that thing.
They have a full arsenal here. It's crazy. Our last piece for physical art and props is by Zeneca Tenno. Ayatan.
That's beautiful.
Isn't it so cool? So they said Ayatan treasure inspired bronze sculpture took over 100 hours with 8 moonstones in a single labradorite.
Oh, and it jingles.
It jingles.
That's beautiful.
10 bronze castings and 87 parts to complete the fabrication.
That's amazing. I was wondering, I'm like, is that real metal or is it painted? But it's bronze castings?
It's like as Ayatan can be in the real world here. So that is a wonderful conclusion to this section. Our last category is going to be cosplay.
Stunning. All right. To finish things off, we're going to look at cosplay. This section, you'll see people that have taken on the task of recreating Warframe characters in real life.
They sure have. First up is by Tal Jawa. They've said, "This is my cosplay of the Nyx Pasitha skin. It took around 2 months to make, and it is made of EVA foam and foam clay with some LED lights in the helmet."
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
And the helmet lights up. It's cool.
As you were saying, like no part of Warframe design is easy to make in the real world.
No, especially with deluxe skins where they take it to another level, and to see that this person has recreated that. Do we have other photos of this, or is this just the one?
I think this might be the only.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I know.
have
We
to check
want
it out.
more.
Yeah. I'll have
Tweet
to
us
see some more.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah.
Stunning.
And the weapon too.
Right. It's not like they, just did a Warframe. That would be crazy enough, but they also made a weapon to complement it.
That's really beautiful.
Beautiful. And they've been given the Solaris Workmanship Award as well for this piece.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. We're going to look at Ritten's piece. They said, "A cape-type Limbo Prime cosplay for a very special guinea pig."
This is great.
It's a very special.
I never knew I needed a guinea pig with a hat in my life, and here it is.
It's not just any hat. That's a Limbo,
Limbo Prime hat. The fanciest hat.
I can't get enough of it. Obviously, for such a good guinea pig, it had to get the Master Tisanai Award. Thank you for sharing this gorgeous pet cosplay.
This is adorable.
I feel like the guinea pig had a good time having all these snacks in the chute. Now we're going to finish things off with a cosplay by Arboreal Key. Does it look like Captura or what?
For a second there, I was like, this is in the wrong area. No,
So,
again, more Tennocon love.
certainly.
Yeah.
And we've seen this cosplay before. We've seen it on Twitter before. But since we last saw it, they've added claws, they've added more details, and obviously they did a beautiful shoot.
It's a great photo shoot.
Yes. And they're working on a Nyx Deluxe for TwitchCon in Amsterdam.
Yeah, have to keep my eye out for that.
Keep our eyes out. I'm blown away by this one.
Stunning.
So naturally, this piece wins the Best in Show award.
Can't argue with that.
No.
Can't argue with that at all. It's even got weathering on it. It's not just like clean. It's got some dirt and grime on there. Obviously, LEDs a must.
It's a must.
Yeah.
That concludes the Tennocon 2022 Community Art Show. Thank you to everyone who submitted. I can't tell you enough how much Julia, Veronica, and I enjoyed looking at your work. And I'm so happy I could share so much of it with all of you and with Skyers, one of Warframe's wonderful artists.
Yeah, it's been a huge pleasure. As an artist working on the team, it's such a treat to be able to create something and then have it released into the world and then see people interact with it, and even go out of their way to do their own art based off of it. It's really re-energizing, and thank you so much for that. It's been amazing to see all this, and I hope you all enjoy watching the rest of Tennocon 2022. Bye.
Bye. Hey everybody, Megan here to let you know that by watching this year's show on Twitch, you're going to earn yourself some incredible free items if you have your Warframe and Twitch account linked. Watching Tennocon until 5 p.m. Eastern Time for 30 consecutive minutes will reward you with both the Veracruz Warfan and the Renala Sugatra. But that's not all. Tune into Tenno Live between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time for another 30 consecutive minutes, and you're going to earn yourself a free Titania Prime. That's right, a free Prime Warframe. If you already have your Twitch account and your Warframe account linked and received drops before on Warframe streams, then you're all set. But if you've never linked your Warframe and Twitch account together, simply go on over to warframe.com/Twitch, log into your Warframe account, and follow the simple instructions to get set up. And that's it. Enjoy the show.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
You're a Sandscape floof.
What?
I'm a Bolarola. Okay.
You really are.
I'm okay with this. If you're okay with this, if you want to talk about some things.
4 legs, and I've got flippers.
Yeah.
So, maybe not. But maybe if chat buys enough stuff on the Warframe store, we'll be able to turn back?
Maybe. Did you know that we have Tennocon merch?
What? When
Yeah.
did this come out?
This morning.
But it's not the morning anymore. Is it still there?
We've got a Wake Up Tenno mug.
Oh my god, I hope it's still there. Because, how am I going to know how to wake up if I don't have a mug that tells me how to wake up?
Don't panic, don't panic.
Okay.
We've got a Warframe lamp. Maybe that's still there.
I love lamp.
We've got, Mesa t-shirts. We've got a Neja and Wukong t-shirt, a Rhino t-shirt, a Yoreli t-shirt. You like t-shirts?
Really?
We got t-shirts.
Tennocon merch pack, you can still buy it if you want to
Yeah.
celebrate Tennocon and you want to have a creepy mask on your chest.
Yeah.
In game, you get a cool little charm and stuff. There's so much that's in it.
We've got an Excalibur bobblehead.
Hell yeah.
A Sunny Popperfloof. A Teshin statue.
I love Teshin. He is really cool. He's got 2 swords, which, considering I have no hands, that's more swords than I can hold. You know what? It's worth it. For the amazing merch that you will be able to buy, possibly. I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you. It's still June. So when you're seeing this, you're in the future. And if stuff is sold out, it's not my fault.
No. And, so you could go check out all of our merch for Tennocon. And I'm going to try and figure out a way to not be a Bolarola anymore.
Cool. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Tenno. Danny here. We're getting so much closer to unveiling some incredible surprises. Tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the Tenno Live presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic, the Stranger's Hood. This exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
The movement is so crazy in this game, man.
I'm a fish from Deimos. Like a brown? Yeah. I'm liking this as a base.
Ooh, that's a look.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to All Stars Warframe, a friendly competition of Warframe's greatest challenges: fashion, interior decoration, budget cosplays, and of course, combat. My name is Earl T. Kim, also known as Earl of Sandwich, your host for today's competition. A big thank you to the Warframe devs and the community for all of the fun we're about to have in today's competition. Now, it's time for some frame fashion.
I'm thinking Dalmatian or ice cream. Puppies or ice cream. Both great things.
Cottagecore! Bad and bougie! Tactical? So close to potted plants! Alrighty, let's put 3 minutes on the clock and let's get them in.
Okay. You know what's going to be the bad? The bad is going to be the whip.
The ice cold sort of vibe.
Thinking whisk, because she's cozy in the cottage in the forest.
Oh, yep. Let's get some burgundy. We're going to change that white to something else.
Okay. I like that she's got the bow too. Very nomadic.
Oh, yeah.
Energy, I don't even feel like I need to touch that.
Ooh, that's a look. Once you've got your selection, start making your way to get your selfie shots. Where are we gonna go?
Gonna go to Deimos. Let's go, go, go.
It's gonna be a nice and cozy spot.
There better be a
outside.
tree.
Tactical snow mission. You're in the mountains. Let's go.
Pose.
Pose. We got 5 seconds.
Right up on the cliff here.
Pose for it.
Yes. Work
honey.
it.
Boom.
Are we good with that shot? Tactical as ice. All right, chat. Which team was a 10 and which team was a no? Poll is live. Oh, that is the final score. Congratulations, Ambers to Ashes.
I feel like that went really well.
We're going to be getting into a little bit of gameplay.
Okay, let's go.
We're going in.
The goal here is for me to do the headshots, Charlazar to just go ham, just blow it all up.
Back up, back up, back up, back up.
They are crushing it.
You see an enemy, just cut through them.
So I initially thought my 4 went through the bubble, but I don't think it does.
The movement is so crazy in this game, man.
Yeah, traversal
That was like one of the first things that I ended up falling in love with this game.
Oh wait, where am I going?
Oh, it's this way.
Oh man, where'd you go, laddie? I lost you.
Went through a door.
To the green, to the green.
To the green.
Yes, get there, get there.
Which way did you go?
Oh, another beefy.
Got a minute and a half left. Let's get those final kills in.
Oh, we got it. We got it.
Get back, get back, get back. Get out, get out, get out, get out. You're making Space Mom nervous. 10 seconds left, 10 seconds. Yeah! Alrighty, and we'll call time for that. Next, we've got our competitive Orbiter interior decoration. Our themes today are Boogie Nights, Polar Paradise, and Beach Vacation. All right, poll is closed. Beach Vacation it is.
Yes.
Let's get into it.
You know, we need to get our colors going.
I'm gonna get some bright yellow. I'll throw some lighter green in here to kind of give like the plant aesthetic. Maybe like some lime palm trees.
I also want to start with the sand, but on the sides we're gonna go with the blue.
Let's get the ocean water in here.
Ooh,
I'm liking this as a base.
Decoration. Do we have any
Okay.
decorations?
If you had some beach balls, that'd be perfect for this.
Oh, I'll get a planter right here though. I'm gonna get a couple of these probably. Hold on.
What is that?
Those are the little jellyfish.
Let's get our beach towel laid out. You see it?
Love
This
it.
is where we hang out.
Look at that. Ooh, hold up.
40 seconds,
here we go.
y'all.
No, we got a tree up here, almost like a palm tree.
All right, let's get ready to take that photo now.
I'm liking it. We got all the crabs. We got a couple of jellyfish right there.
Oh, I love that.
Dude, can I lay down? I can't lay down, but you know what? We can sit. We're on the
Perfection.
Gorgeous, gorgeous.
Woo! If that ain't beach vacation,
Okay.
I don't know what is.
This is the final tally, so I believe the victors are Embers to Ashes, first place. I'm hearing that the leaderboard is finally ready, so we can see the results of who is victorious for All Stars Warframe. Oh! In first place, we've got Embers to Ashes with 360 points. Well done!
Let's go!
Thank you for bringing yourselves, thank you for bringing your spirit, and thank you for bringing all of your energy.
Hello and welcome. That was a sick intro, Dean.
That's cool.
Hello and welcome to Tenno Live, the end keynote of Tennocon 2022, which means we've made it through the day. Woo! Any bruises?
Nope, just some sunburns.
Any sunburns?
No.
Anyone radiating heat at a level that's...
This is embarrassing, though. No one showed up.
I know, no one showed up.
Yeah.
This is real
Hey,
sad.
where's everybody?
We were going to have the DE staff here to have like a pseudo live audience thing. We made it work. This is, luckily, we were able to get a nice stage put
It's
together.
cool.
The
I
events
love
team
this.
made
I
this
feel-
awesome.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
I feel bad it's just us getting to
I know, this is,
indulge in it.
it's quite empty, but
Yeah.
you're here, Twitch
There's like
chat.
6 people.
You too,
Thanks for being
everybody.
here. Yeah.
If you're watching, welcome and thank you very much for joining. We have about an hour of Warframe to talk about here. So we're gonna do some intro, some housekeeping, just saying hi.
I love housekeeping. It's the best.
Do you?
That's my favorite part of everything.
Scott's got a beer. I
Okay.
don't. We're already
Oh.
off to an unfair start with.
Spirit animal.
Where's my beer?
Sorry, we'll get you one.
No, it's okay. I'm okay. Anyway, welcome. My name is Rebecca. I will be somewhat running the show here with Megan.
Hey guys, back at it. We're back.
This is your third live show today.
This is my third live. I feel like I've done the most work. I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm totally joking. I'm totally joking.
Probably right
I'm
though.
joking.
But anyway, thank you so much for joining us. We really do have a lot to go over, and we are going to get started after you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Oh, you guys know us, right?
Yeah.
Well, you might. People might not.
It's
This
been
might
a
be
minute.
They don't recognize you. You shaved your beard.
Okay. Yeah, so I did shave. I'm Sheldon. I am the COO of Digital Extremes, and I'm really excited for all of the work that our team has done and to show you guys this. I shaved my beard because I'm just excited.
Okay. Great.
That happens when you get
Thank you.
excited.
I'm just-
Now get rid
You
of it.
start shaving places.
What the?
Stop the beard.
Please.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Who are you?
Next time.
I'm Jeff.
We had a
Jeff with a G.
We had a rehearsal last night, and then a construction crew cut the fiber optic cable that connects us to the office, and that was exciting.
I was recovering from my booster. I don't remember last night.
And Jeff said he doesn't remember because he just had his booster.
Yeah, I was kind of
Yeah.
You were
Needless
cranky.
to say,
I was cranky.
life has thrown everything at us for the past 24 hours. We lost 6 hours of internet to do builds and get everything ready for the live gameplay demo. But
Canada
we're here
lost internet, or half of Canada.
Rogers lost
for a
internet.
while, but
you know. Anyway, we're here now. Steve is joining us. Hello.
Yeah, hi, I'm Steve. Thanks for tuning in.
And the most sunburned
And
man.
I'm
on the
really burnt.
planet.
And I'm Scott. Oh, can we go tight on Scott? I'd
No,
really love
no.
to. I'd really love to see that burnt. No,
No,
No, I don't. That was not man. That's just the.
He did.
I'm under the brim of the hat.
Well, let's get things started. For some people, they might be used to, because it's been our 7th Tennocon. We are kicking off our 7th Tennocon, and we always ended with what was really started as a live audience dev stream. So we did that for a while, and then we did it digitally because of COVID, and now we're back to sort of the dev stream, but there's no live audience. So, you know.
We're almost there.
We're almost
We
there.
got a stage. We
We're
got a
almost there.
stage. We just,
We
yeah.
just need like the fake
But
crowd.
You
Scott,
Laugh
you and I
track.
could just go out into the as a
No,
thing.
no.
Okay.
Get like a mosh pit going.
Yeah.
But this is actually a great time to be a live audience member in-game. If you haven't logged into the Warframe game, all platforms, the Duviri Amphitheater is now live. This is actually, if you cut to Megan's screen, you could probably see it.
It's there. Dean, if you want to do it live.
I don't know if you want to, maybe
Nah,
not.
I don't know if he wants to.
I don't. He just
No,
doesn't
that's
seem
fine.
to want to.
That's fine. Dean is the heartbeat behind everything, so he's in control. But the live Duviri Amphitheater is there. We have partner experience for the live gameplay demo. So if you're in game, you will be treated to an in-game partnering experience for everything we're going to show, which we're very excited for. So get in now. This is your warning.
Partnering experience.
I couldn't think of a better
Did you
word.
just make that up?
Yes. It's a
It's
horrible
a new
word.
thing. It's
Interesting.
to catch on everywhere.
Yeah.
Sounds like you just made that up.
I've been rehearsing metaverse jokes for this stream like for about
But did I
6
just
months.
make-
But you just killed it. You just were so good with that.
I like-
Partnering experience.
Anyway, speaking of partnerships, we always have wanted to turn Tennocon into something more than just about games. We wanted it to be a charity event. And
Oh,
7
yes.
years running, we've got to do a charity partnership. And each year, we get to contribute to an organization in Canada that we firmly believe in their cause. And this year, we are thrilled to announce that thanks to the generosity of the community and just the year-over-year Tennocon momentum, we're donating $200,000 to Inspire.
Yay!
That's amazing.
Yes.
So extremely exciting. This is an incredible organization. I don't know if you want to say a bit more about Inspire, but
Yeah, of course.
we were able to get a video from them this morning in our intro, but otherwise.
Yeah, they're a national Indigenous charity who help First Nations all around Canada, education, getting them started. So really special organization that we've had the privilege to talk to and be able to donate this. And we have ! Donate in Twitch chat if you would like to donate throughout the day, throughout the stream. Appreciate it always.
Yes, so thank you everyone. Very excited, and we'll be able to connect and make a difference in the community.
That's awesome.
Yes. And we had a couple live segments today. We had a run of show, we had an order, but then we saw all the crossplay and cross-save questions, so we're switching it around just to address it right now. Like we were gonna do like a bit of.
It's canceled. We're not doing it.
Whoa.
No.
I always feel like I'm at my like stress and nerve limit, and then we just go live, and somehow it's
we just
fun.
crank it up a bit.
See,
We make it worse.
It's like a test. It's, I feel like I'm being.
We changed our mind. No one wants it.
See.
There was not enough people in Twitch chat asking for it. If
Now
there had just been that one extra voice,
Your voice, the one that held back.
I'm fighting the toughest battles.
It's your
and
fault.
all caps would have
Goodbye,
turned it
chat.
around, but no, you're
Nightbot's
too
gonna have
lazy.
a field time right now.
This is like I don't even know what supervillain would do something like this. This is the start of my Joker arc, that's for sure. This
Okay, all right.
All right, but nevertheless, so crossplay, cross-save. It's been a year. Last Tennocon, we showed you the work in progress.
That's right.
Versions of it all. We had the mobile build, we had cross-play working, we had cross-save working, and then we were saying in development, stay tuned. So now we're in the stay tuned phase, and we are essentially at the point now where the next thing we're going to do is, well, twofold. First is cross-play is coming first, and we're starting community stress tests very soon, which means we're going to be picking some platforms. The community team and the tech teams and the dev team are all going to work together to spin up true live tests for crossplay. So this is something that the community team will have posts up about to give everyone a window into what we're doing it, and it's going to be happening soon.
Soon TM.
Soon TM.
Classic.
But Warframe is a game that has spanned many years, and there's a lot of systems in Warframe. And as we released platform over platform, we introduced things like Barrow. We introduced, relics, and all of these different systems that are per database timers.
Yep.
So if you play on any console platforms, you know that you're 2 weeks behind Barrow Key Tier's offerings. He's one of our in-game vendors. He shows up every 2 weeks, and he. We need to start really breaking some bones and resetting those timers.
Yeah, so July 29th, that's our goal. We're going to do what we're calling a Barrow parody event, where Barrow's going to arrive, same place, same time, but he's going to catch everyone up, more so console, because I think, they're like 2 manifests behind. So that way Barrow is bringing the same thing for everyone at the same time. Because yes, we...
Hashtag Barrow Pero.
Barrow.
Oh no.
Marketing, write that down. No, the goal is to, like Reb said, basically sync all the things that have timers, vendors, everything
Absolutely
like that.
everything.
Everything needs to be on the exact same level. So now with this Barrow Pero event, thank you. July 29th, he'll bring some new stuff as well. But the goal is to obviously just have that synced across the board, one barrel for all, and just bring it all.
And that logic is going to be applied to everything,
Yes.
whether or not you're getting the same, nightmare missions, all of the things that are systemically generated. We have to unify them all so that crossplay will work. This is going to be part of the stress test. And then after crossplay is proved to, work, fix out whatever we can, then that is paving the road for cross-save, which will pave the road for other things. And we are actually starting a mobile friends and family test.
Yeah, it's live right now for our friends
for the
and
staff.
family.
So we have a lot going on behind the scenes. The order of operations is crossplay stress tests are coming very soon. Once all of that is sorted out, we're going to take our development time going over anything we find. We're syncing things. July 29th, Barrow is going to start his parody event. And then once all of this is good enough to go wide, then we get the cross-save bullets in the chamber so we can start launching that. So
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cross-save bullets in the chamber. That's just very good.
It's a partnership between bullet and chamber.
Oh wow!
Wow. Yummy.
Yep.
Okay.
So now that we've said that first, because I feel like the amount of the amount of people that want crossplay and cross save, we had to move it to the front of the Run It show because it is such a key part of what keeps communities together.
It's going to be a great feature.
We don't want to we don't want to f it up. We don't want to launch cross save and then all of a sudden
turn it off immediately.
And then have to turn it off, and then some poor Tenno's account is lost in eternalism of the version of them that didn't get
rescued.
So we have to be
nice.
You know that scene in the new
These references
that
are
sounds
just
like that sounds very bad.
Oh my God.
Dang.
All right. Okay.
But anyway, so we're starting with parody events.
Yeah.
And then we have also, I think there's also like relay destruction things that have to get
Yes.
synchronized as well.
Yep.
So bringing the databases kind of to heal, and then
There's a lot.
off we go.
Yep.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Yeah.
There's a list, and we're gonna get it all done.
Yep.
That's how we go.
That's the goal.
Okay. There you go. That's the update.
Well,
Or it's canceled if you believe me. Who are you going to believe? I don't know.
choose. One of us is right. And it's not Steve.
Okay.
Well, we'll see. But anyway, we are going to now give stuff away, kind of.
Oh.
As we do.
As we do.
What are we giving away?
some free
Would
stuff.
you like to see?
I would
We're
love
not
to.
actually giving it away. We're launching a giveaway. You have to
Oh.
enter this.
But would you
Oh.
like to see it?
Yeah.
Dean, play that
Oh, is this
clip.
the computer?
Yeah.
Oh,
Computer.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck to anyone who requires a computer. Wait, that's a computer? What? That actually looks amazing.
How does that even?
This is the first time Sheldon's seen this.
I've never seen that thing.
So
We're not
that
asking about
we
it.
need a banana for scale.
Yeah, how does that?
That's a 4 foot tall. It's almost rev
4
size.
feet tall.
Rev size.
Four
Rev
rev size.
It's even a little bit taller.
That's a 4 foot tall computer. It's made by PC Modder, AK Mod. They have built this
Wow.
one of a kind custom
Okay,
PC
then.
Amazing.
Zeraman 10.0
Yeah.
tower. It's incredible.
Wow.
This is actually a Gleam giveaway, and it's going to be live until August 16th. So if you're in Twitch Chat, you can just do ! giveaway, and it'll get you a nice little link so you can.
You can't win it if you work at
You
Digital
can't
Extremes.
win it. I'm sorry.
You cannot win it.
I'm sorry, but you
Put
could.
an order in for one.
You could.
No.
Giveaway. Get all the information on it. Again, August 16th. You have until then. So get yourself a chance at a 4 foot tall Zeraman 10.0 PC.
One of a kind
That was
tower.
amazing.
It's insane.
That was
Wild.
amazing. Yeah.
Honestly, amazing work putting that whole
Beautiful.
computer and giveaway campaign together. Good job, team. That is best computer I've ever seen and will never have.
I know.
It's like out of reach.
It hurts.
We give, but we.
hurts.
This is the internalism where we don't get the
Yeah.
we don't know. We could.
Wow,
We could.
these
We could. Yeah. All right.
journalism jokes. Love
We
it.
had a lot happen today.
We did.
And at 4 p.m. something really exciting happened.
We deployed a update on all platforms today. If you haven't got it yet, you can download
Wait,
the
what?
update, get in the Duviri Amphitheater. It's on Earth. But yes, the update went live on all platforms today, and we launched Core Prime.
She's out. She's here.
Whoa.
Core Prime Access. We debuted
crazy.
it on the art panel. Little
How did I
teaser
miss that?
there.
Was I?
Yeah.
Did you spoil it again?
Eternalism.
Jeff spoiled it again for sure.
Oh my.
But
the best
perhaps
panel, I don't know.
maybe we should show the Prime trailer.
Oh, we have a Prime trailer?
Sure do.
Sure do. Dean,
You
roll
mean
it.
you didn't spoil it?
Yes, roll it. Ooh.
None of them truly understands how much I lost when I lost her. Nor by what subtle art my dead love now lives within another's gleaming scar. So tonight, we shall celebrate in her honor and mine. I shall unveil a new creation, a harmony of mistress and monster.
Okay then.
An apex predator. A deathless companion. Unsurpassed. Blood raw in whip, claw, and fang. Cora.
That's like
Okay, not gonna lie, that
posing
looks amazing.
I know.
Toes.
Core Prime.
That's how I'm going to show my butt from now on.
Yeah. We will not be showing any butts on this stream.
No
okay?
butts on this stream allowed. Zero butts.
All right, so that is the Core Prime Access trailer. Again, launched today.
Did. You know what we should also launch?
What else should we launch?
A giveaway. Shall we do the first Core Prime
yes.
Access
Oh,
giveaway?
yes.
I think we should.
Who can win the first one?
And you're the closest, so you're going to have to read it.
You're also the only one with laser eye
can't
surgery.
see.
Really asking Sheldon to do this?
Oh,
Yes.
I can't wait.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
That's why he's
who's
sitting
the winner?
there.
If you have to go get a snack, go now while Sheldon tries to read the giveaway. We're going to give away a Core Prime Access to one lucky Twitch viewer.
Let's
Here
go. Let's
Who's
go.
it gonna be?
Could
Who's
it
it
be
gonna be?
you?
The answer is.
Oh, it's scrolling by.
Oh, so many names.
Oh, it's.
Phase jump.
A's jump.
Face jump.
Hey,
PH.
jump.
PH like us. PH. A's jump.
PH.
Placeholder.
Placeholder.
Placeholder. A's jump.
So Face
Almost
Jump,
got
you have
the
just won the first Core Prime
titanium.
giveaway of the year. Congrats, she launched today. The Prime Access is all
Way to
yours.
go.
Live.
That's
Message
Wow.
our Twitch page and we'll hook you up.
The first ever.
We
Zach's
have-
ready.
I think we have key art we can show in case you want a closer look at her and all her beauty. The team did a fantastic job with Cora and her Venari Prime.
That's cool.
It's got the Hystrix Prime, the Dual Carries Prime, alternate Prime helmet, which is really awesome. Just all hot.
So beautiful.
Oh man, I love that trailer and just love this
Yeah.
design and just listening to Ballas. Scott was saying he could listen to him just like reading bedtime stories.
I'm sure you're not
Yep.
alone in the community
Yep.
for that.
He needs like a redemption arc maybe. Like New War kind of.
Don't spoil it.
He's not so. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind, never mind.
Some people haven't played the New War, but you should. But you haven't
Okay.
yet. That's okay.
I don't know if
Maybe
there's any
that
more
was like his
redemption.
brother.
Is redemption
There's always
possible?
room for redemption.
Maybe he's got like a twin brother that's like way more lovable.
More family.
All
They were
right.
separated at birth. One was
Yeah.
I
lived in a
need like
cabin.
a light switch, like an elementary school teacher. Like,
Quiet down,
from the
quiet
class.
down.
Quiet
Oh,
down.
oh yeah.
Quiet time now. Quiet time now.
Yeah.
Quiet time now.
Quiet.
Wave. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
but we also launched today. If you're a fan of, if you're watching and you have your account linked, you can get Titania Prime for free.
Yeah,
Oh.
30 minutes.
Yes.
Make sure you're linked up. All
and
good.
we also launched a Titania skin today, the Donan
The
skin,
Donan
which
deluxe
is
skin.
a deluxe skin. Everything's there.
Which also showed in the art show, but you don't remember that.
He
I
does.
think I
It was like a month ago.
Yeah.
Don't trust him, but it's fine.
Don't trust
Don't
him.
trust him.
It's all
a
a
memory. Yes. The,
Oh, there it is. Look at the key art.
That was yeah. It was
Wow.
Oh man, I do love
Very
that
cool.
so much.
It's got deluxe razor wings and everything. Dex Pixie.
So all you have to do is watch this and you get.
no.
Please.
Now, yeah.
Wait, what? I thought that's
You
how
get
it works.
Titania Prime.
Okay.
And
And
then
then
the
this
skin
just
is
went live.
conveniently available for platinum.
Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it.
What a
You're
guy.
good.
Sorry.
God.
Should you be interested to use your new skin on your
Riccatello loves this. He just loves this.
Listen, it was so
He's just clapping. Yes.
Who is?
Never mind.
Never mind.
Oh,
We're
okay.
good.
Sorry.
All right.
Can't help myself.
Yeah, so that's all live in the update today.
That's all live. And going live tomorrow, we did announce, pre-announce at this, but Nightwave North Choice Volume 2 is going live tomorrow at the classic weekly reset time for us is 8 p.m. Eastern time. But we have a new Nightwave. Just going to have some cosmetics, bring back some old ones as well. And if you're unfamiliar with what Nightwave is, it's basically like a kind of seasons pass. We used to have an alert system, but we took that out and now we do Nightwave. So it's voiced by Nora Knight, which is super fun. And it's just a nice little free path for some cosmetics. She's got her own store, and you do acts every week.
Yep, completely free. Just way to earn stuff while playing the game.
Launching tomorrow.
Nightwave.
Nightwave, baby.
Fantastic.
Yeah. All right. We usually start a little bit more on our Tenno Lives with a little bit of a recap, and there's one thing from the panels today that we
Currently
wanted to bring up.
exploring the.
From the art
Oh
panel.
my!
no.
We have
What did
goats.
I do?
No.
What did you do?
They
So-
always
I was actually
attack you,
kinda
Jeff. Like,
surprised.
where's the skin that you showed?
I was actually genuinely surprised at the art panel how much we were allowed to show on the art panel.
Oh wow.
So someone gave you permission to show it.
Well, or ask forgiveness.
Or ask for forgiveness.
That's how we work around here. That's how we work.
Yes, but we were, we've been working on Warframe for quite some time, and we're always looking for new ideas for our next Warframes, and we got the opportunity to work with industry legend comics to video games, Joe Mad. And Joe Mad had been working on a wolf-inspired Warframe, iterating on it and bringing all these ideas to the table. And we ended up with a concept that we're going to be using for a future Warframe of our wolf-inspired Warframe. Let's take a look at what Joe Mad worked on. We had Eric Vetter here working from DE's side, and you know,
Excuse me,
it's
wolf.
a thing of beauty. She will be having quite the power set, and you can look forward to hearing more about that in future dev streams.
Just howlingly good.
Howlingly good.
Wow, he's been saving that.
How long has this been like?
This has
been requested for
the
wolf inspired.
Well,
I
there's
feel like you started this, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think
No,
I did.
vampires.
Oh yeah.
Monsters, guys, they're cool. Monsters are in.
Monsters are in.
They were never out.
Oh, they were never out. No.
Monsters are always in. But there's no, you know, there's it's not a coincidence that we were, you know, lucky enough to work with Joe Mad on this.
Yeah, I mean, everyone here at D, we're huge fans of Joe Mad. He's just, you know, he, like you were saying, he's
and all
just,
the games that him and his team work on at
oh
Airship.
my God, the team at
Even as
Airship.
a '90s kid though, '90s comics and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Totally.
Yeah.
You can't not. And the team that they have at Airship Syndicate is a fantastic one. And we're excited to kind of talk about the next steps that DE is taking in partnership with Airship Syndicate. Maybe we should roll it.
Let's take a look.
Hey, Tennocon! Don't swivel, Steve. You're already swiveling. I know. Drop some hot bars, Joe. I can talk louder.
Loudest talker. Do you have enough tape for all this? They don't have tapes anymore, Steve. It's the future.
Man, I feel like we had great banter.
We did have great banter?
Yeah.
Hey everyone, this is Joe Mad from Airship Syndicate. Hope you guys are enjoying Tennocon. Unfortunately, we couldn't be there this year. I did have the honor of designing a brand new Warframe. Hope you had a chance to check it out. A lot of people have asked what we're working on next, and we haven't been able to talk about it.
It's something we're really excited about. It's our best game yet.
Hey, I'm Steve Matarera, one of the lead designers at Airship Syndicate.
I'm Ryan Stefanelli. I'm the president and game director here at Airship, and we're really excited to be partnering with Digital Extremes on our next big thing.
It's a third-person action game, new original characters, original world.
I knew it.
Never been seen before.
We never would have tried this type of game.
I knew it that they had something like that.
Battle Chasers. Then we dabbled in multiplayer with Darksiders Genesis, and now we're going all in with this new game.
This is our biggest game yet. We're building a much larger world than we ever have before. But for this, it's really more of a world that you live in, potentially every day for years to come.
We've been fans of many genres over the years, and we've sort of worn those influences on our sleeve. One genre we never really thought that we could touch on is MMOs.
For us, like, we played a lot of games together online, so it's fun for us to finally get to work on a game like this where we're building a world that players can experience together.
I don't think we would have tackled this type of online game without a partner like DE, a group that knows how to do it. I was actually one of the people who bought into the initial Founders Pack. I still have my Excalibur Prime.
You know, Warframe is touted as one of the most successful games of its kind. It's always evolving and introducing exciting stuff, and we definitely do not
The fact that it's an MMO, not sure how I feel about that though.
really character focused. The characters have personalities, they have relationships with each other.
We want players to feel excited about all of the different characters that they're going to have in their arsenal.
We're mixing in a lot of modern sensibilities and modern technology into those fantasy definitions to create something brand new.
What makes this game special is the sense of adventure and camaraderie.
The secret locations.
It's got an identity.
People are going to be so jazzed.
This project represents really being able to, like, go big.
To everyone that has supported us since the beginning, I can honestly say this game is for you guys.
We didn't get to say a lot of details and specifics about the game, but we'd love for everyone to talk to us on Discord, get involved in our social channels, and get ready for this December's TGAs where it'll all be revealed.
Indeed, indeed. You can check out the Game Awards later this year to see what exactly the game is. But
And they're going to have the Schick robot back. It's going to be amazing. Sorry.
Why me?
That is Steve.
What did I do?
But I feel my
that's
my
all right.
pain.
I can't believe he's got like a founder
I
pack,
know,
and he's got
it's so exciting.
Excal
Everything,
Prime,
and
like, That's
Just-
crazy.
Just you wait, folks.
Wow,
we're
that's
gonna,
so awesome.
Good games are coming. Everything's coming.
That's true.
That is. What did you say about the partnership?
I will say
Yeah,
this.
I don't remember.
The fact that they are working
This
with
is it.
me, though,
I don't know.
I think you just called it a partnership.
that
I think
has
it
a
was
lot of
partner.
potential.
No,
Because they do
it
know
was
how
a
to do
TM.
right by
It
the
was a
players.
TM.
I
Okay.
don't know. A partnering? Did I make it an active verb?
No, that's yuck. Workshop that.
If only we
Okay.
could see. If only we could see chat, they would tell us.
Yeah, chat.
Chat would
tell me.
definitely be telling us,
Yes.
but we don't have a chat feed. We just have
Just
us.
us. Time to talk Warframe.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, that game.
Oh, Warframe. I've heard of that.
Yes, we have been working hard on getting everyone ready to see a taste of the Duviri Paradox. You're probably seeing some key elements on stage. But what if we told you we were working on another update as well? Oh. Something for the post-New War.
Here
side
it
of the
comes.
game. I think all of us, came out of the New War, released in December. It's been just over 7 months.
A Viso dating sim?
Please, no spoilers. No spoilers.
Oh.
But we really want to take what we did with the New War and all the amazing content in it and bring it to you, Tenno, in a new update. Let's take a look at what's coming soon.
Call. Wait. What am I seeing here?
Call, not afraid.
Veilbreaker. Ooh.
Veilbreaker is an update that
cool name, too.
Veilbreaker?
I love that
Yeah,
name.
it's a pretty good name.
You like it?
Yep. Yep. We're gonna give that one to you.
Also, yes, I was right.
Breaking
Call is not
Veils.
dead.
Breaking Veils. But Veilbreaker is an update that's dedicated to the state of the origin system that you know after the New War. So if you played the New War, a lot of things are really going to stand out from that trailer. And if you haven't, you'll be introducing yourself to a lot of those characters soon, we hope. Maybe you want to try out the New War.
Get to it.
And this is really going to take the state of the origin system and the conflict and everything. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil it for people that didn't play the New War, but a lot of what of that video showcased, hopefully you can really infer where we're going with it. And there's going to be a ton to talk about, and we are hoping that the Veilbreaker update is going to come out before the Duviri Paradox. We'll keep you posted on development updates, dev streams, but we're hoping you can get your hands on it this year. So we'll have dev streams to talk about it, but we wanted to introduce you, Tenno, to Veilbreaker as an update, show you a trailer of what you can definitely expect in it. But one thing absent from that trailer that's a very important part of the Veilbreaker update is the
Okay.
fact that we are going to be releasing our 50th unique Warframe.
50.
50.
5-0, baby.
Oh man.
And that's
Oh, I think I need I need a moment.
Yeah.
It kind of hurts.
Okay.
I remember when we were pitching this game. Scott will remember this.
Yeah.
We were pitching this game when we didn't think we could do it independently. Way back in. Is that 10 years ago now?
It was 10 years ago.
10 years ago,
yeah.
and I think how many Warframes do we have? 8 at the time.
Yep.
And they said
I don't even think we had 8.
I don't think we had
at the
8.
time. I think we were like
4, 6.
4 that were really solid,
Four,
and 6 that
six.
were.
And
Yeah.
a prominent executive asked, "Well, like, are you worried you're going to run out of ideas for Warframes? Because you already got 6."
Yeah.
And now we have 50. Exciting.
We're at 50. I'm just checking on our servers. As you know, we do an ambitious live event. Everything.
Oh, how's everything going?
We're just taking a look. Sit tight.
Hamsters are-
Sit tight, everyone. We won't. If you're having connectivity issues, don't worry. Team is on it. Sit tight. We'll get you
Oh,
updates
so
soon.
things are heating up in the hamster.
Things are heating up.
Okay, the
They're
hamsters.
spinning wheels very
I can
fast.
hear them. I should have changed their wood chips. You know, and it's just they're not going to run as fast.
Yes.
Without the fresh wood chips.
So on the 50th Warframe topic, we're going to be debuting fully in a. Well, why don't we give you a little tease of how you're going to learn about the 50th
The three
Warframe?
wisps.
Oh, this is cool.
Ooh. Is this the spear and shield one?
Styanax will be making his reveal in an animated short that we will be uploading closer to the launch
It's not
of
even
the
a
Outbreak.
short. It's
No,
almost like a 6-minute little short film.
Yep.
Partnered with Passion Paris.
Okay
But
then,
we will be
anime
showing
frame.
that,
Got it.
Very, closer to the Veilbreaker information bit and everything. But that is Styanax. He is our 50th unique Warframe, and you can learn all about him and his.
That looks so sick, honestly.
It's honestly really great.
That is right up my street.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. His.
I'm excited for people to see it.
50. Can you believe?
And it's going to give me, like, from then till when it releases, from now until it releases, I'm going to be practicing how to say the name of Warframe.
Styanax?
Yeah, I'm going to be practicing.
His origin is of that of the noble Greek warriors.
Styanax.
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 This is
You got it.
Warframe.
Megan,
No,
I
it
know.
is
Sparta
easy to
kick.
say. I'm
So,
being a goof. Yep.
To recap, for
Styanax.
those of you doing bullet points for your viewers or for your videos, Veilbreaker, coming soon, Styanax, the 50th Warframe, and a lot more.
I just spotted Protea Deluxe in that trailer.
everyone.
Very true.
Artax.
Yeah. Just making up words now.
I'm just making up words. Yep.
Now, Megan, I noticed you have some stuff on your lap.
You know, I just thought I'd sit here with a bunch of things on my lap. I just keeping
These
me warm.
segues are getting so sophisticated.
I just love holding things.
Is there a reason you have stuff on your lap?
No, I love it. No, I would like to give it away. I don't want to be holding it anymore.
Oh,
I
I
want you
see.
to be holding it. We have a couple giveaways from.
Oh, is it your iPad with your
No,
notes?
no.
We were lucky enough to be sponsored by HP Omen to give away some stuff. A full laptop. Okay.
Oh, look at that wolf
We're giving
inspired
away a
art.
wolf frame.
Woo! Dean's got assets. Don't worry, it's
No.
coming up.
This is HP Omen. They have been giving us some sweet, one-of-a-kind things to give away. First bundle we're going to give away live Twitch picker is going to be the headset and the keyboard with the custom keycaps.
I like that we have assets, but you made Megan hold it. Oh.
Yeah.
Did I make you
I
hold it?
made myself.
That's what I thought.
I requested that the items be here so that I could hold it. This is my own
You just
fault.
wind up with a hand
Anyways, custom PC and also the custom headset. So it's running right now.
Where's the
so
headset?
Sheldon.
Here we go.
Right here.
The winner. Oh my God!
And the winner
I
is.
can't read
Oh
that.
yes, it's.
Oh,
it's-
good luck reading
it's
that one.
AL925610530.
Wow.
What an
That's your
amazing.
best reading yet.
Wow.
The hack with Sheldon is
That's how
just
you
numbers.
break Sheldon.
It's just, yeah.
Just numbers.
Okay, that's actually my account.
All right, that account, please whisper our Warframe Twitch channel with your in-game alias and your shipping information so we can send you this keyboard.
Did you
and
request this color
this
pattern?
headset. No, but aren't
Yeah,
we
you
so
did.
excited about it?
You totally
Don't you
did.
love it?
That's cool.
Like this one too? Like,
I know.
you know?
Can I see the laptop?
Yeah,
No,
of course.
Don't
He's gonna take it.
Give it a
Oh,
shot.
God.
Oh.
If he drops it, I'm going to
You can't have it, but you can have it. We're also now giving away this laptop
And that headset as well.
another pair of headsets via the Twitch picker. So Dean, roll it. Let's see if it's a more complicated one for Sheldon.
Okay.
See if we can trip him up.
Oh, bit of feedback.
Bit of an echo.
This one is Her Esther Palispa.
Congrats.
Can I life hack this? Can I zoom in with my phone?
Hers Derp Palace? Hers Derp Palace? No, wait.
Oh my God, it's
Something-
working.
Is it working? What do you
Here
got?
it-
Herester
All right.
Opolyps.
Are you zooming into your camera?
Yes,
Here.
I am.
She's meta.
I'm so glad
Oh, no.
they're feeling the pain of
You
all the
won
Twitch
our
streamers.
custom
All the
laptop
streamers in general
giveaway
have to read the
headset. This is yours. You need to message our Twitch chat in
viewer's
Whisper.
name.
Send it to us as a direct message on Twitch, your shipping address, so we can.
Yes.
Or broadcast it to everybody.
No,
Just
don't
go.
do
Do
that.
not do that.
Thank you to Omen for setting this over and creating these. Can't wait for those two winners. I got them. And this off my lap.
There you go. And maybe we should also do Power Plat.
Oh, wouldn't you like 100,000 platinum? Wouldn't you
I
like
sure
that?
would.
Be
100,000.
nice. That would be nice.
Let's
I don't
do
even
it.
know how we greenlight these ones, but
I
anyways.
know.
Ask for forgiveness, not permission.
What 100,000?
That's how I work.
All right. All right.
All right, what the
Who gets it?
100,000 platinum?
Quadver.
Wow,
That's the-
Quadver.
I know why I did
Quad
that.
underscore, that was quick.
Don't
You
question.
won.
Quadver.
Guys, they just won 100,000 platinum.
That's a lot.
Good job.
How are we holding up? Should we kick off the theater or?
Glenn says we recovered.
Oh, good.
I will
The
need
swamping
check
Come on,
web.
come on. Plenty of room for everyone.
to make sure.
to make sure that I'm in place.
Would you want me to take all the belongings? That
I'll
are
take the
currently on-
laptop.
No, let's give it to you. Here you go, Sheldon.
Oh, man.
All right, what we're
Sorry,
gonna do.
winners.
Okay.
You're never getting these.
Yeah, Sheldon's taking it.
Let me do a little.
So far, you have got to see the Veilbreaker update reveal. You've got to see a lot of things that are in live build for you, and
A tease of Steinax.
Amazing. And we are now going to go into the world reveal live gameplay demo of the Devere Paradox.
Oh,
This is
okay.
world
Time
reveal
right now?
It's literally time.
Okay. I'll
That
put
away.
this away.
So I have to go over to the demo PC.
Oh.
So I'm just gonna
It
draw my
starts.
notes here. Anything you want to say? While
I thought we were gonna stall more or something.
Yeah, I
Let's just
know.
have a look at chat. This
What
feels
time is
sudden
it?
to me.
There
It
is.
is time. Holy cow.
We're ready to rock.
Oh my
All
gosh.
right.
Are you guys ready? Is
Got the
everyone
thread.
ready for this?
No.
As I walk over the stage ceremoniously.
Just so you know,
Anything to say?
I want to say, like, this isn't a volume. This is not ILM. Like, this is real. Like, just like this is real. You know, this is not like a Obi-Wan show.
It's not a
you
green
know,
screen.
like it's physical. Sorry.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna sit quiet.
Okay.
You guys ready?
Well, what's there to say? Devere
Is there
Paradox?
no like camera for you on?
No.
Oh yeah. All right.
All right. Let's
Okay.
get started.
Just a voice.
Just a
Wait,
voice.
get in game.
A voice from the
Please,
void.
if you aren't in game, go to the Devere Amphitheater on Earth. Megan's there now, and we're gonna start the show.
Yeah, this is going to be a really cool kind of interleaved show.
Oh, look how cool this is.
Yeah,
awesome.
Tatterdemalions, tramps, and troubadours, welcome to a display without
Oh, that's
equal.
Okay, so people are there, so things are working.
Wonders
Things are working.
of the ever-giving void. But first, a salutation to him by whose will we are gathered here. The brightest of stars in the firmament.
As we wait for the
Our
Devere Paradox,
magnificent majesty
there's
by
something
whose
everyone should
very
know about it,
whim we exist,
which is that it's
our
going to come
most
earlier in the
modest
game than
and
you'd expect.
serene sovereign,
The Devere Paradox
Dominus
is indeed a paradox, and to that end, you may find yourself wondering if you are required to play the new war to play the Devere Paradox, and the answer is no.
No.
It'll be
What? No?
earlier in the Warframe journey, and we're going to be taking it in lots of strange and weird directions to that end. Because what is a paradox if not an anomaly in time and space? And for us, taking all those themes and pushing them into this update has been a lot of fun and, frankly, quite exciting for the future of Warframe.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it.
The Devere Amphitheater is live on all platforms, and our gracious host Bombastine will invite you to participate in the Devere Paradox Amphitheater experience.
Get
And
in
if
there,
it doesn't
Tenno.
start soon, I'm just gonna
Wait.
We're waiting.
Go
Oh.
back to the couch.
Did it already start on
We're
my
letting
end?
everyone get in. Everyone needs to be able to see this. We can see the numbers rising. We have a little ticker over on the side. Every relay keeps filling up. Thanks, guys, for coming in. But we're going to give them a few more minutes. We don't want to start the demo without everybody in place. So bear with us. Oh, 100 more, 200 more. Scott's not even watching the ticker.
Scott's terrified.
Can't watch anymore.
Can't watch the ticker. Can't watch it go.
All right, I'll just go ahead with the.
All right, we're gonna start. You ready?
Oh, hold on. So Megan's getting it's making its way through.
The demo is about to begin.
Packets are.
Ever get that feeling you're stuck? Spinning inside your little wheel day in and day out. Only to find you're right back where you started. And so it goes. Day by day. Year by year. Spinning and spinning until you're dead. Or in my case, until you're dead inside. Never asking, what am I doing this for?
hereby consigned and sentenced to death by royal order of His Majesty Dominus Thrax, hero of all.
Get on with it.
Death by impalement. What? Huh? How curious. That doesn't belong.
What the?
And the daring knight was slain! Or maybe not.
Hey, I'm the one who's playing narrator, damn it. Not you. Oh, it's... Oh, I know what that hand is. I always did wonder what the heck was up with that worm that we see in the void sometimes.
What's gotten into you? My world, my rules.
Our doubts are not for long. They are legends given form. A pure ideal smithed into shape by our kings. I am an advisor.
Easy cake.
This is the intro quest to the Javiri Paradox. So what you're
Okay,
seeing right
then.
now is the onboarding experience for the quest.
Where? He gave me no eyes to see him.
There! I think it's him! Sir, will the dragon devour us today? I live to serve, even as food!
What?
open world experience, but it has a lot of twists.
All into Veery.
The world does not look vibrant, it looks rather colorless.
Deep, untroubled by fear.
Our drifter is living the same day, but something has changed.
This place can change. This place can change!
Let's follow and see where we go.
The king graces us. I am Bombastine, sire. You do remember your courtly play, right? Hey, I am not. Have you come to join the performance, sire? It would be my deepest honor to see you command the stage. Yonder, you might recover your favorite mask.
My favorite mask.
Yes, manifest as only you are able, with untold power as only you command. Quick, sire. I can only stall this awful idiot's gallery for a while longer.
Evidently, we have to go find a mask. Perhaps we can get some assistance.
Why are they referring to the person as king, though? Oh, the goats. I saw the goats. Wait.
How do I know this? Oh. At least you're not trying to kill me. What the hell?
Back we go.
The king returns! And in such a mood as this he wears. What recitation will you gift us today?
I'm not... line feed?
Of course, sire. Which play?
Now here we find ourselves with a very important decision. As you play through the open world Deviri Paradox experience, you're going to be given opportunities to choose your attributes, your build for that particular day, that play session. In this case, veteran players of Warframe, even new ones will recognize heat damage as a way to get your melee built up. In this case, we have the option to instantly summon and mount a Loyal Cave, which happens to be that skeletal horse I'm riding, and then King's Rebuke, which is a a decree that allows you to have a burst when you dodge. I'm going to go with Loyal Steed just to show this off during Tennocon here today. This is going to be something that you'll have, so you don't need to choose from it normally. But
oh my god, I realize what they're doing. They are doing a roguelike. A roguelite rather. In Warframe.
I am a hawk. He trots the air. The earth sings when he touches it. The basest horn of his hoof is more musical. Than the pipe of Hermes.
Riveting.
I was on the edge of my seat.
Moving.
Well done, sire. They love you.
Right.
Duviri is a strange place. It is a place where your choices will allow you to build builds for your drifter and what's to come. And let's take a look at using that decree right now. Instant horse. But where to next? Paradox open world is a strange place. And it seems as though there's another one of these statues here. So let's take a look at that. And light it up. Oh god.
Whoops. Well, RIP.
I thought I had lost you for a moment, but you don't get to leave.
So now I've chosen my respawn point, and I can escape the dragon. The aura worm loaded. Safety in the caves, Tenno.
Cave of Deviri, a memory clad in a steel dream, swifter than bow shots, more loyal than a steadfast soldier's heart. Run true, noble Cave.
This looks ominous as all hell.
We are in a very strange place, folks. Now, of course, this is a Warframe update, but this is also the introductory quest to the Deviri Paradox. So we'll see where this goes.
Who are you?
So, you finally took the hand, did you?
What? Finally?
Teshin?
Today's the first...
Fool! You know how this works. Why would today be the first time? Your ignorance is second only to your apathy. What I struggle to comprehend is why the other side is even trying to help you.
The other side? Who's trying to help me?
You are. See for yourself.
choice here, I think. See where it goes. Gotta stay true to the poster boy.
I thought so. Old dogs and new tricks. Go on, go wallow in your routine.
Fine, I'm getting out of here on my own.
Oh, now. That would be a surprise, wouldn't it? Take my old blades if you want a chance with that mockery of a Dax.
Perhaps we're simply not ready yet to take on a Warframe.
Oh, yes.
Until next time.
Veiled in scars and sorrows. I cannot tell you how long he has dwelled with us. I only know that something has compelled him to watch and wait.
The world has changed.
Now the cowardly knight must face the king's champion. Enter Delphius.
Pro.
A little color is all it takes to change this world. You're too old and too weak.
Got him. Well, looks like I made quick work of
Sad.
Denphius, but I'm afraid there's only one way to take down an airborne beast. And I hope I have the tools to do so. Here we go.
Excuse me, what? Okay, not gonna lie.
Maybe I should just go there myself.
Oh.
And that is.
Oh no!
All right.
We're caught in the paradox.
Did it work?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm so easily excitable, but
That's so awesome.
the open world experience coming with the Devere Paradox is going to be everything you love about Warframe. Your builds and everything you know is going to come to you through this drifter's point of view, the experience where you start off as the underdog, and as you play through, your decrees will be bound to you for that play session. And we're really trying to play with very different things for this open world experience. Narrative, you know, there are those 3 frames in the cave.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little.
That was a sick callback.
Yeah.
I love that.
Or call forward because of the paradox.
I can't even make sense of it all. Eternalism has messed me up.
So yeah, and you got to see a little bit of the amphitheater, Devere amphitheater experience.
Yes.
We had a live show there. That if you're probably in a relay still right now,
You're still in there. The dragon's probably roaring around.
Be careful.
Don't leave because Bomastine does have a farewell for you in a bit. But you can hang out with the dragon and walk around.
I mean, this is an old Tobey Maguire reference, but I was thinking an alt title would be Unpleasantville.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
You know? No?
Yeah.
No, that's
That
not
is an
landing
old
for
reference.
anyone,
That
eh?
is an
Okay.
old reference.
Okay.
We
Sorry,
get
I'm
it,
old.
we're just not
I'm
laughing.
old.
We're like,
Very good. Yes.
That was unbelievable.
I just love the color. The dragon and the flying around the dragon. Stunning. Stunning.
There's things happening cooking.
And that old guy. Who's that old guy?
Who's that old guy?
With those swords.
I feel like I recognize his voice.
I recognize him, but I want to know more.
Oh my god. And the yeah.
The cave and their winged.
The winged beasts.
The descents from the skies.
A little bit of Shakespeare. I mean, it's got everything you need. Yep.
Hopefully you enjoyed the gameplay reveal of the Devere Paradox. That was the quest, or part of the quest for you to start off your journey, and we're going to be working very,
That's this year.
very, very hard on it to get it.
Yes.
The team.
And we had one of the relay events worked.
No, I think we had 2. We had Teshin and.
Oh
Kate.
yes, we had 2 of them
Teshin
work.
and the horse, yes.
Yep.
They were. I
Alright.
think people were able to experience
I'm not-
some of it. My PC was having a bit of a struggle, so you know what? Maybe we'll play that experience again at a later date.
Just like we did
tend to
last
do
year.
that. We tend to do that.
Why
Yeah, we'll show
not?
it again. We'll show it again.
Yeah. We'll do it again.
For sure.
If there were any issues, we will run it again.
Yes. Our IT team is working right now feverishly to try to even get those last 2 working. So
I'm sure.
Appreciate their work. And appreciate, of course, everyone's interest and cramming in there and wanting to watch it with us. And yeah.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Great job, man.
I just love the way the color works and just that thing in the sky, the cloud.
Oh god, at the end.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot with this update. You may have noticed the world changed a lot when we came in and out, and moves are a huge part of what will make
wow.
each day feel different.
When he mad?
When he's mad,
Watch
he's
out.
mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Awesome. Okay, so is that it?
Kind of. Kind of not. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. I probably was supposed to be prepared to
Okay, then.
a more structured speech, but, you know, it's...
Why start now? We've only
Why-
been doing
why
this
be
10
structured?
years.
Oh, hello
Why
there.
start?
But yeah,
Vane?
this is, I guess...
Sorry I
we wanted
wasn't
to
paying
share
attention
with
to
our
the chat
community,
until
some
recently.
news about the
We are
growth
just
of-
about done with Tennocon actually.
and the growth of the team, and
The
I
reveals
guess
were
I can probably just do it with
interesting to say the
symbolism,
least.
you know, and just kinda
Apparently
do this,
Warframe
right?
is gonna add a roguelite
You know,
mode,
if you've been with us for a while,
where the day repeats and you have to make choices and whatnot.
they've been watched
We
a few
hope
times.
this is why I wore white.
Yeah.
This is why
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
wicked contrast.
Oh my god. And I think it's time that
But yes, thank you for dropping by.
Warframe has a new leader, and it's going to be you.
I'll put these on.
Sorry I wasn't paying attention to chat, I was
I said no buts.
actually checking out the in-game
But yeah, I think
amphitheater
it's,
that had to do
we
with
started this game more than 10 years ago.
whatchamacallit,
It's a big important part of our lives.
with the showcase of the new patch
And we
that's
made it in a
gonna
way
drop
that
soon-ish.
we hadn't made games before, which was with all of you at home, supporting us, funding us.
It took
when
a
we didn't
while since I
have,
had to
a publisher and striking out.
How do I say this? I couldn't exactly check
this is something
the
that
proper
we are
thing.
going to try again. And as you know,
I had to do the. I basically had to have the stream on one monitor and me myself in game on the other one, so I couldn't really check chat because of the setup I have.
My beard has maybe just a little bit of pepper left in the salt. The old buggers are going to try to do it again with you at home. And I think that's probably all there is to say about it for now. We have prepared for you a taste of that experience that we want you to join us with its creation. So thank you very much for that amazing Viri demo. And yeah, it's time to see the next story that we're adding to the studio's, legacy going forward, I hope. I hope you like it.
Ooh. Is this what I think it is? Is this Soul Frame? Because they have... I know that they have taken a different name for a game.
A song, pitched sweet and solemn. They that held came hollow, fallen. Their children raised in castles loft, made hunters great, of others not.
Remember this. We are a family.
Okay. Wait, glass?
Yet beyond the pale of Odin's sky live verdant fields of rain and wild.
Yes, everyone knows it's Soul Frame.
Alka's lost.
Everyone knows it.
Remember still until the ghost.
The eyes on the horns. Interesting. Oh, is it blind? Or at least silvery eyes. I'm getting serious Death Stranding vibes from this, to be fair, at least for now.
So listen well. Envoys of shame. And bear their souls within your frame.
There we go. Name drop. Soul's Frame.
Find your spirit, your grace renewed, and return to earth, her power true.
Okay then. Wait, did I see more of them? Okay, definitely some Warframe vibes here. Wait. Cold Brock. Okay. What, you're just gonna leave it? It seemed useful. No, go back. Get it. Oh. Doggo. Oh, it's a giant fox. Did not expect huge fox here. Or is it a wolf? Looks more like a fox though. Oh, birdie.
Join us, won't you?
Yeah, there it is. Name drop, title drop, whatever you want to call it. Bam. Called it. Okay then. Declare your envoy. Oh, that was it. Okay then. To be fair, that was quite a job we did. If people hadn't dug so bloody deep, no one would have guessed that Soulsframe was a thing. The way that the paradox works though, that's what really got me. Thank you everyone for watching. And I do hope to see you again next time. Probably on my birthday on the 18th. And I will be having quite a show prepared. Look forward to it. Good night, everyone.